Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Dembe TV and joining us for the Open Forum Political Discussion Show. We're glad that you found time to join us. And tonight, a lot is happening. Moses Kuria comes out fighting back after being summoned by IEBC. He says, open the server if you dispute about the 2017 rigged elections. Well, this is not the first time we are hearing this. This has been on for a while. Now, why is it important to Moses Kuria to open the server now? Questions that are rising now is CHEBUKATI competent to handle 2022 elections if 2017 election hangs on his head and the claims that it has been rigged? Do we ever have elections in Kenya? Well, it is that time for you to come and air what you think about this. DP RUTO Kenya Kwanza Alliance were in UKAMBANI and are still camping in the place, camping everywhere to see to it that they can net in as many votes as they can. And the latest development, we are begging for KALONZO to join them lest they get something from the place. The KALONZO factor is back in the equation again. Why is Kenya Kwanza Alliance in dire need for Kalonzo Musyoka and his support in UKAMBANI? Come and let us know. Of course, the latest opinion poll show that AZIMIO UMOJA, led by Raila Odinga, is leading now. And we all need to come and agree or disagree on the same. Thank you so much for those of you that are joining. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard, the app we are using to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in studio for us to discuss the latest on political front. Thank you, those of you that are coming in. We are glad that you are joining us. Jackson Ogutu, we appreciate you. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Kuna Stewart Michael Ndao, asante sana. Kuna Enoch Steve, thank you. Sally, thank you. Eric Okoth Suarez, we appreciate you. Peter Okoth, thank you so much. Charles Godwe, thank you. Kuna Mandela Wude Nyaugenya, thank you. Coril Kenneth, thank you. Appreciate this is called Bobby Castro. Asante sana. Kuna Godfrey Okebe, we appreciate you. Thank you. Ernest Inda, Nicholas Otinda, thank you so much. It's great having you. Kuna huyu anaitwa I'm Blessed. Kuna Enoch Arapogutu, Steve James, Wawa Haha. Hey, majina makali kweli. Steve James tena. Kuna Kenzi Obaigwa, Orocho Steven, thank you so much. I'm glad you're watching. Kuna Victoria's Viki, asante sana, karibu kwa studio. Nashukuru kwa wale ambao wameingia tayari. Let's keep our mics mute until it's our turn to speak, to avoid generating unnecessary echoes. Well, it's awesome to be back here and continue with the discussion. If I can't mute your mic from this end, it means your configuration has a problem. Romians, I can't mute your mic, that means kuna shida. Naomba urekebishe kwanza ndio utarudi. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna John Ndenge. Your device is not well connected. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. Otherwise, you will not be able to be added to the studio. You can try again. The show runs for 8 hours, so you can try. If you get the notification that the studio is full, keep trying. If you don't get it this hour, try another hour. We'll be on until almost 5 a.m. in the morning East African time. We're here dedicated ensuring that every Kenyan is fully informed on matters, election matters, politics, so that nobody takes advantage of the other. It is awesome and great to be here again. Mama Selina, how are you today?
Bernard. Wow, as usual.
Imefika, asante.
Asante. So, yes, we have been, tumekuwa tukiuliza mambo ya server. Tumekuwa tukilalamika, tunasema we need to know what really happened. But yes, Baba na Uhuru wamefanya kazi pamoja, na kama kuna shida kwa server, then Jubilee, the deputy president, and Uhuru, they know what really happened. But I think most Kenyans wanajua kwa nini walikataa kufungua server. So Moses Kuria anasema fungua server. Yes, Baba alishajua aliwin na alisalamiana na Uhuru, so we cannot go back to what ulikuwa na mimba ukapata mtoto akakufa, uko tayari kuzaa mtoto ingine. So we don't want to go back there because Mungu ametubariki na tukaweza kubeba mimba ingine. So haiwezi kutusaidia for now because already mama amepakisha 3 months ndiye ajifungue. Wangetaka kutufungulia server, they could have done that before. Siku ile harusi ilikuwa mzuri, siku ile watu walikuwa wanafunikana na kwa blanketi moja. That is the time tungetaka kujua. So it is little too late. Nikiwacha hiyo mambo ya server niende mambo ya Ukambani. Yes, anapek Kalonzo kwa sababu wamejua how is Crown doing. Wamejaribu kununua, wamejaribu kuforce watu ndio wanakuja, lakini wanaangalia tu, they are not participating kwa ile mambo wanafanya. So hata kama ni wewe Penat umetembea hiyo wakati hiyo yote, end of the day utauliza watoto kwa hii boma iko baba ama iko mama. Boma ya Ukambani iko na baba, iko na mama na iko na brothers. So Ukambani imeblokiwa. Akisema Kalonzo kuja, where is Singilu, where is Gavana Kifuta, where is Gavana Wambua? So tuliambia KKA it is their time, wakubali na wangoje 2027 ili wajipange. Nimeshukuru, nimeona mtu anasema deputy was engaging in Central badala ya kuomba kura Kenya. You don't play with special branch or NSIS, they locked you. So he was busy dancing, eating, akifikiria hiyo 7 million votes. He was so happy. He wanted to have na ile ya Rift Valley 3 million. He was actually 100% that is the kingpin of Central. Now he will get all votes that Uhuru get it, the one Mwai Kibaki get it. He never knew ya kwamba Papa wa ng'ambo, Baba Mukati, cannot actually, you cannot inherit the land, you cannot inherit the house, you cannot inherit anything. The only thing you can get is that woman. But the woman can say, no, today you have been there, umefanya ile umefanya na hiyo mwanamke. Now he's going back where she was paid dowry. So the Kikuyus are going back home. The Baba Mukati, now you are trying to go to look for other woman in Ukambani. You cannot get it. It is too late. It is too late, my people. It is too late. 4 months, now you are pecking. Unaambia Kalonzo, you are very stupid man. Yes, he was, and he support Baba. Na hata kama Kalonzo can go back today. Pia, nilisema, mwanamke na mwanaume wakichufungia kwa room, wametoa nguo. And then the woman can say, oh, hiyo mtu hakufanya kitu. Already tumekuona umetoka kwa nyumba. So even Kalonzo, if you want to, ameonekana kwa Azimio, hata akienda kwa KKA, it is too late to still all these things, Bernard. Hii watu hawakusoma. Wameita, if you call Baba Muganga, you call him kitendawili. Kwa shule, watoto walifunzwa kitendawili. Kwa mukanga, Yesu tulimuita mukanga. He knew a lot. You are playing with, they were playing with fire. Ya kwamba msee amekuwa kijana na amekuwa msee ameona mingi. Wewe ni kijana, ujai kuwa msee ndio useme ya wasee. So I'm telling them, walikimbia mbio, Uhuru aliambia baba anakuja polepole and he will overtake. So najua mambo ya election tunaingojea tu. Still Chebukati yako kwa office, na this time round hakuna vile wataipa, na hata wakitaka kuipa hiyo server tunataka kujua, can they use the same server? No. Polling ya kwamba opinion polls haitanganyi, they are out, and now wanataka kufikiria vile wanataka kureduce. You cannot reduce. Watu wameenda, watu wanasema in whose hands are you safe? In Baba hands we are safe. So UDA wanatoa mtu alikuwa deputy governor Nairobi, anapeleka akuwe governor Kitui. Surely si angetafuta mtu ya crown mwenye anakaa Kitui patala ya kutoa mtu kutoka Nairobi. Bernard, this is a play game. Hata amekosa watu ya kusimama, so wacha niwachie wengine pia waseme, but hiyo mambo tumemaliza, tunangoja kusherekea, alafu wakuje 2027, and then even after 2027 we will have other people that they are very strong. Thank you so much Bernard and the rest of the panelists. Na wakaribisha tusikie mambo vile inawaka moto.
Okay, asante sana Marcelina, we appreciate you and the starting point. We look forward to having a great interaction. Jared, namna gani leo? Jared, are you able to get me?
I send you a message. Let WG go and Alex. Maybe I would have finished something I'm doing.
Okay. WG? Dakika tatu, Alex insists.
Wacha Alex aongee kwanza, hiyo tu atuonyeshe vile dakika tatu inakuwa.
You people, you are taking the first space and you are not talking. That is interfering with the show. You're forgiven for now. Alex?
Bernard, I agree. I should take that lead na nionyeshe WG because najua WG ako na hiyo weakness. How are you, WG? You know, Kenyan politics today was so good. I mean, nimekuwa tu nikicheka because Kenya is a good country. Hata kama watu wanasema Kenya si hami, that is true. Kenya is a beautiful country. And first of all, nataka kuambia Linturi pole, rafiki yangu Linturi. Hiyo kitu inaibwa na design bwana. Sasa Linturi anaangusha watu yake. na ninajua Kizito ako hapo. Kizito, ambia huyo jamaa kuje lessons kwako. But Cheregai, the senator for Nandi, I saw him back in court. He thought it was a joke. He must realize that, I mean, you just don't throw out the courts and think that it's just a normal thing. That's another thing that I saw. But the most interesting thing is the Moses Kuria, and I watched a part of it, and it was distasteful. But Bernard, I will repeat, for the sake of CHEBUKATI and all the commissioners, we will revisit this thing. Whether the courts try to do anything, we will revisit. Because everybody in Jubilee, those who are involved, have come out rightly. The clip of NDC of Kenya Kwanza, he told us the people that were involved openly. And it is not Moses Kuria. It was a cartel of people. CHEBUKATI will hide himself as long as he wants, but the truth will come out. It is not us saying it, Bernard. We spoke, we forgot, we forgive, but they have come back. It is haunting them because they were not elected. They put themselves. Now guilt conscience cannot allow. Bernard, by the time 2022 9th August come, we will have known everything that happened without even asking. So this is a product of you can build an empire from bullshit, but bullshit cannot allow you to keep the empire. So Uhuru looks back and understands his mistakes. He has humbled himself. But even he himself, at some point, when Raila takes over, he has one challenge. The first challenge that Raila must do, if he wants to succeed as a country, is Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Committee. Otherwise, he can't govern this country. He can't, because we are knowing truths that we should never have known. So these things that are coming out are coming from the enemy within himself, and they are saying it. Sabina Chege is with us, but he has said it. We can name all those people who are involved. We are not saying it, Bernard. So we must discuss it from the point of view that they are telling us what they did. You know, people reveal who they are unintentionally. And when they reveal, listen to them. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Alex kwa huo utangulizi mzuri, tunashukuru. Lazima ukweli ujulikane kwa sababu if Chebukati was at the top of issues in 2017 and that happened, the culprits are coming out confessing on how they did the work. Is he competent to handle 2022? Does it look like he's in charge of the situation? I don't think so. His body language and everything else about him is not promising anything that can deliver a credible election. With what is going on right now, I think we need to have a rethink, in my opinion. We can't afford to have a bungled election again in this country. And we can't afford to have somebody to get an excuse that he was rigged when probably he lost fairly. So we need to clean up the house, if left for me to judge. WG,
Yeah.
are you ready?
Yes.
And this is your dog rearing business. So
You can still hear this dog is letting me down. One of these days, I'll seal its mouth with sellotape. If it's not
they are arrested by KWS.
Luos don't have dogs, they have German Shepherds.
Of course it is. Okay, now back to business, Bernard. I think there's nowhere Chebukati is going. Chebukati must continue sleeping on the bed that Jubilee spread for him. And 2022's Chebukati must be there to oversee it. Now that the shoe is on the other side of the feet, there's no way we will say that Chebukati is a wrong person. Let him sit there and continue, taking care of 2022 election. If, and indeed, if it was serious that people think that Chebukati was a wrong guy, 4 years or 5 years was long enough for this, for his replacement. The country would have taken that direction. But since they dilly-dallied and saw him through this far, then it is only fair that he continues to be there. The other thing is that
for using the word fair, I have to interject. I'm sorry. Okay, that fair is very relative. Okay, if I want to bring up emotions, we have people that died for this thing. Their families don't have them anymore because of the unfairness. Fair cannot be one side. We should go for justice. And if the man made it possible for unfairness to be done to somebody else, nobody should be fair on him.
Bernard, that was the sentiment of ODM sometimes back recently. During the time of when they were agitating for BBI, you remember? And the issue we were confronted with was that ODM was trying to be tribalistic. They wanted to eject CHEBUKATI, yet CHEBUKATI belonged to a community. So the UDA brigade plus a section of ANC, they ganged up together and told us that CHEBUKATI must stay to see us through this election. Maybe what they meant, they might know. But that's the reason why we remained silent, because it's not CHEBUKATI who will win for us. We are people who believe that even with his presence in the last general election, we trounced people to an extent that we are still discussing the issue of the server to date. So CHEBUKATI, to me, is one person who is irrelevant in this as far as me is concerned. You know why I'm saying he is irrelevant? Is because what as Kenyans, it is us, what we feel about CHEBUKATI is not his role. Because I'm one person who believes that CHEBUKATI can only be empowered to be a bad person, or be empowered through the institution that he runs to be a good person. He's a man for himself is just helpless. But for what we are today, I think CHEBUKATI does not add or subtract anything in our democratic process. It is our own selves. So allow me to go forward. Maybe that is a subject of more discussion, and that is why we are here. We shall engage. The other thing I wanted to say is that I think people are delving in this issue of server with different opinions. It's not that they want truth and reconciliation, but to me, I'm seeing that they are after embarrassing the head of state, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And this far, I don't think it's even relevant today for whether the server is opened or not. To me, I think those are things that we should let rest, because the people who are pushing for the opening of the, I don't think they mean well. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, okay. We can hear
yeah,
you. So you, and your time is almost running out.
So that is, yeah. So the next one is Kalonzo. He is still moving around from one individual to the other. Today he was meeting, is it Jimmy Kibaki? So the reason why he's meeting him, you can ask yourself, instead of him putting his head and mind together in AZIMIO and seeking to cement his relationship with the people in AZIMIO and his place in AZIMIO, he's still meandering around. Kalonzo should not blame anyone for anything that will befall him. He should blame himself. But even when the deputy president sees that Kalonzo is not very much fitting into AZIMIO, he thinks that now he can take that opportunity and grab Kalonzo for himself. Remember, when he brings Kalonzo to himself, the same problem will be transferred. You saw when Malala was a nuisance on this end, every other time moving to UDA, talking against UDA. Now, when he went to the other side, he became again a nuisance on that other side. So if they want to pick Kalonzo, they can just take him up, but he will be moving with the same problem. Finally, the opinion poll, judging from the body language of the AZIMIO team, they do campaigns for 5 days, then they go and leave for the remainder of the days. That only tells you that they've already known the ground. There's no point of, vigorous campaign. This thing is coming by itself. It is coming by itself. No para energy required. Bernard, I'll contribute more later.
Thank you, WG. Thank you, WG. And this Linturi thing is an issue on the comment section. God have mercy.
That's why I came here. I want to listen what Kizito will say. Kizito hapo na wanawake tano. I want to hear his advice.
Wewe wacha campaign mapema na wewe. Go small. So, Jared, are you ready ama tulete Guru kwanza?
Yes, I think I can go.
Okay, take it.
Yeah, so thanks the panelists and everybody, Selena, Alex, I see you, and WG and the rest. So on the topic today, I want to start with the IEBC. I still do not understand, and I don't want to say this, that I don't know why CHEBUKATI is always acting so stupid. And I'm not calling him stupid, but he acts stupid because he has a lot of things which he need to do. When people were forgetting about him, when there was ANSEC and we were giving him a chance, he bringing it to himself, things which should have been by calling Savina Jege, which was a lesser issue. Now you see Moses Kuria. What is happening is the fear of what happened. If the 54% is bringing fear, and this side of Kenya, that side is wondering that they know the truth that there are people who were 54%. So the 54% knows where they should be. I know the governor of Kajiado moved to ODM, but we cannot forget to say that he's part of the 54%, which believes that he has to be somewhere so that that formula can work. So these people, as I agree with Alex, before August 9th, they would be telling themselves, they would have now to start spilling these pins, how they did it, because they're fearing that the other side, the AZIMIO side, might use the same tactic. But as we say all a while, because they do not understand, they were stealing from Baba. So Baba does not need to steal. All Baba has been asking is a fair and free, okay? So if they are fearing, they should not fear. We're not going to steal. We already have it. So there will be a free and fair. So the only people who are confused is this CHEBUKATI, who is bringing an attention which we should not be talking about. But it's unfortunate for him. The reason is that, in fact, if by next year he should be retiring, he would have finished his 6 years. So that's why they are saying, let's leave him to finish and go. Coming to another point, of course, that goes to Moses. Moses can say anything, and let them fight themselves and spill all the beans. Coming to Kalonzo is another topic which we have tried to assume it. But you have to understand that this package is in both sides. These people, they overvalue themselves. Kalonzo is overvaluing himself that he wants to be a running mate based on what? He does not have the 1.6. We have, in fact, there was a saying why Mdavat was offended to go to UDA. This was reported that in one of the meetings, when they were saying that we need to give a chance to Western, then Baba said, then let us give to the governor of Kakamega. I would tell you today, if there could be a running mate from UKAMBANI, then it would be charting Kalikungiru, not Kalonzo. So Kalonzo does not know where he stands. In fact, he should be actively showing that he has done. I thought that he came, there's one time he said he has learned a lesson that after the election of 8 August, he will start campaigning for 2027. So he still, he should be showing now what he's bringing from UKAMBANI. So this is a necessary package. It is not only on our side, it's also on the other side, where Mudavad and Wetangula a single man, and Mudavad with no member of parliament other than Marara, asking for a third of the government. Of course, for them, they can be given even 40% because there is no government. So that promise can be given. But you see, Kalonzo is not true to himself. And I hope that those people who are advising him can tell him to smell the coffee. He was coming in first as a lawyer first. He knows that there can be no collisions party. You know, there is no Oka and AZIMIO coming together. They cannot be that way. So that's where you fold him. He was using these small parties. He wanted to come with 2, 3, 4 people so that he can say that now I can also be equal partner in AZIMIO. No, you are not. Just accept where you are. Maybe, in fact, we could give you something. If you see, he came with the farmers. Farmers is in UDA. This guy from also, I think it's Kakamega, UDA. Is it UDM? I don't know his party. He's a one-man show. He's actually Wiper and Kanu. Kanu, let us be very honest. What could Kanu do in Rift Valley? You know, he's just coming to show that, hey, we also have somebody from Rift Valley. There are so many people actually who can bring something from Rift Valley than Gideon Moy. So he's just bringing the name. So it's only Kalonzo actually who might come with something small from Wiper. But he's now trying to bring Wiper as if it is equal to ODM or Jubilee. So we knew that there is no name change. He will come to accept that and then move on. Everybody knows that this learning mate issue is going to Central Kenya or Mount Kenya. There is something people don't understand, that the coming in of Martha Karua is very important. It brings back now who Raila is, because people were saying Raila has moved away from the credentials of being the person who has brought change. Now, if you saw Martha Karua came in very tactically, he talked directly to Raila. He did not come in saying, oh, I'm in Jubilee, I'm in this. He came directly with Raila. And if you listen to his speech, he said, I will not refer him to Baba. I will refer him to Comrade. Meaning that I want to remind you where we have come with Baba. He is trying to bring that picture that we have fought for this country. And if there are people you can believe that they can fight, that is the credential. If that ticket goes through, that is how we will look at that ticket, that this is a ticket which fought for the second reparation and can take us to where we need to be. So another thing I would finish so that I finish my opening remarks is PPI. We should also talk about what PPI will do. It can do some damage tomorrow. If PPI is, of course, there is nothing going to happen, which is a good thing, that there will be no position for RUTO, as I have been wishing, there will be no position for him. He will still be in the cold. If PPI is given a green light by saying how it will be implemented, how it can come to fruition, it will be difficult for RUTO to campaign first, to start dishing out the seats which he has been saying positions. How will he start dishing out positions? that Musalia Mudavadi will give you a prime minister, and he has been saying that is not what they do? Or who will people believe and trust to implement that PPI or to make it go through? Now it's going to be very difficult. I will stop there. That's what I wanted to bring out, that the PPI tomorrow is something we are watching, which will bring a lot of stuff. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Jared, asante kwa, tunashukuru kwa hayo, na naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Guru, subiri kidogo tu tumsikilize Mama Rose alafu tuje kwako. Rose, vipi?
Habari ya Bernard?
Salama, namna gani leo?
Safi sana. Jana ulienda wapi? Jana kulikuwa moto, sasa ile uliondoka? Kuliwaka moto sana. Kulikuwa kutamu.
Nipeleke sisi pole pole.
Sasa mimi leo nimekuja na mambo ya Ruto kutukana Ngiro ama kuto respect. Mimi nikiangalia vile matusi inatoka upande wa UDA leo imeonekana wazi wazi. Huyu mtu ndiye anatumana watu wake watukanani. Kama ulisikiliza vile alisema, aliambia Ngiru yeye hufanya kazi saa ngapi na yeye anakuwa kwa Twitter every time. Mlisikia hiyo? Na akamwambia wewe, sababu uko kwa Twitter kila saa, nitakupatia mtu alika yako mngangane na yeye. Can you imagine? Ngiru ni mama, ni kama mama yake, akimwambia atampatia, na akampatia mtu, sikumbuki ni nani alimwambia deal na yeye. So tuseme hivi, let us resist UDA, let us resist Ruto na vitu zake zote na mbinu zake zote na kila kitu yake yote. Huyu mtu anatupromise heaven, anatupromise nini, na hakuna kitu anatenda. Huyu mtu ni empty bebe, baba boga. Hakuna kitu anaweza kuambia mpya. Nini anaweza kutuambia? Ni mtu wa kufuruga. Sasa alikuwa ameenda Kitui, anataka kufanya Kitui kama vile amefanya Central Murang'a kwetu. Sasa anaingiza kichwa kidogo hivi kama nyoka, alafu akiingia anajificha huko chini ya kitanda. Huyu mtu achungwe mahali yote, na akipatikana agongo kichwa asikie kwa nyumba ya mtu. Huyu ni kitu baya. Huyu mtu watu wamchunge, kusema ukweli. Huyu mtu si mtu mzuri. Unaona vile ameingia Central na nini kitu yuko, na ameanza kupatia vijana pesa. Sasa watu kama wana vijana na vijana wa shule kuonesha pesa, hebu niambie nini hawezi kufanya? Ule ni mtu wako kule, ni mtu ushago, hajaona hiyo pesa 3000 unaenda kumpelekea. What can that man not do? Huyu mtu ni mtu mbaya, alisistiwa na hizo pesa zake. Apeleke mahali watu waseme we don't want your money, sababu hizi pesa ni pesa mbaya. Ama mnaona namna gani? Kitu ya pili ambayo nitachangia,
Madam Rose, nilikuwa nauliza hii mambo ya kupeana pesa hadharani. Si nilifikiria ni against constitution. Mbona yeye anapeana hadharani?
WG, you're out of order, please. Let's keep decorum. Mama Rose, endelea na submission.
Hiyo maneno ya kupatiana pesa is against surely. Hata kuna wakati ulikuwa wakati wa Moi, ukisikika unapeana pesa wa mtu alikuwa anashikwa. Lakini sasa sijui anapeana pesa sababu ya kwa above the law ama ni nini. Na sababu sasa waliule serikali na Uhuru hawezi guzwa sijui nini. Akiguzwa wale wakikuyu wako huko kwa watauama. We need to stop this. Huyu mtu amekuja sana. Mimi hata sitaki, mimi sasa nimekuwa kama Ngiru. Sitaki hata kumuona hata kwa television. Huyu mtu watu wa resist huyu mtu. Hii ni kitu mbaya hii. Usi mtu wa kucheka na yeye. Hapana. Tuseme no. Tukatae kabisa. Kabisa. Ama mnaona namna gani?
Sawa, asante.
Huyu baba boga. Wacha nimalizie Bernard.
Malizia.
Wacha nimalizie. Alafu nasemaji hapa kwa CHEBUKATI. Kusema kura ziliibiwa. Hatuwezi kusema yes, hatuwezi kusema no. Lakini inaonekana kama kule kunasemekana ukweli, maybe kanaonekana because mahali watu wawili wanazidi kuongea hiyo jambo. Si kama ukweli katakuja kutokea. I cannot support CHEBUKATI. Lakini nasema hata kama kura ziliibiwa, the bitter man baba boga yeye ndiye alikuwa na hiyo mpango. Sababu Uhuru sioni kama akiweza kuiba hiyo kitu. Ni mtu ametoka kwa pesa, ni mtu tajiri, angependa kuiba hiyo nini? Mtu huyu baba boga huyu, baba Uhuru bado. Huyo ndiye ako nyuma ya hiyo. Na ndio msaada hata akapotea. Kwa hivyo kama hiyo kitu imeibiwa, we have to revisit it, na hizo server tutasema siku moja ifunguliwe, sababu every Kenyan suffered. Hata ule mtoto atakuja kuzaliwa juzi amesuffer because ile pesa tulitumia kurudia hiyo election, it was not small money. But tuwezi kusuffer hivyo because of Chebukati and a few people. No, sababu mtu atakuwa president, hiyo ni yake na bibi yake na watoto wake. So we disagree with that and we condemn that, na tuwezi kusupport mtu yote aibe kura. Mtu akishindwa akubali ameshindwa. Hiyo tu, ni hao tu, nitachangia baadaye. Asanteni.
Okay, asante Rosie. Thank you very much. WG, you had a point, yes, but you came in at the wrong time. The issue of public sharing of money, in fact, the official date for that was already passed. So it is Chebukati sleeping on the job as usual or looking the other side. He wants to summon unnecessary people and look the other side every time. The DP, who seems to be his godfather, in quotes, msinipige mawe, commits those kind of crimes. So you can say something before we bring in Guru WG in half a minute.
Yeah, it's my other question. What happens, Bernard, if tomorrow Kuria may just pour out very incriminating points or evidence that the IEBC failed? So what happens? And yet the door is already, the time has already lapsed. That right now Chebukati cannot get out. What would be the point?
In my opinion, it's never led to correct the wrongs. It's never led to correct the wrongs. We cannot go to the Kalo because somebody has to be in office. There is nobody who has to be in office. Secondly, the wrong was in 2017. From what is happening, if it is true, the result in the server are accurate, we did not need the repeat election. So even the claims should begin. All the expenditure that was put in the repeat election, it was unnecessary. If the election was done and we had a decisive winner who won clearly, and then you went to do your Koriko chores, you forced a repeat election, which was also had issues with it. This thing is a chain of every event leading to another. So we can't open one and close the other. It will need to be, if it looked at it, it has to be all the way. If it is to be closed for now, we do the election first, then let the sleeping dog lie. Lakini usingizi kisha lazima tuulize maswali. Yes, Alex.
WG, one thing you need to understand is that when it comes to IEBC, there is always a contingency plan in case of any eventuality. It is not something cast on a stone and it's done like that, because anything can happen, and it has happened throughout the world. And I can give you examples whereby the electoral commissioner had to die and life had to continue. So there is always provision and a contingency plan that in any eventuality, because today we get Chebukati in right forth corruption. What should we do? It is envisioned in the constitution. It is not late. There is a contingency plan, and I think it might work if he continues to be incompetent and listening to things that he shouldn't. It is going to work against him. And even the lawyer today for Kuria told him, you can't be calling the shot, be the attributor, and also be the judge. That's not your work. He's going beyond his mandate, and the chicken are coming home to roost. There's a contingency plan.
Thank you. And in politics, when you see one card on play, there are several under the table. So things may not be as cozy for him as it appears to be. He needs to walk carefully. He's walking on thorns. If he's not stepping properly, atajipata babaya sana. His security of tenant notwithstanding. Jared, iko nini? Guru amengoja sana.
I wanted just also to add that In fact, that's why the ruling tomorrow is also very important, because one of the things which they're talking about is if three people can be in a commission. If the Supreme Court can say, yes, they were properly constituted, that means these three other people can be kicked out. And then we have the first one, which already we already have a vice chairman. So somebody can take over if it becomes unnecessary evil. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. I'm blessed on the comment section. You don't try after every 2 minutes. You give it some time, because when you attend, somebody has to drop off for you to get space. So give it a try. You wait like 30 minutes, you give it a try again. Pressing that button over and over will not change nothing. Until somebody is off the screen is when you get the space. But don't give up. We have 8 hours here. So if you miss the first hour, try the second hour until you get in. Keep the message alive. Thank you. Mr. Guru?
Yes, Bernard.
Karibu, namna gani?
Mzuri sana.
Ninyi mkifinya mtu mnafinya polepole. Sasa mmeona watu wameanza kufanya madhambi.
Watu lazima wakafinywa bwana. Watu lazima wakafinyika.
Sawa, endelea.
Sasa, this issue of servers, I think one thing that is clearly coming out is that Kenya will never rest until that day that these servers will be opened. You are aware that on this very forum, we have challenged a number of people, including yesterday. I can't see Samuel here. I told him that servers were never opened. And vis-a-vis that once you lose elections, you should accept. But do you accept results that are not verifiable, that are not free and fair? So I think what is happening is very healthy for the Kenyan democracy, because the very same perpetrators of the heinous crime of stealing elections are the very same people who are actually revealing what they did. You are aware, by the way, you won't be surprised, it's not only Sapina Chege and Moses Kuria who have hinted to this kind of thing. In the past, Kipchumba Murkomen, at one time, I think in a fit of anger, almost intent to something towards that thing of stealing elections. It is good that finally things are starting to come out, because finally what is important is that every Kenyan wants free, fair, verifiable elections. Otherwise, then what is the purpose of going to the elections if already some people have sat somewhere and decided so and so must win? I think it is very unfair, and it will just kill the democracy that we have if we go that direction. On the point of CHEBUKATI, this is a man who is sitting on thin ice. Why? Because if you see the kind of anger that Moses Kuria had, and the fact that he is now saying he might summon the Supreme Court ruling, that can only mean heading to the courts. Is that what CHEBUKATI wants? Does he want to be dragged to the courts to go and prove his case? Because Moses Kuria has a right to take that matter to the courts of law. Because it is not merely administrative. And you know, it is up to CHEBUKATI to prove that what Moses Kuria is saying is false. It's not the other way. So you can imagine you'll be revisiting the very same case that was before the Supreme Court, because that he has to come with the results to prove that what Kuria is saying, because it's like being told to prove that these elections were not stolen. Now, when you look at it from a wider perspective, I think Moses Kuria is very correct. These people seem to be preoccupied with what they should not be. When Moses Kuria talks about the 2017 elections, it is different from what Sabina Chege said, because what Sabina said is that kuna kaukweli na watafanya, meaning she was talking in terms of the future, meaning she was talking about 2022. But Moses Kuria was talking about an event that took place, adjudicated in the court of law, and found it to be true that there was a problem. So I think by overreacting, CHEBUKATI is not helping his case. In fact, I dare say that he is opening a Pandora's box for himself. The gathering storm may not leave him standing. He is joking with the likes of Kuria. Kuria has nothing to lose so far. He's lost so much. And you know that. He's even not, I think, so much interested in politics. You remember the first thing he said is that he was not defending a seat. Now, even this governorship, I think he's just trying for the sake of it, because you can't see that seriousness in what he's doing. So I think if CHEBUKATI is not careful, this is my stand. If he is not careful, the storm that is going to gather around him to prove that he is worth being the chairman of the IEBC as we go to answer the August elections, the storm may be so big that he may not be able to resist, because actually he is actually making people annoyed by the manner in which he is behaving. When you call someone because he says that the elections were not free and fair, yet that is what the court decided in the past. Kuria, I did not hear anywhere where Kuria said he's talking that there was still 2022 elections. So what Kuria was actually stating is a fact, which is in public domain. I don't know who advises CHEBUKATI, because I think he has grown too big for himself, and I think that ego will soon be deflated if he's not careful. Okay, then when we go to the issue of Kalonzo Musyoka, Kalonzo has already stated his standpoint. I think the issue with Kalonzo right now is to see what he can salvage from the negotiations that are there. I understand that he's meeting the president tomorrow over the same issues. So I think for the deputy president to go and issue statements like the ones that he issued in Kitui and in UKAMBANI, actually ni kumkenjeri Kalonzo Musyoka. And I don't think, and I don't know how this is going to help his cause of finding votes in that region. As much as people may not see Kalonzo in a weighty manner outside the UKAMBANI region, but within his people, he's a respected leader. He may not have 100% of the people on his side, but you can comfortably say that at least over 60% of the Kamba people listen to him. And that's not a small number. So when you go making fun, you remember the other day you were saying how you were sitting on tarmac, his hair has disappeared from his head, and so on and so forth. I mean, that is the height of disrespect. And he may not know that there are people who are hurting there because of those statements. And then he goes or his brigade goes ahead even to insult Magil. I heard one of them calling him Gashosho, which is derogative actually for a leader who has been able to sustain herself for that long in this otherwise murky game of politics. I think for me, Deputy President is scratching on every straw that he can find. But there's lot that he could just go into communities without passing through the key leaders and gatekeepers has come a crowbar on him. He's realizing it can't work. That's not the way our politics are wired. Huwezi kuingia kwa mtu na dirisha ukaanza kutongoza binti zake na bibi yake, halafu unafikiri wewe ndiye ndume. Haiwezekani. Mzee akiingia na mlango, wewe utajikuta pabaya, na ndio imefanyika na ndio inafanyika hapa hata kwetu hapa Central. Unaingia kwa dirisha kutongoza, lakini mzee anaingia kwa mlango anakukuta. Sasa pale unajua ni nani mwishowe atakuwa ameachwa katika pahali mbaya. Nadhani wacha nisimamia hapo for now. Bernard, I'll contribute more later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Guru. And if you have made your submission and you can take a break from the screen to allow others to come in, you come in later, it will help a great deal because the traffic is too heavy. But sifukuzi mtu yeyote, wewe unajua vile masaa yako inaenda. Sawa sawa. Thank you. Tumsikilize Kizito. Umesubiriwa sana Kizito, kuna tatizo ambalo ni wewe tu unaweza kulitatua na tunaomba tutoke kwako na jibu. Asante.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bernard. Good evening to you all. Good afternoon, good morning. About Linturi, you know, we have got animals and human beings. And in the category of animals, there are some human beings that we categorize them as animals. Because if you happen to have an access to somebody's private thing without her knowledge, that one for first you can be forgiven. But for the second time, 2 times, 3 times, now you are being categorized as an animal. Like Linturi, I think God forgive me or he can forgive me, but it's an animal because it's not the first, second. His case is now too much. But just that one is why I enter today. I always like to be in comment section to leave other people because we long time people who have been here, we just come once and leave for other people to come, new people. The only thing I wanted to say, I am now in support of the court case. I pray very hard for them to pass BBI tomorrow, because in BBI we will get resolution for this CHEBUKATI. In BBI we'll get this ombudsman, because in my eyewitness today, our guy went to court. In court, the honorable court, you are talking like the guy was talking today. In Kenyan court, where you say we have to respect the courts, nobody have got the mandate to talk in court like that. As if you are, you know, these are politicians. They take us. They are just like comedians. They take everything to be a joke. You go to court, you start demanding what you are supposed to be asked, or you have to tell judge what is to be done, which means our laws. If we can we can have this ombudsman. They will put this just on trail, because to me, I'm seeing our judges, they are failing us too much. These cases that they drag too much, they take them like this CHEBUKATI case. Just a question I wanted to ask the panelists or everybody who can answer me. If the judge can say that, okay, let us open the servers and we find that the election was rigged. And now Moses Kuria has been approved that you are right. Sabina Chek has been approved that you are right. What will happen to Chebukati? How are we going to this election that is coming in the next 3 months? You see, Kenya, we are going back to things that will not even help us. It's just like we are joking, everybody. That's why I always say the only person whom will be safe with is only Raila Odinga. And if this Raila Odinga will mean what he has been saying, these people, they have taken court for granted. In the other side, in the side of the mouth, they are saying, oh, we want you people to respect court. They want people to respect court when court is dealing on their side. That one is why they have got the guts to go and even to shout in court, whereby we have to respect the court. It's honorable court. Just a senator. You think that there is also Senate where they go with the Tanga issue and start saying, you take the side because I'm a Tanga. How does that concern court? Is that in law? About Linturi, I never wanted to talk because it's an animal. That's why Alex wanted me to talk. But me, I don't talk to people who they cannot be. They are like animals. Thank you. I don't have too much to say. I just wanted to talk about letters. We have a very big problem. If the court say BBI was good and they have nullified all the results, all the cases, they have said it has passed, everything is okay. What will happen next? If the CHEBUKATI open the server today and Moses Kuria find that he has got right, will they take Raila Odinga to be the president without going to campaign? Because nobody will go to vote when Raila won last time and Uhuru becomes the illegally president. How will it happen? How will people see it? Even in the guns world. Thank you. Let somebody contribute me. I just want to say that.
Thank you, Kizito. Jared?
I wanted to remind my friend Kizito that there is a reason why our constitution framers, they put the president above the law, because they realize that there are some times and this is what some people accuse the president of doing. There is sometimes as a president who receives intelligence, who overlooks at the national the national good than the individual, does some things which might be on the other side of the constitution, like breaking the law, but it is because he has that mandate. They knew that he has to do that for the good. For instance, there is no servers which will be open because the country needs to move forward, and we have come a long way. Because some of those, even if it's opened, as you have asked yourself, what will it help? It will now bring so much doubt into what we are going to. So I don't think some of those things, sometimes they might not be done because for the good of the country coming together. I'm very sure if the government wanted the servers to be open, it will be open. Who is CHEBUKATI? So CHEBUKATI did not open the servers because the government was behind him, supporting him. So we will not. There are some things which sometimes we don't look at the rulings which have been done. Like what could have happened if the Uhuru could have dissolved the parliament at that time when he was given. So some of those things he does because he has the power to break that law, knowing that the constitution supports him.
Now, Jared, with your information,
thank you.
before I bring in Alex, let me just say this. The president did not declare himself the winner of the elections. He cannot declare himself the winner. The person charged with this responsibility is one CHEBUKATI. If he wasn't sure of the result, he should have rechecked. So for the president, the deputy president, and all the people who are declared winners, CHEBUKATI has to carry that bag. Whether he was being protected, being shielded, being pushed, he yielded to the push and committed whatever he committed. And even if he does not pay for it now, a time will come for him to pay for it, because we will not have a country that is run by the law of the jungle in matters that are clear. He would have rather resigned than accept to be part of a fraud. Now that he has already committed it and time is past, we will not reverse the presidency that was meant for Raila Odinga. We may reward him in other ways, but getting to the bottom line will help a great deal. Even if not now, eventually, because we will, how long are we going to deceive the whole country? I mean, if we deceive the country, then why are we punishing our children for cheating the exam? No, let's just declare ourselves a country of cheats, and we can cheat everything. We cheat the bank, we cheat the exam, we cheat everywhere, and let it be known that way. But if we want to have right country governed the right way, we should follow the law to the letter. Ukipoteza kura, enda nyumbani straight. Hakuna haja ku massage numbers na kusongesha numbers so that you make a specific person a winner. If you don't have the mandate of the people, you don't have the mandate of the people. Stop imposing yourself on the people and using institutions to do that. And that goes for the judiciary and for what? For the IEBC and all the people that are charged with this responsibility. Tukianza kusema ati rais yako na ruhusa ya hii na ruhusa ya hii na ruhusa ya hii, basi turuhusu kila kitu. Turuhusu kila kitu, kila mtu afanye bila anataka. Lakini kama kuna sheria hapa Kenya, ifuatwe. Alex unasema yes, Jared.
Alex, please a second, then you will respond. I need a quick to Bernard. You are saying right, but Bernard, do you believe that the Kuria Commission did not know who won 2007? When they say there's no way,
that was a convenient political response. It wasn't legal.
That's what I'm trying to say. Another thing is 2013. It has come out that they knew that the election was bungled, but for the good of the country, they decided the way they did not annul the election. Okay, so some of these things happen for the sake of the country, and I am saying we are winning.
That's what I don't want to hear. That's what I don't want to hear. Which good for which country? Now, how good are we? After they did the good in 2013, they did the good in 2017. How good are we now? Are we now not 11 trillion in debt? Are we now not? I went to Marsabit to distribute food. I got stuck. There's no road. What are you people talking about? If you're going to fix this country, we should follow the law, or we throw away the law. Kila mtu aishi vile anajiona. Okay? Lakini kama kuna sheria, hiyo sheria iliwekwa kwa sababu ya kunyosha mambo, sio kupinda mambo. So mimi naomba kama CHEBUKATI ni muhusika kwa haya masuala, anawe mikono mapema kama Sisa alikuwa anaitwa nani, Pilato. Hiyo beseni iletwe mapema, anawe angatuke tu mapema. Si 2022 hatutaki mchezo. Sisi tunataka rais ambaye amechaguliwa na Wakenya. Na Wakenya amepata majority of voting is endorsing. You are endorsing this one to be your president. You are endorsing this one to be your president. Whoever gets the majority should lead the Kenyan people. Not somebody to go and divert that and then go and begin to cook things and cause delay. This country would have taken off long time ago. All these delays after every 5 years, atutaki. Alex njoo tulete Murunga tafadhali, muda nao unaenda mbio.
Yeah, quickly. I hate interjecting when it's submission time. I will guarantee you, Jared, on this. Jared, Amenda, Jared, I want you to look at me. On this one, Yeah, I was responding to him. Jared, I will guarantee you on this. You cannot substantively sema 2013, 2007 is same as 2017. The process of the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, went from the beginning to the end. It is not Raila who took that case, for your information, to court. Many institutions did that. The very institutions that are fundamental to our democracy. And these institutions will not relent on this. They will want to find an answer. And that is why on the side of Chebukati, he has gone to court as an individual to exonerate himself, because he knows whether he likes it or not, this issue must be revisited until the answer. Kriegler report didn't go to the Supreme Court, my friend. The 2013, it went to the Supreme Court, but the process was bungled before the end. It was a ruling, my friend. Don't lie to yourself. Supreme Court ruling. If the highest court of the land will not go after its ruling, it will lose a mandate. And that will be a banana republic. Take it to the bank. And that's why Chebukati has gone to the same court to protect himself. If it were not so, he would have played differently.
A second, please.
Jared,
Alex,
quickly, please. Quickly.
Alex, I agree, because I'm getting off actually. And Alex, I agree with you, but the same Supreme Court who ordered for the server to be opened actually accepted the other ruling of a section of the country not going to vote. Okay? So sometimes these things, they look at what it's not what it is. Today, 2022 is different, because natural justice will work. There will be no steering, because the person they have been steering will be the one who is winning. So that's why natural justice will happen this time around. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Let us leave it there. Some other go will weigh on it later. Murunga, karibu tafadhali. Tuokoe muda.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. I see
It's
you're happy. What is happening?
No, it's interesting to hear people arguing about the results. Yet we know very well all these things are just happening. Whichever the ruling or judgments, all these are meant for academic purposes. We use them for research in future, or our kids will use it for research. Because none of these guys will open the servers. Opening the server today means that we are opening a can of worms. Na nani anataka namna hiyo Ben? Sasa hivi tunataka tuwe watiivu kabisa, tuweze kupewa uwezo wa kuongoza na tuingie na tuingie tukiwa na
Murunga. Sisi tunataka baba akae kwa ofisi bila kutishwa. Okay? Hatutaki baba akae kwa ofisi huko anasumbuliwa maswali, na hapa akiingia kwa ofisi akae bila kutishwa. Na hiyo inawezekana tu wakati amepigiwa kura na Wakenya wote na imeonekana wazi. Kama Chebukati ako na jikoni ingine hapo inaitwa Anniversary Tower, hiyo jikoni mpaka ifunguliwe, tuangalie kwa makabati. Where there is cockroaches, doom ikuwe spread. Sai hatutaki mchezo.
Wajua Ben Bernard, ni wazo nzuri kabisa, but now the question is, who is going to do it? None of these guys are going to do it, and even Raila himself is not willing to do that.
We have done with Isaac Hassan. We have done many things in this country in the 90s. We have, how many things have we changed in this country against the will
a lot of
everybody?
Things. A lot of things.
Thank you. Make submission. Stop holding brief for Chebukati. Chebukati kama aliweka mkono kwa hii kura, itamchoma yeye.
Hii najua hawezi weka mkono, manake hii tayari anajua mshindi yule wa kawaida, because we keep on saying Raila needs these numbers from this region or that region, but all we know is that if the servers are not yet opened, it means that Raila Odinga is and remains to be the next winner, basing on the numbers. But I'm also going to interject on people who have been saying that Kalonzo Musyoka akuje apate ile kitu iko apate ashukuru. We are saying this. Let's go slowly on Kalonzo Musyoka. Take note that this guy comes from UKAMBANI na kule ni dry spell. Unajua tunaangalia vile hali ilivyo. Hawa ni watu, huyu ni mtu ambaye anahitaji apelekwe polepole, aweze kuonyeshwa njia na hatimaye ataingia tu. Manake tunajua Kalonzo Musyoka ahadi ile tulio nayo kwake. Tunajua anakuja na kura. In fact, let me tell you something, today that Kalonzo Musyoka's numbers are more than the numbers
It's not parliamentary to say dry spell here.
I withdraw my
exactly. That's what I wanted to say, Murunga. You need to use good words. Dry spell and in UKAMBANI. That one, you know, it doesn't go together.
No, I withdraw and apologize.
You people are reading too much.
That one is voluntary. You can use that for
Thank you. It is unparliamentary language. Murunga, watch your words. Thank you.
I stand corrected. So what I'm saying is this. Kalonzo Musyoka, we are going to sort his issue by passing BBI tomorrow. I am confident that tomorrow's judgment is going to be in favor of us, and that BBI is coming back. The only thing that remains is that who now becomes the prime minister and who gets the deputy president. Those are the areas that we are going to focus on. I am not sure if the people of Central Kenya who now want to have the deputy president, whereas somebody else from a different region controls the government. You get it, Bernard? These are key things that we need now to rethink. That having a deputy president from UKAMBANI or deputy president for prime minister from Central Kenya, which one adds more value and which one is promising more votes? Then there's the issue of who now becomes their deputies again, because we are going. You remember in BBI we had a number of deputy presidents. It was not to be one because we had the regional representation which covered entirely the entire country. So my question will be, nani atakuwa deputy prime minister? So that's when we will rope in a number of people. So ile kitu naongea about Kalonzo Musyoka, let's go slow on him. I know Kalonzo Musyoka wanted a name, but it has come to realization that Kalonzo Musyoka is not getting the name as he wanted it to be. But now BBI has come up. What are we going to give Kalonzo Musyoka so that we have this regional balance? And the question now remains, is William Ruto going to award these positions to his people, or is going to campaign against BBI after the passage? That's another question. Or is going to promise Musalia Mudavadi, the deputy, the prime minister, and assuming that he's going to get the Western Bloc. Those are some of the areas we are also going to look at. And if he comes up with the idea of dishing out the positions to favor him in terms of numbers, then we must reject him completely and in totality, because we cannot have somebody speaking from both sides of his mouth. So what we are saying is this: BBI is coming, BBI is here, and we are going to have it, and the country will be more united than before. Sasa mambo ya server, Bernard, let me come back to the servers. We need truth, justice, and reconciliation. Wacha ile ya mashamba na hiyo ingine on the issue of election, so as to clear this thing na tubaki tukijua ya kwamba hakuna mtu ako na kiwewe tena kuhusu mambo ya uchaguzi zenye zimefanyika hapo nyuma, because some of us are still questioning what happened, what really happened. So assuming today we open the servers, what next? Bernard, my question is, assuming today we open the servers, what will happen? Tutafanya namna gani?
It's not the server. You know, you people are afraid of the result in the server. Okay. The information that is shared, okay, and is put in public domain is going to answer a lot of unanswered questions. Those unanswered questions are the bedrock of animosity. We have people who have buried on this premise, okay? So it's not a light thing what is in the server, and we shouldn't take it lightly. We will one day get to the bottom of it, even if we don't do it now. The result in the server are very important to help us be sure that the result that will be in the server 2022 will be secure.
Yes.
Akili ya Wakenya waache hiyo.
Hiyo ni sawa Bernard. A jambo lingine, now this is a very critical area that we are giving our people so much confidence that we are actually headed to victory. But victory without the numbers, victory without ensuring that we have people voting in numbers, that we will actually not be doing the right thing. Because you remember, I overheard somewhere, and of course this is clear, that in 2002, people from certain regions did not vote because they were overconfident that Mwai Kibaki was going to become the president. Don't you see this happening, coming into play in 2022, Bernard? That
no, Muruga, let me, in the interest of time, let me cut you short on that one. You are getting ahead of yourself. Right now, it is matter of nominations. Then we get really candidates. When we have really candidates, then we know that the votes we bring in are really votes. Right now, we have aspirants' votes. These aspirants' votes can change anywhere. So as at now, the figures we have cannot be relied on. Wacha nomination ifanye. Tujue nani ni nani amechukuliwa na IEBC anaenda kwa ballot. Then we will know who has what. Right now, when we begin to worry about those numbers and whipping people to go and vote, yet we don't have candidates officially, we are getting ahead of ourselves, and I think that is reading too much. Enda pole pole. Okay, tupate candidates, then now candidates waambie pigia kura huyu. Sai ni aspirants. Wacha aspirants wamalizana mchujo kwanza.
Yeah, ndio hiyo sasa.
Yes.
But now there is the issue of Moses Kuria today about the rigging claims. Of course, this is what from Moses Kuria is not somebody that we should take seriously. For the way he acts and behaves. This is somebody that we should ignore, and everybody else should ignore him. Yes, it's good that that he's coming up with the, I know our friend Alex is disputing that, but Moses Kuria should be ignored, because who knows what he's going to say tomorrow.
Even a clock that doesn't work twice a day, it is right. Even a clock that doesn't work twice a day, it is right. You never know when it's right.
Let's Mr. Muruga conclude tusonge mbele tafadhali. Asante.
And my conclusion will be that we all have to work smart and ensure we are doing the right thing. And now we are looking upon the opinion polls that we are seeing and what is going to come up. We are seeing Baba is ahead, and this time around he has actually regained more by adding 2 more digits on top of that. I am happy to see that Western Kenya is now becoming locked under AZIMIO. Though bit of different of opinion that is basing on what happened, that it was an odium affair in Western Kenya the other day when Baba toured there. We've had mamas from people from the other side of our team, that is DAP Kenya. Tunajua kuna utata kidogo kuhusu mambo ya uongozi wa chama cha DAPK, lakini hayo yatasuluhishwa. Kitu tunasema ni kwamba what Baba did was only to go to Kakamega because that is ngome ya ODM. And he went to Kakamega to ensure that the people of Kakamega County, Busia County, and Vihiga County, where he knows very well he has the following, ODM followers, akaamua ya kwamba let him now sort out the issues around there. But I've also seen members of ODM from Lurambi constituency who are also complaining. But that one we are saying that Oparanya and Baba should move with speed and ensure there is working closely to ensure that that is averted. The animosity within that region is also averted, and we have a team that supports our gubernatorial candidate and Baba and the rest of the members of parliament, because I know that Lurambi constituency has a reverend, that is a Bishop Hamala, and Bishop Hamala is a force in Lurambi. Yes, we know there are those who are not happy for Bishop Hamala having moved to ODM, because of course the party did not have a vacuum there. It already had a candidate, but this is the candidate who is complaining. Though looking at the ground, Hamala was very popular and remains to be popular. So let us see how we can actually bring him on board so that we don't lose these votes. Kwa hayo na mengi na machache, I'll be waiting, and jana nilisubiri sana, wacha leo nikae kwa studio nisikize.
Asante Bwana Murunga, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tumlete Sara moja kwa moja. Sara, namna gani?
Niko salama kabisa. Labda nyinyi mko wazima.
Kabla hujanianza. Sara, habari yako?
Mzuri sana Lex. Kwa salama lakini. Leo sina maneno na wewe. Aya, wacha nianze. Naona watu. Wacha nianze na Linturi.
Asante sana. Asante sana.
Bernard, nafikiri mambo ya Linturi hiyo ni aibu hata kwa viongozi wa Kenya mzima na dunia. Nafikiri hata mahali akina Lex wako sahi wanajiuliza, is this really Kenya that we need leaders? Rika ya baba yangu Linturi anaenda kufanya vituko kama hiyo, alafu anasema I watched that clip karibu mara 4, akisema hata sijui nilikujaje hapa, na hata the girlfriend ajui yako pande gani. That is stupidity and shame of the highest order, of which I wish I could be given that gentleman. Nitamutandika nyaunya na ile nini ya Wamasai mbaya sana. Hiyo upuzi sisi hatutaki. Hii Kenya tunataka God fearing leaders. Ile kuna heshima. Unajua heshima si utumwa. Hata kama uko na vituko zako, fanya kwa heshima. But openly like that. Ni bias gani utaenda kusimama na kusema hiyo ni And I wish these people should be brought to this channel tuambie tu ukweli vile kuko. Tusibembelezane hapa. Hapo nimemalizana na hiyo Lex. Najua hapo ndio ulikuwa unaongojea. Secondly, wacha niende kwa nini, kwa the servers. Mimi naona watu wakina Murunga, yani Murunga ni mluya muoga ama ni mluya gani? Hii mambo ya server ifunguliwe. Wakenya wajue ukweli kuko wapi. Unasikia? If Raila won, tujue kweli Raila alipita hii kitu na kumbe kulikuwa na uwizi iliendelea. Unajua mtoto wako leo akiiba shilingi 1 na ujamukosoa, kesho ataenda 10 bob. Aende 50 bob, aende 500 mpaka 1000. Huyo mtoto bado utambembeleza? Wezi kumbembeleza. Kiboko itaamua kwa sababu umejua ameanzia shilingi 1, la lazima umtandike kiboko na umwambie ukweli. So tunataka hiyo server ifunguliwe, Chebukati atuambie hii mambo yote iliendaje. Tusibembelezane, hii ni Kenya, tunataka future of our children. For example, saizi Lex, you still have young children. Wakisikia hii maneno, the other times watasema, next times watasema tu, si hata Chebukati alifanya hivi, wacha hata mimi nifanye hivyo. This is Kenya that we need peace. Na ni Kenya yenye tunataka kuambiana ukweli. Hii mambo ya kando kando hii haisaidii. Na kama inawezekana, hata kama ingewezekana that Kenyans we go on solidarity the time of voting, hii watu wote wafagiliwa kwa ofisi.
Sara, unaonekana network yako iko na shida, unapotea potea.
No,
Pole,
unanisikia? Unanisikia?
Unakuja ukienda Eburu, endelea tuone.
Hapo unanisikia?
Hapo sawa.
Unanisikia?
Yes, uko sawa, endelea.
Sasa,
Lakini picha yako imekwama.
we want to sawa, we want to wacha picha ikwame tu, haina shida. As long as you get my information. So what is there, we need to tell these people the truth. Na tuambie vile Kenya sisi wenyewe tunataka, because it is us who are voting them in. So if we vote them in na huko wanaenda kutufanyia madharau, hiyo ni kusema nini? We need the Kenya of today, tomorrow and for future. And we need to have the lead example from us, the parents, to our children and the future generation.
Sara, inaonekana nini? Ebu mute kamera yako kama unanisikia. Network yako iko chini, so naona ina struggle. Ebu mute kamera uone kama utaendelea. Okay, sorry, it seems she's gone. Douglas, you can come in now. Sorry about that. We'll get back to you as soon as you are recovered.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, morning, afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here today. Yesterday I was not able to get in, but I was in the comment section, and I was happy that the man I like in Kakamega, Toto mwenyewe alishasema sasa tukirudi pale tutafanya hiyo kampeni ya kuensure Fernandez Barasa is our next governor. Now, I want to start from the Linturi issue, and I want to start by saying the good Bible that we read tells us, to whom much has been given, much is expected. Linturi and his friends, of course, on the same campaign trails every time, they claim to be closer to God than most of us are. And when he is found in such a case, I think his punishment becomes harsh than the punishment that we could receive, those one of us who are not close to God. But again, Bernard, old habits die hard. So if somebody was caught in the first time, he'll continue being caught the same, it will continue. And that is how somebody builds a character. But again, there are people who will elect him as their governor. Of course, they'll want to say that is a non-issue. They want to elect him. That is upon them. But the truth has come out. He was there, and he claims he's drunk. You know, when you're drunk, you don't even know whether you are drunk. Where do you get the senses of knowing you are drunk? And we are not saying that as some people are claiming, but what we're only saying is, when you claim to be close to God, live being close to God. Let me move to the servers. I think there's a trap that we want to avoid from both sides of the coin, whether from the AZIMIO side or the KKA side. I want to imagine of scenarios where if the servers were opened and it's true that Raila won, what happens to the 2022 elections? Then that means after the elections, if KKA lose, they will demand the servers to be opened, whether they win or not. So that will be another Pandora box that we open. And again, if the servers are opened and Raila did not win, then the KKA will have a bargaining power. They will now turn the coin aside and start saying, these people are just making noise. They didn't win. So I think it's an issue that needs to be looked at keenly. But again, I think Moses Kuria is sending home a message. Moses Kuria wants to confuse these camps. It really does not mean what he says, that open the servers. I I want to be convinced that he does not mean what he says. Him is just buying time and wanting to know what are the reactions from the other people. Like this issue of impeachment, Ruto wanted to throw in Raila Odinga that he was the one who was involved. But when Raila was asked, he says, I do not know anything about impeachment. That was a brilliant answer, and I like that. So sometimes when your enemy wants to drag into the mud, he will want to involve you in even things that you do not even know. And at that point, you need to be brilliant. And that is why I want to ask the AZIMIO guys, they should desist from commenting on the issue that Moses Kuria has raised today about the servers. They should completely keep mum and avoid and just assume nothing happened. Let Moses Kuria struggle with his own cross with IEBC. If CHEBUKATI is found guilty, I don't think we'll be freely going to the next elections with him if he is found culpable. I don't think we will be able to cast our votes. That will bring another issue. What was that other time? Now, that is basically what you're asking, is the 2022 election safe? Of course, it cannot be safe if those issues are being raised and people are saying, oh, then the issue of Ruto in UKAMBANI, you see, Kalonzo stood and declared that he's supporting Raila Odinga, but the DP Ruto still wants to beg Kalonzo to join him. That means they still do not have the numbers they're bragging about, that we've won, that we have these numbers in this place and this place, that tuko kwa ground, tuko na watu kwa ground. If you are in the ground na uko na watu, and as I keep on saying, when your team is strong, when your opponent is weak, you don't field your strong team, you field your weak team, your second placed team, so that they can defeat the team that is less. So they are still panicking, and they are still looking for ways of wanting to get Kalonzo and others. And maybe they have seen there could be people that will be leaving the KKA camp after the Court of Supreme Court tomorrow ruling on BBI. Either way, there will be casualties, and now that's why they are trying to hook Kalonzo to go and join their camp. But I think Kalonzo is very brilliant. He will not be able to join that team. So let me continue listening. Alex, I asked you a question yesterday. You didn't answer me. You will answer me in the private chat, please. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. Alex, you will take the prefectship as you bring in Kenyua and respond to Douglas. Thank you.
Yeah, Douglas. You know, as a country, we have a collective problem and we need a collective solution. We cannot think that if servers are open, so we think of us being in the NASA. If we do not win election, what happens to us? I mean, that is a height of hypocrisy. In the ruling, we went to the Supreme Court for a singular purpose. We wanted to know the truth. And we cannot come here today and say, what about if the servers are opened and we are found that we did not win? We went to get the truth. And if we get the truth, it is okay if we did not win. We should not be driven by fear. And I am 100% sure we did not lose. So that should be not a reason why we should not open servers. Maybe you could have hyped up your argument, but the argument that if we find that we did not win, no, that's below our pay grade of mindset. So who was next?
Okay, Alex, before you move, actually my point is, and my point could be, why the timing is questionable. Why is it being brought at this time? Because it has not been brought before, because we've had cases like people claiming, oh, these ones lost, these ones didn't lose, but it didn't come up at that time. And from the person that the issue of opening the servers is coming from is very questionable. It's a questionable character. Who is he working for? That is my question.
Yeah, that's questionable, but the servers will be opened one day. Kinyo, are you next?
Yes. Okay, let me say habari yenu nyinyi wote. Nadhani mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia kabisa.
Good. I'm so grateful to see that everyone in the panel is okay, and we are healthy by God's faith. So let me just talk a little bit about this my Ntuli, my man from home. Huyu jamani joker. Because first thing when I saw the clip, I thought it was room 350. I don't know whether it's room 350 or room what. I almost asked you, was this room 350? So this guy, I think on point of view as a leader, I think he should be someone who can be followed as a leader. And such leaders, they are misleading even the youth. They are claiming that they want to help. Because talking about you was drunk, I'm wondering how you know you was drunk, but you couldn't know where you are. Even your girlfriend was where. So Linturi ni mtu mmoja, I think I may say even the camp he is in, you see the disgrace. They about the God.
Kinyua, we are losing you. Kinyua, are you there?
The other day, their colleague saying that about the church closer. Oh, you're losing me. I don't know. Maybe
Unakwama.
it's the network. Okay, now can you hear me now? Am I okay now? Okay. So let me
Yes,
say,
na
watu
unapotea.
wacha tuwatana juu ni mtu wa mchezo. Let me just go to about the. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me go to how to open the server. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Moses Kuria. You know, we don't have to keep pretending about ati tuachane na Moses Kuria. Because itakuwa kuzoea, hata ile kitu iko serious atakuwa anafanya, then ana decide tutasema tu ni mchezo. And for that, and saa hizo already damage will have been done.
Umekwama Kenyua.
Okay.
Kenyua tukusikii.
Kinyua, toa video kuwe na audio, maybe itakusaidia.
Okay, let me try. Okay. Now hii story ya saizi mnanisikiza?
Yes.
Hii story ya Moses Kuria, I think it should be taken very serious. You remember from the NDC the other day, whatever he said, and you see even today what he said about to open the server. You know, this guy is the person who should not be ignored. Sometimes there is things we normally ignore. The person I say I could have opted to ignore before was Babu Owino those days, because the guy was new in politics. But this Moses Kuria is deep in the politics and in the government. So whatever he says should be taken on a serious note. We don't have to say it's Moses Kuria anaropokangwa tu. Anaweza kuwa anaropokwa, but in one way or the other anafanya hivyo intentionally, kitu anajua ndio to ignore as usual. So for that purpose, server
mgonjwa. Moses Kuria ni mgonjwa, my friend. Uoni?
And one thing, so Moses Kuria, acha tuachane na yeye for some time, wacha adili na kesi yake bado, akikumbukanga even in Gatondo where he is an MP.
Tumekupoteza. Hatukusikii.
I think I have problem with my network.
Yeah, Kinyo, maybe we can let you a little bit. We find somebody then when your network is okay, because we are losing you a lot. We can't hear you coherently. Can you hear us? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are losing you a lot. Can you do something and then maybe you come
Okay.
back, because we are
Let me
really
sort out my
a lot.
network first.
Yes. So I think the next person was Banaki. Banaki, you can have your time as we wait for Kinyo to come back.
Okay.
Banaki, you can unmute and speak to us.
Okay. Thanks again, guys, the panelists. I'd like to thank you for this time. Thanks again for inviting me to this forum where we're talking about the server and also talking about Moses Kuria. As Kenya was talking about, we cannot take this guy for granted in a single day. Moses Kuria is deep in our Kenyan politics, and he's a guy who's trying to raise an issue of instability in the country. Now, one thing we have to be very careful, this country, this year's elections will be more serious, more than ever we can imagine. Not forget about 2007. 2007 was just walk in the park. This one will be more serious. And therefore, CHEBUKATI has to be very open with the public. What is all this about the server? And we have to, Mother Comment should get into the whole conversation about moving forward, what is going on with the server, because by July or August, this is going to get out of order completely. And therefore, I hope, and let's all pray for the country, because now there's chaos. Things will open up by July. There'll be more suspicion. IEBC is not prepared for the elections. Let's hope that Baba will be able to keep Uhuru Kenyatta aside. Uhuru Kenyatta is just another problem too. He doesn't have any supporters. Baba is the only guy who we need, even in Meru, where I come from. Without Uhuru Kenyatta, Baba will get 90% of the Merus. But the moment we have Uhuru Kenyatta on board, we're in big trouble. We need Baba to come to guide us on IEBC. We need Baba to guide us all the way to the end of the elections. Otherwise, that's all I have to say. Alex?
What do you mean? What do you mean that the president has got no powers? What do you mean?
I'm not saying there's no power. He has powers.
What do you mean? Can you explain a little bit?
Let me explain to you. I'm saying he has powers right now, but for the unity of the country, like where Baba Uhuru Kenyatta is so unpopular, we need Baba to come and guide us as a nation. That's what I'm saying. Uhuru Kenyatta, he has the powers right now. He's the end of the state. We can respect him for that. But let's just keep him aside for now. Let's focus on Baba to guide the nation, because that's all we need right now. The server will be an issue moving forward. Moses Kuria, he is not to be ignored. As Kenya was saying, we have to push on and listen carefully where this country is going forward. But even also praying for the nation, let's pray for our country, because this year's elections, the stakes are so high. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court will make a big decision. That decision will have a big implication to this year's elections. Whether we like it or not, the facts are there. The stakes are so high. Ask people like Orengo, ask Atiana Molo, Kanjama, all those lawyers, they know what is at stake. This country of ours, we love it so much, but we need to be sober-minded, be more sober as we discuss these topics. Moses Kuria, the guy cannot be ignored. CHEBUKATI should not take this guy for granted. CHEBUKATI should just come out clearly and say, if he wants to talk about the server. Otherwise, if we ignore this thing, it will keep on boiling up. Remember back what happened in 2007? We just ignored it. What happened? We lost so many lives. Now the stakes are so high this time around, because now we're not talking about this tribe or the other tribe. We are talking about the poor and the rich. I can tell you for sure, There will be invasion of the rich people in the country. The very poor people now will invade those plantations. I can tell you for sure. The very rich people need to watch out their space. I'm just giving you point blank what's on the ground. On the social media, we're not talking about now Kikuyu and Luos. We are talking about the poor. Mama Boga. Nobody talks about Mama Boga Mjalua. Mama Boga
Excuse me, my friend.
Yes.
And who has the numbers? Who has the numbers?
What was the numbers?
Is it the rich? Is it the rich or the poor?
What's that?
Who has the numbers?
The numbers.
Is
It
it
doesn't
the,
matter.
is it the rich or the poor? Huh?
Baba's the
Sorry?
number. Baba's the numbers. But you see now, what I'm saying is, the poor, if you misdirect them, maybe they are misled. That's how they tend to think that they are not wanting the public.
And that's why we are here. And that's why we are here. If they are misread, that's why we are here. Don't ever underestimate the power of the president and the poor people, my friend. We are the numbers.
No, we are discussing like a sober.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Okay, order, please. Order, please. Rose, hold on. You will rebut. Let him finish his submission.
Yeah, what I was saying is, Bernard, I was saying, I'm not trying to dismiss the president. What I'm trying to say is this. We need to have the IEBC. It's and now we are hearing about IEBC, Mrs. Kuria, and the disclosure of the opening of the server. But what I was saying is that right now we need Baba to come forward and guide the nation in terms of the discussion moving forward. The AZIMIO supporters being one of them, we need to listen carefully.
Excuse me, I cut you short.
Yes.
How will Baba come to Mount Kenya alone without the president?
Rose,
you are
hold
telling
on.
us the president should stop.
Let me answer you.
Please, Rose, if you don't stay in order, you go to quarantine. Let him make his point, then we'll rebut it. Thank you. And Kimathi.
Yes.
Is it important for you for the law to be followed?
Yeah, the law needs to be followed. But what I was saying is,
what constitutional mandate has Baba have to provide leadership as at now when Uhuru is still on the throne?
The reason why I'm saying this is Uhuru Kenyatta is the president, but he has lost the mandate in Mount Kenya region.
No, that is for you. That's your opinion. And the presidency of this country does not come from the mountain, and it's not decided by the mountain.
No,
so if
I was talking about in terms of kingpins.
Hold on. What the mountain people made of Uhuru Kenyatta is to make them their Mudamaki. But we made Uhuru Kenyatta the Kenya's president. Those are two different mandates. Withdrawing Mudamaki from him does not change his mandate as president, and it does not affect it in any way. Okay? And even the withdrawal of Mudamaki from him cannot be done by you guys, because him being ordained or set apart as Mudamaki was not done by you young people. I don't understand why do you want to exercise the role of elders when you are yet to become elders and dismissing. Okay, let us assume that Uhuru Kenyatta has lost the mountain. He has no control over the mountain. Okay, that's right. Why is it a problem when he's offering his support to Raila Odinga from the very people who have claimed that he has no control over the mountain?
Let me put it this way.
I thought that could be a very good plus for them, and they should be celebrating that he has only taken one vote, and probably that one of Margaret, to the lake. Let the mountain vote wherever, consultatively, to wherever they want to go. Why should that be an issue? The only way it is an issue is because Uhuru Kenyatta, he is a force to reckon with as far as Mount Kenya elections, Mount Kenya politics are concerned. He cannot be wished away. And Moses Kuria and the team, their problem is not the server. Their problem is not Raila Odinga. Their problem is Uhuru Kenyatta has refused to exit with a Makif and leave it for them. So they don't have bargaining power on the political desk. That is what they wanted. They wanted Uhuru out of the way so that they can use it to intimidate UDA, to size, and these other political parties. Uhuru Kenyatta has outshined them and said he's staying in office. Jubilee has been revived. That is the funeral for Moses Kuria. He should go and sort it there, not to come and try to drive a wedge between Uhuru and Raila so that he can retain his coveted seat of being the Mudamaki without mandate. So tusichanganye hapa. Shida ya Moses Kuria ni udhamaki. Udhamaki haupeanwi hivyo. I'm a student of politics in Kenya. The udhamaki in Mount Kenya is decided very far from Moses Kuria. He's not anywhere near the age bracket of people who should be deciding the direction of the mountain. It should be ignored, in my opinion. Lakini wacha tunikasirike sahi. So please let's do this. Let us debate in view of that information. Let's not debate keeping information away so that it looks like we are forcing somebody's will or somebody's opinion on us. We have a country that is governed by both constitution and traditions. The constitution acknowledges the traditions of different communities in this country. And so when we discuss our politics, we can't ignore the traditions of different communities, the difference of different communities, because they play a role on how the direction of the politics go. So when we want to say something, we should not zero it that the president doesn't have mandate or the president cannot provide this. No, we will be going for what is erroneous deliberately. And I don't see why we should do that. Thank you. So Kimathi, please make your submission to conclusion to Songebele. Nelson, your mic is on. Please keep it mute. Asante. Mikono nimeona, lakini ngoja kwanza. Rose ngoja, Alex ngoja. Wacha Kimathi amaliza alafu tuingie. Asante.
Thanks again. I was not trying to be dismissive of the president. I was not dismissing him at all. We respect him as the head of state. But what I was saying is, I come from Meru myself. And I can tell you for certain, if you want to look at the statistics back in 2007, in Meru North, where Munya comes from, Lintori, Baba carried a big chunk of the votes on that part of the world. Okay? And for us, when we talk about mountain these days, we're no longer the same Gema we were referred as Gema back in the day. We have got the Mount Meru, Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West. I was making a point on the side of Mount Kenya West where we have Merus, Tarakanidi, and Embu, so that we don't get confused. Moses Kuria talks for Kiambu people. Kiambu is just a small fraction of the entire Mount Kenya. Moses Kuria is not known very well in Meru, that sense of Meru. We know him because he appears in the news all the time. But what I can say is that obviously, as you said, I'm not dismissing of the president, but at the end of the day, when Baba gets elected, he has to implement a few things that we are requesting him. We need to know more about the Dongo Land report. It has to be implemented to the totality. The people of the coast, they want to see Dongo report implemented totality. And that's what we want to support Baba so that Uhuru Kenyatta will not interfere with the implementation of the Dongo report. That is where we are supporting. We weren't going to support him right now until August 9. Once we have the new president, we do not want anybody tampering the president-elect. We want Baba to implement his powers to the totality. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Yes, Kenywa.
Mi bwana, network yangu inaleta
Alex,
shida.
unakuja. Kenywa una
I say this, I think if possible, if allowed, I can finish my submission because my network had an issue.
Oh, okay. If this
Let me
network
say
issue,
something
then we'll
before you go to
begin at the
submissions.
beginning. We'll begin kulipa
Yeah.
deni mahali deni liliingilia kwanza. So ngoja hapo because hata Sara alienda kwa sababu ya network. So ngoja kwanza.
I was
Alex,
not allowed.
Ngoja tafadhali. Nataka tuwe na order. Alex.
I think we misunderstood what Kimothy was saying. Kimodhi was giving us the matrix of how we can climb the terrains of Mount Kenya from the east. He wasn't dismissive, honestly. We took him out of context. He said in this area of the mountain, the way the terrains are, it looks like Uhuru approach and Jubilee has been dismantled completely. So the better way for it to coalesce together is through Baba alone, because those who are supporting us, for example, I'm from Kisii, and I've been saying, if we bungle on nomination, I will feel so bad because Baba will win, but Baba will never have the members of parliament that we so direly need. Okay? And he's giving us advice from his perspective that the terrain from the east look like it is so anti, and that's why we see people like Linturi, as bad as they are, as many mistakes they have made, just because they are anti-Uhuru. And Kinyu has told us, Stone Pike has told us that Tarakaniti, Mbeere, and Meru, we still have work to do. Wambora just defected to UDA. And I think we are getting an aspect of something that we must listen and work with. And remember, our ground forces are people like Kinoti, because they say it as they see it. And I think I like what he's saying. We may dismiss him, but you know, siasa is made in Changaden, in churches, in so on and so forth. It's not in the panel.
Alex, sawa tu. Sawa, nitakusamehe mara sabini. But all the same, okay, there's no doubt that the mountain is complicated. The mountain matrix are complicated. One way of dealing with the mountain is ignoring some parts and working with the working parts. That is why I'm sure the mountain will come around, because there is already a part of the mountain that has already given an unconditional support. Through that, these other people who are playing Kati will have no choice but to follow suit eventually. Lakini mkitaka wote waingie kwa kikapu siku moja, hiyo itakuwa kazi ngumu sana. Tulikuwa sio siku tulikuwa tunachunga ng'ombe. Wakati ng'ombe zimefika sasa unataka kuingiza kwa boma na unataka zote ziingie kwa gate. They will not fit in. You will have to organize yourself to see how many wanaingia kwanza at a time before you lock.
But Bernard, you have to look at from the point of view where Kinoti is coming. You come from an area whereby already we have consolidated the support. The Baba's ground forces in Meru are impatient with what is happening. In fact, they feel like they should grab the whole Azimio and tell it, this is what ought to be done. And I feel him. He is just being a good ground forces.
I agree with you, and I would want us to let this thing work out. Mlima tumeanza kupanda lini? I agree with you, and let the people do their best. If you know, the Uhuru matrix is very tricky. I'm not speaking for Azimio. I don't work in Azimio headquarters, but I am a life person in terms of looking at life and judging the way people respond to various things. We have slow people naturally. Then we have adamant people who you can never tell whatever you want to tell. They will still do what they want to do. We should also allow those people to be Kenyans by right. Then on the other hand, we have people who can only make a decision when they are left with no choice. Those people should also be given time to reach that place when they have no choice. But the attempt of punishing Uhuru Kenyatta, okay, by voting for the person he has said not, it has proven they have punished. They punished Raila Odinga 2013. They punished Raila Odinga 2017. Today they are all crying for punishing him, yet the punishment seems not to have worked. So if they have not learned the lesson, I don't think much can be done. But the people at the mountain should do their best. And I agree with Kimathi. If the East is working, let's work with the East, and then eventually get the West. If we don't get the West, I think the East consolidating with the other part, we have enough to make presidency. And the opponent we also have is not a most challenging one, in my opinion. But that's left for me because it's Jacob Wachanga then. Nah. The other place. That naomba hivi. I want to give a chance to the people who did not finish their submission ndio wamalize. So Kenya ndio latest. Tuanzie na CV, current CV, alafu tarudi kwa Sara. Kenya malizia tafadhali.
I think Alex understands things about Chang'an so much.
Yeah, mi nakunywa lakini nakunywa msabibu peke yake.
Okay, let me just continue from where I left in about Moses Kuria, about this issue of Moses Kuria and Sava. The issue about Sava, at this point, we asked for the Sava for a long time, but that thing couldn't happen because they knew what happened. And if they made a mistake and opened the server even after 1 year, things could have been very worse because we could have forced Baba to be the president and things couldn't have been good. So let the sleeping dog lie. And another thing, Moses Kuria, the camp he just joined, ameanza kuona defeat. So he's trying to look something that will confuse people such that they have an avenue not to accept even if they are defeated. They are looking for an avenue not to accept. And another thing I'm going to say about Moses Kuria in Gatondo, Moses Kuria kiti yake haezi pata hata akisimama MP sahi hatapata. I've gone around a little bit of Gatondo Ishaweri and kiti ya nini Moses Kuria hatapata, and that's why he decided to go for governorship so that aseme amepotezea akisimama governor njuu ni mwanzo, so hiyo hata feel the heat. But for MP, Moses Kuria should forget, because even in Ishaweri, in Gatondo, people are very annoyed with Moses Kuria about it disrespecting the president and the leader from Gatondo. Everybody, the clergies are very disappointed. And sorry to say this, in Mount Kenya, something I've come to notice. The people who are in Kenya Kwanza, the numbers that you see that Kenya Kwanza as in Mount Kenya, it's for youth. Most of them who will not wake up in the morning to vote. The elderly person and mature people, watu wazee, let me tell you, those people, you cannot divide them. They follow their leader and they have listened to Mr. Kenyatta. Vijana wadogo huku ndio wanapiga kelele, and that's why even in social media hao ndio wanaongeanga tu vibaya. Huwezi pata mtu machua mzee kutoka Mount Kenya Central akiongea vibaya. So about Mount Kenya, Baba has a junk of votes, more than 3. He has like 3 million from Mount Kenya, and people should take that. And as I said before, in Tharaka-Nithi and a bit of Imenti, Meru, that's the only, we have a little bit problem, not even in Meru, especially in Tharaka-Nithi. And that's why the other day I said in Tharaka-Nithi we should be in government, otherwise we will be in opposition, because our votes are only 213,000 only. And I don't think those people will show up, all of them, to vote for UDA. That's the point. So the only part in Meru, in Egambe, Tigania, Raila has been gaining vote there. Those people, they love Baba. And let me tell you, Baba in Meru atapata kura mingi zaidi. In Tharaka-Nithi ni tumbo tu inasumbua viongozi wetu hapo. I know them. Ni tumbo inawasumbua kidogo kidogo. That's why they are confused on which way to go. And we are not following them. Whoever follows them, we know them. They have been in our leader. in governor, and we know the work they have done. So for that purpose, wale vijana wadogo wadogo wenye wanasikiza propaganda na wafanyi research, those are the only people Kenya Kwanza has, and most of them will not wake up in the morning to vote. Juu wengine watalala raha zao, na ndio nilisemanga ngoma ya vijana huwa haikeshi. Wanaanzanga ikifika saa 8 usiku, wamepigana, wamekosana, wameenda nyumbani, wengine wameumia. That's why. But ngoma ya watu wazee inaendanga hadi asubuhi peacefully. So for that purpose, I would advise our opponent deputy president ana bahati. Kama ni vijana anafuata, akona shida sana. I know that. Let me just go about Kalonzo, about how things are working in Ukambani with the RUTO. Kenya Kwanza wanaambia Kalonzo awafuate. Let me tell you, Kalonzo is sometimes, I may say, is a confused guy, because there is no need of you unaingia mguu moja, ingine iko nje. So you better go in or you be out. So Kalonzo ako 50-50. Anaona baba atashinda. 90% anaona baba atashinda, lakini ako na ile taswishi. Yeye ndiye ako na ile uoga ya ama Uhuru atageuka baba. Kalonzo ako na hiyo mafikira. Hiyo ndio mafikira inamsumbua. And he should supposed to know, since Uhuru na baba washikane, people have been saying atamgeuka. Now it's 4 months to election. Na bado, to an extent, the president declared officially, I'm supporting this man. So Kalonzo, Ruto alienda akamtusi, akasema ameisha nywele, ni kufuata baba, na bado anamuhitaji tu tena. So that is na Kalonzo, I'm sure Kalonzo can never go back to Kenya Kwanza. Hiyo ni kitu moja niko sure, because Kalonzo hata as matusi, hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Kalonzo hawezi tusiana. Kalonzo ni peacemaker, hawezi kuwa mtu wa matusi. So kujoin Kenya Kwanza, it's a hard thing Kalonzo cannot do. So watu waache hizo propaganda mingi. And another point, naona too, things have been going well even in Azimio, and Ruto has been losing very on a serious note, because the time we started this thing, Ruto was top even in Mount Kenya. But you see how things are going. I watched something in Kiambu. Kiambu, people now are running back to Jubilee. Why? Because they have come to notice Uhuru Kenyatta is our son. He's the president of the Republic of Kenya. But at the end of the day, akitoka, atakuja Gatondo. Ataenda mahali pengine, atakuja Jumba. Na huyo ndio mtu tutakuwa tukipatana na yeye huku. So people have started to know and to recognize that Mr. Kenyatta is our son from Kiambu, and that's where the problem is now with Kenya Kwanza. That's hiyo shida wako nayo na watapambana. For Azimio, Baba is gaining and gaining and gaining, and we did after the primaries. Trust me, we are going to harvest or we get harvested. So the point is, we should prepare ourselves and work it very well not to be harvested. We should prepare to harvest, not to be harvested. Thank you so much, Bernard. I think I'm okay with that one now.
Okay, asante Kenywa, tunashukuru sana. Naomba sasa tumlete Sara Malizia, alafu tusonge mbele.
Asante Bernard. I think niko sawa sasa. Ninasikika vizuri.
It's now better.
Sijui nani alikata nini yangu sasa. Nafikiri mahali nilikuwa nimeachia ilikuwa ni mambo ya sava. Na hii mambo ya sava lazima ifunguliwe. Tusiogope. Tujue ukweli iko wapi. Hiyo watu wenye wanaogopa, lakini sasa sijui roho yao ni size ya mayai ama nini. So hii mambo tuifungue sava, tusikize hii maneno. Nimeona Benaki. Mwende muite wazee na mukalishe Linturi chini. Hiyo ni aibu ya kishua. Hata sasa mnatuaibisha mpaka hata tuwezi wapatia wasichana. Kama wazee kiasi hiyo yenye iko na mvi ya white na wanafanya vituko aina hiyo. Are we safe with our girls? We are not safe. So nyinyi wa Meru muende mkalishe mzee wenu chini na mwambie maneno. Unajua kwa sisi kimila ya Wakalenjin, mzee aina hiyo anatafutiwa watu wa rika yake wenye walienda kutahiri pamoja, wanamkalishe chini. And of which for now about story ya Chebukati. Wacha Chebukati amalizana na mambo yake. Kama yeye ndio mwenye alikuwa kwa na hiyo shida zote, wacha atolewe, wengine wapewe. Hii kazi si ya mtu mmoja. Atolewe ndio tujue haki. And that is why nilikatika nikisema ukiona leo mtoto wako ameiba 5 shillings, kesho amechukua 10 bob, the other day 50 shillings going to 100, 200 to 1000, huyo mtoto utamwachilia? Si kesho ataenda kwa jirani? Before that, discipline. So we need to discipline Chebukati. Na tuambie ukweli ndio tutakuwa na we will have faith on the other election. We want to know the truth. Mimi siogopi ikifunguliwa, kwani ikifunguliwa kuna shida gani? So tutajua wapi na wapi ndio waliiba. Let us not blanket everything. Tuseme tu ukweli vile kuko. And that is the Kenya we want. Secondly, about Kalonzo hakuna siku mimi nitawahi kuamini yeye. I will never trust him. Because of what? Leo ako hapa, because even leo today I read something that the Wiper team was saying that they will join AZIMIO campaign trail once Kalonzo is being named as the running mate. Sasa kuna kuamini huyo jamaa kweli? Huyu ni mtu watermelon, na hata mwenye alimpea watermelon he really sat down and thought that guy should be given that name. Huyo si mtu wa kuaminika. And we also have, unajua saa hizi this power of social media imesaidia watu wa Kenya ile hujawahi ona. Anything that is happening in Wazingishu, that is happening in Meru, in Kikuyu, tunapata network vizuri sana. So hakuna haja tudanganyane, tuambiane ukweli. And let us, kama nani vile amesema mambo yao ya Meru, in fact hata sisi watu wa Baringo, kuna sub county that we cannot underestimate. Wakishasema we are going to that line, tunajua hiyo line hatutaruka. They have said and they will have that thing that they've said. So we need to sit down and think about it. Last thing is about mambo ya hii mambo ya kuonga handouts. Hii handouts iko kila mahali in both political parties. Hata saa hizi kuna wenye wanazunguka usiku yote mpaka asubuhi hawalali na ni pesa inatembea. Na wananchi saa hii Bernard, watu wako na njaa. Ukisikia mtu anakuambia 50 bob baba mia, watu wamechomoka hii usiku, hata hawezi jua transport ni nini, lakini yako kwa baridi saa hii. Askari nayo ndio hao wanafuatana na hawa. Wanaenda kupata handouts, wanakuja kushikwa na askari, na askari nayo wanapatia askari, jamaa anarudi nyumbani bila. Ni nani ameenda hasara hapo? So we need to start from ground. Hizi handouts haiwezi saidia. It is you to vote these guys in or out. Mambo ya kuja kudanganywa hapa, na wakiona you are very strong, unaitwa kuja hapa tunataka kukaa. Wewe unataka kiasi gani? For what purpose? And for how many days will you eat those money? Why should you sell your sovereignty? Tell the truth. Mimi sikupei kura na utapata na utaenda nyumbani. We need sober leaders. And you here now. Hata saa hii ukireverse call, they will call you. But the last 4 years, simu iko Malaysia, unapiga hapatikani. Then saa hii ukireverse wanapatikana kwa nini? We are their bosses. And that is why I've been telling you, Bernard, we need to have civic education about these young men. Akina Kinywa. Hii ndio vijana ile akili imeisha kabisa. Wanafuata tu kila mahali. Why don't you sit down na uite huyo kiongozi na mwambie, sikiza hapa, listen here. Sisi tunataka hivi na hivi na hivi. Leo upewe 50 shillings, kesho hakuna pesa nyingine. The more money they give out is only 500. Will it sustain you? Hata hiyo unakuja kumalizia bundles yenye iko saa hizi kwa Mtembei. Na kesho hakuna hata ile achai ya 20 bob naenda kukunywa. So you better tell these people the truth. And this is the Kenya we want. Some of us tungekuwa tunafuata hawa watu, nafikiri hata saa hizi hatungekuwa tunajulikana mahali tuko. So better tell them the truth na wajue kweli hii mtu anaogopwa. And then maisha inasonga. The Kenya we want right now, tunataka kujua hii Kenya ni Kenya aina gani? Hao watu ni watu gani? In fact, saa hizi like my place, mimi napiga nduru kila siku nikisema we need peace. Peace, peace, peace. In fact, hata mkubwa yote ende politician akikupigia unamwambia, can we talk about peace of my in my home county? Bana kuja kuniambia unanipatia siasa yako yenye inisaidii na watu wangu wanauawa pale. Tell me about that one. The first priority is peace. Second is employment. How will you deal with these young guys? Because the moment we don't employ them, kesho wanakuja kutuiba. Wanakutime tu hapo kwa gate. Unataka kuingia, unafungua gate, unataka kuingia na gari yako umepigwa ngeta. Kibeti imeenda, simu imeenda. Is this the Kenya we want? We need Kenya that hata unatembea usiku yote with peace. Nothing more. So wacha niwachie wengine waendelee, and then I will jet in also some.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. That's a good one, and let's all keep the focus. We have a country to take care of, and this country is our business. Nobody should stop us from discussing Kenya, turn Kenya upside down, because we want a right Kenya, especially through these 2022 elections. Hii election tusichague watu ambao hawafai, na kila mtu aweke kwa mizani, apimwe, asipotosha mboga arudishwe nyumbani. Mimi nilienda shule when school was still school. If you don't qualify for promotion, una repeat hata kama 5 years uko class 2 unajikaza until you pass the exam, then you get promoted. Hii maneno anisukumie tu aende, nisukumie aende ndio meharibu nchi. We will not tolerate it anymore. Kama mtu atoshi mboga arudi nyumbani. Kuna kazi mingi ya kufanya hapa Kenya. Tunahitaji mboga, we have food insecurity, watu waende kuwe wakulima, wafanye mambo mingi, lakini usikue kiongozi ukaa bongolala kwa parliament. You are ever absent, and if you are present you are asleep, and then things go bad, and then you come and begin to make noise and say our community is targeted. There's no community that is targeted. We need delivery, and people are going to deliver right MCS, right MPs, right women reps, right people with tainted characters. Tunazungumza kuhusu that in itself shows he is not a leader. Leadership begins by leading yourself. If you can't lead yourself, who do you want to lead? And how do you lead yourself? By telling yourself no when the thing is no. Not to tell yourself yes when the thing is no. Let me not go there. Nani huyo? Murunga ameongea, Wangira ndio hajaongea. Alex, ni kweli? Yes, there is Nelson na Wangira hawajaongea. Sawa sawa. Nelson, just hold your horses kidogo tusikilize Wangira and then you come in. Thank you.
Bernard, asanti.
Yes.
Nilikuwa nimekuja hapo awali lakini internet yangu ikapotea. Ndio huku niona tena.
Pole. Karibu sasa.
Okay, let me say hi to everybody. Let me say hi to Dada Sara. Habari Sara.
Sana.
Okay, I want to start my contribution from this point of Moses Kuria. You know, I've had issues with this committee of the IEBC. The committee is called Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee. That's the name of the committee. You know, on this one, I tend to agree with Moses Kuria that IEBC here is trying to become the accuser by accusing Moses Kuria, and you saw them accuse Sabina Chege also. They're also becoming the prosecutor, and they're also becoming judges in their own case. And perhaps that's why we need the jurisdiction of this particular committee to be challenged. It's good that Sabina Chege is already at the High Court challenging this particular jurisdiction. You know, we unless IEBC is trying to gag anybody who mentions the word rigging, then I don't understand what they're up to. Because the Constitution of Kenya under Article 33 gives what we call freedom of expression. So unless you are engaged in what they call propaganda of war, incitement to violence, or hate speech, unless you are engaged in those three things that are mentioned, then in any other area, the Constitution of Kenya in Article 33 allows you as a citizen of this country to express yourself freely. But what we are seeing in IBC here, we are seeing we are seeing a commission that wants to gag anybody who mentions the word rigging. You know, the word rigging, if you try to look at the definition of the word rigging, the word rigging would mean electoral fraud. It could mean interference to elections. And you know, presidential petition number 1 of 2017, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka versus IEBC and the rest, you know, came out with a finding. And this finding was that the elections of August 2017, they were in the elections in the elections of August 2017, they were what were termed as illegalities and irregularities, and therefore the Supreme Court, on that basis alone, decided to declare this particular election as null and void. So where there is irregularities, where there is illegalities, what is a bigger rigging than that? Eh, in an election, if there are irregularities and there are illegalities, which is a bigger rigging than that? So if somebody says that the elections of 2017 were rigged, then how do you come and you tell him to explain himself when there's already a judgment of the Supreme Court under presidential petition number 1 of 2017, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, and against IEBC and the rest? The ruling, the judgment is public, is public knowledge for anybody, and the courts were clear that there were irregularities and illegalities. So I don't understand what CHEBUKATI is trying to question Moses Kuria here, as he was questioning Sabina Chege. And I tend to agree with Moses Kuria if he says that perhaps this is a commission that instead of spending the little time they have now between today and August to prepare for credible elections, they are now chasing over very small things like utterances of ordinary citizens of this country who are just expressing themselves. Because I've now expressed myself through this program that is Mutembei TV. Are they now going to summon me tomorrow to explain what I meant by the Supreme Court having said that there were irregularities and illegalities in the election of August 2017? So to me, I see a CHEBUKATI who, just as the Supreme Court pointed out the other time, who is now trying to play above the law. Oh, the IBC is not above the law. The IBC must play within the law. And I've quoted to you Article 33 of the Constitution that allows me to express myself. So long as I don't engage in what they call propaganda of war, I don't engage in what they call incitement to violence, so long as I don't engage in hate speech, the Constitution allows me to say anything, so long as whatever I say does not fall within the three categories. So if somebody says that the elections of 2017 were rigged, how does it become any of the three things that I've said? So what is CHEBUKATI trying to tell us here? I hope that the High Court will determine the jurisdiction of this particular committee, and hopefully they will declare that this particular committee is illegal and therefore null and void. There are also issues that Moses Kuria brought up, and you know we cannot continue burying our heads in the sands. For example, it was the ruling of the court in 2017 that the servers be opened. Were the servers opened? They were never opened. And in fact, it was on that basis that the election, it was majorly on that basis that the elections were nullified in 2017. The servers were never opened. They have not been opened up to today. They have not been opened up to today. In fact, I remember I remember the Narok senator saying that, you know, we need to open these servers and clear any data that is within that system so that we can start afresh, because you never know what people would end up doing again for us come August 2022. So there is a need for those servers to be opened so that the people of Kenya can know what those servers actually contained. And you know, he said, Moses Kuria said that to avoid getting into the mess that we found ourselves in 2017, we need to audit the IBC. The IBC needs to be audited, and the other way of auditing IBC is by us as the citizens of this country talking openly, and where we feel things did not go correctly, then saying that they did not go correctly. So IEBC should not behave like the special branch of the 1980s, where anytime somebody mentioned something, they would be on his back. You know, they should spend most of their time trying to prepare for the 2022 so that we can have credible elections. And if they think that is too much for them, then let them open the servers so that we can know, as the citizens of Kenya, what these servers contained in 2017. Ukambani. Today we saw William Ruto in Ukambani, and you know, he was trying to urge the people of Ukambani to prevail on Kalonzo Musyoka to join him. And you know, me, I love the people of Ukambani so much. You know, they are peaceful people. They'll give you the audience. And you know, they will not always go per what you want them to go by. You know, anybody who saw that crowd, especially in Kitui, saw that it was just a disinterested crowd. In fact, when he was asking them, should we go and look for Kalonzo Musyoka, nobody was raising the hand. So you see, the Ukambani people are guys who seem to have decided that they want to go the AZIMIO way. But now, even if they have decided that they want to go the AZIMIO way, that takes us to this gentleman called Kalonzo Musyoka. I understand per what was reported in KTN today that him and Raila Odinga are supposed to be meeting President Uhuru Kenyatta tomorrow. Oh, you know, if you decide that you want to go a particular way, then just go a particular way. You know, we saw Martha Karua, who decided to become part of Azimio, and she had been going out campaigning for Azimio. But you know, Kalonzo Musyoka, you are in and you want to behave as if you are out. Utabembelezwa paka lini? Utabembelezwa paka lini? You know, I talked of this issue of kubembelezwa. Andaka abembelezwe paka lini? He should decide. If he wants to become part and parcel of Azimio, let him just make one final decision. It's even maneno every time you're being called by President Uhuru Kenyatta to be shown which right direction to take. You know, he's an adult, he's a grown-up man, even politically. Let him decide. If he feels it uncomfortable with being in Azimio, it's still his democratic right. He can do as William Ruto was asking him to do. He can leave Azimio and perhaps join Kenya Kwanza. But if he wants to be in Azimio, let him make a concrete decision and stick by it. As you ni Mutu, you know, we'll start calling him that name that I said, and not be calling him on this particular platform. Finally, the issue of opinion polling. You know, I remember that this book that I'm reading, it's called Presidential Campaigns. It's about the presidential campaigns in the United States since the early days in the 80s, in the 18-something, up to 1980s. You know, there is this particular election of 1948 where Truman ran against a guy that was called Dew. And you know, in that particular election, you know, the opinion polling companies were not in a position to get the true clear picture of what was really happening in the American political sphere. Just like today here in Kenya. That's why even very few polling companies.
Wangira, begin to land. Begin to land. Your 3 minutes ended long time ago. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me land. Let me land. Let me land by just finalizing that. What the opinion polls are giving us could be true that Raila Odinga is ahead of William Ruto, but the percentages could perhaps not be what we are seeing. Raila Odinga could be by far um, ahead of William Ruto. I would have explained that point better, but because you have cut me short, wacha tu niwachie hapo, pengine nitarudi baadaye nijaribu kufafanua. Asante Bernard.
Thank you, asante sana, umetuelewesha, tumeelewa. Ile imesalia utarudi, usijali. Na tuko hapa mpaka tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8 kila siku mpaka mbivu na mbichi ijulikane. So we still have got enough time to explain whatever needs to be explained. Alex, what is it?
Yeah, two things quickly. And one came later on because you had to mention a man who you should not even mention when it comes to opinion polls. Truman was a wartime president, a president during the Second World War. And for free information, when you're reading that book, Wangira, you need to know that he contravened the law and even ran for the 3rd term against the Constitution. And he was accepted because America was going through the most difficult moment. Remember, that is when recession, real recession in the world, had hit low. So anything you're talking about opinion polls, the guy bulldozed himself to the 3rd presidency. He was not to win that. So whoever wrote that book is lying to you. Now, when it comes to what you said earlier, and I need to take you on that, because we cannot be careless by deconstructing CHEBUKATI. We refuse to understand that these are two entities. CHEBUKATI and IEBC are two issues. So in as much as CHEBUKATI mandoled on the election, the IEBC must remain intact with laws that are clear so that as an institution, we take it with accountability. Now, you said that in the aftermath of the Supreme Court, we were told that the election was termed as irregular and illegal. Now, does it mean that because of that, if Moses Kuria sensationally, and I think Bernard should put that clip, you understand from where we are coming from and how Moses Kuria said. Moses Kuria told us that CHEBUKATI had nothing to do with the election. It is him and the said people who did the election and put the president in office. So don't you think IEBC has a mandate to call these people and ask them, how did you do this? No, they must. So in as much as we might hate CHEBUKATI, IEBC has a mandate to call careless talkers like those. Because if it starts from our side, we can also say, I can wake up tomorrow, I said, vile Moses Kuria aliapisha baba na hao wengine, mimi, Bernard, Wangira, Sarah, tutaapisha baba. We are preventing that kind of carelessness. What IEBC is doing is the right thing. Why? Because we must toe the line and protect the institution of IEBC, regardless of the actors who are evil in it. We still have a body that we must respect that carries the election of Kenya. Let us protect IEBC and criticize CHEBUKATI as a person, but let us protect IEBC and its organ. We only have one body that can carry elections.
And CHEBUKATI as the returning officer who can be the only one to announce who is the winner and is valid according to the law. Na wewe ukiwa msimamizi wa hospitali inaitwa Pumwani, watoto wamezaliwa, wewe huwezi kutangaza watoto wamezaliwa 15 kama hujaangalia nasari. Inakaaje? Kuna watoto 15 ama manases wamekuletea majina, wewe unasoma tu. So as much as we would want as much as we want IEBC to function as an institution, it is run by people, and those people must be held to account. Right now, IEBC is well constituted according to the Constitution. What we need is delivery. Moses
Bernard, let me
Kuria,
just say something. Let me just say something.
Ngoja Wangira, I am in the middle of talking.
Not here to spectate.
Nelson Ngoja Kwanza, we are coming to you. I have you covered. Thank you. I am saying if Moses Kuria carried out his private tally and tabulated the results and wrote the results and gave it to CHEBUKATI to read for us, we want both of them in the same room, okay? So that they tell us how they exchanged the paper and how they tabulated. So kama waliba wote, nataka waendelee kuongea ili tuweke waizi wote kwa room moja to deal nao mara moja. Hii story ya kusema si kusema hivi sio mimi ni mimi, hiyo ndio nataka itoke, so that we know kama imetoka ni results za class 3 ni results za class 3, so tupatie results za class 1 useme za class 3. So I think accountability is important here, and all the people charged with the responsibility should take. I think CHEBUKATI does not take election serious, in my opinion. He sits in that office and he doesn't know how many Kenyans he has on his shoulder when he goes out there looking like he's coming from a smoky room, trying to announce things he himself doesn't understand. This man plus his officers must be held like this. 2022 elections, he must deliver. Wacha tusipige sana. Wangira, what is it? Nataka Nelson akuje tusonge mbele tafadhali.
Just a half a second. Alex,
Make it
Alex,
15 seconds.
Alex ameenda, ametoroka.
Yuko huyu hapa.
Alex,
Yes,
do you know why?
Professor Nico.
Do you know why CHEBUKATI was a respondent? Him as CHEBUKATI. Do you know why the IEBC was a respondent? CHEBUKATI was a respondent. Do you know why CHEBUKATI was a respondent in the presidential petition number 1 of 2017?
No, can you educate me on that?
Because he was the presidential returning officer.
Of
just
course.
like Bernard has told you. So as the presidential returning officer, just as Bernard has told you, he cannot run away from this issue. Because the court ruled that the election was null and void because of the illegalities and the irregularities. So he cannot run away from what happened in 2017 by now summoning anybody who talks about what happened. Bernard, watch anyone.
No, and I was speaking on the view that you were saying that we must disband the board that called these people. We cannot do it just because CHEBUKATI was a respondent. We must keep our institution intact and deal away with people who are elements of betrayal.
Alex,
No, wait.
Alex,
No, I listened to you. I listened to you. I listened to you. Wait, Bernard, I'm finishing. It cannot be that we are going to the hospital. Yeah, okay, Wangira, it cannot be that me and you are sick and we go to the hospital. And because me and you, we are not getting along, and I say that, let me go home because I can't be with you in the hospital. My friend, I will go with my sickness. That is not what I want us to do. We must heal, both of us, and then continue with our enmity. So we must heal IEBC first.
Bernard, my final response to my brother Alex, the final response. I did not say that we disband anything. I only said that we need to look at the jurisdiction of this committee called Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee. I just talked of the need to look at their jurisdiction because today we are seeing them acting as the accusers, the prosecutors, and the judges of their own case. That's what I only said.
Okay, thank you. That's clear enough. And that places them in an awkward situation to function. Nelson, Karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Today I have a few observations, first of all, to make. I feel like as a moderator, you behaving as if you're the one who is really contributing almost all points. Please give other people a chance. Secondly, you've treated me in coldness today, Bwana. I'm a veteran member. You should not throw me under the bus like that. Anyway, let me start with Kuria's comments on IBC and the task force and the wars and the rest. First of all, in as much as the things that Moses Kuria uttered from his mouth were so sensitive and serious that cannot just be let to go, Moses Kuria is a madman. We all shouldn't forget about that. I always normally say that William Samoei Ruto as a person is a very good gentleman. But William Samoei Ruto as a politician is uncouth, uncontrollable, insensitive, somebody who talks with anger. And so he has decided to make himself be surrounded with people who speaks the same language as he does. And that is where Moses Kuria fits. Either way, in these last utterances of Moses Kuria, I think we learned a thing or two, we as Kenyans, including some people who are amongst the contributors of this debate of tonight, who woke up and went and vote and said we gave Uhuru Kenyatta the mandate to be our president. Personally, as Nelson Mandela, I didn't vote. Many other people didn't vote. In 2017, no voting took place in this country. We only saw a few regions of the country voting, and then it was assumed that all Kenyans voted. I've always asked myself, these people going to the press conference and saying, we as Kenyans, we have decided. Who are they to decide on behalf of Bernard? Who are they to decide on behalf of Nelson? Who are these Kenyans they're talking about? That said, I think the utterances of Moses and Sabina Shege simply confirmed the fears and the complaints that the other divides have always been having all along, that voting in this country is boardroom. It is a management that is always being done by some few people. It is all about papers and figures being written. It is like you've gone to the bank to ask for your account, current account balance, and then you'll be given a small sheet with figures. You'll be told this is the amount that you're having. That is what voting has been in this country. Because Moses could not, honestly speaking, be captured on a national television saying they stole votes for Uhuru Kenyatta, and then later on he says that tulikuwa tunamwimbia. I didn't say tuliiba, tulikuwa tunaimba. You know, you can fool people some of the times, but you can't fool people all the times. Sabina also hinted unto it. And I had somebody struggling to justify their statements. Oh, what Sabina said, was in the past. Oh, was in the future. Oh, Moses said what had been done. So what? These people ride on the stupidity that we're trying to portray when we defend. These people ride on the lack of knowledge and lack of courage to stand and say this is this is that. And it is neither here nor there. We need to take it up seriously that Moses confirmed by himself that even in 2017 election that was not done. The first round people voted, and the Supreme Court said votes were not, there were illegalities and legalities and fraudulent action and any activities that took place, so the votes were nullified. But now he confirmed that even the second election that was not done, 2017, they still stole votes. That is what we need to address. But again, we need to think about it the other way around. Why is Moses bringing up this sensitive kind of discussion right now when Ruto has also gone up to the international communities complaining that the deep state, Uhuru Kenyatta and other people are planning to steal his votes? The same Ruto comes back and says, nyinyi mkiniangalia nakaa mtu wa kuibiwa kura. The same Ruto is now saying that he is yet to set up his tallying center, maybe in Uganda or somewhere in this country, or whichever place, whichever part. The same Ruto is the one who called Raila names when Raila said they are planning to set up, tallying centers. These roller coasters needs to be taken to people who are not educated, people who do not have young people in the country who are informed. I believe we all go to school in order to gather knowledge, and the most fundamental bit of knowledge is to have the technical know-how of asking yourself, where am I? Where was I yesterday? Where am I headed to? These roller coasters are not meant for us. So Moses Kuria's statements, in as much as he's a madman, considering his past behaviors, I'm sorry to say, considering his past behaviors and utterances, needs to be scrutinized. And IBC should not run from this. And actually, somebody saying that Chebukati yes, I understand that there is Chebukati and there is IBC. But you have to remember that when you mention Chebukati, as at now, being the chair of IEBC, you can't separate him from IEBC. And as a young voter who has not voted, who is going to vote for the first time, thank God I'm not going to vote for the first time. But as a young voter who has not voted, who is going to vote for the first time, Chebukati needs to win his or her trust for him or her to trust IBC. You can't separate the two. So the bar stops with him and with them. You can't mention Chebukati and leave IBC. You can't mention IBC and leave Chebukati. So they all need to come clean. But this kind of behavior whereby everybody mentions, oh, votes were rigged, you call them up. Oh, votes were rigged, you call them up. You want to punish them. You want to do blah, blah, blah. You need to even spend that time and that money scrutinizing the candidates who wants to come and buy without valid papers instead of calling these guys. The Supreme Court told you to open for us servers. We have not seen the servers up to now. I'm even surprised and perplexed. Some of our people, do you know the reason as to why we have poor leadership, Bernard and everyone who is here? It's because we have a silent, benevolent dictatorship by the wave in this country without knowing. You know, somebody comes, says, oh, Raila amesumbua sana watu. Why can't you just shoot this guy? Luos will throw stones 1 week, 2 weeks, and then people will forget and people will move on. There is one divide who says, yes, do that, yes, do that. There is another divide who says, don't do that. We will take the country to a turmoil and the rest. These people who says, yes, do that, they give this guy a validation of a statement to some extent. Let me give you a very small example. During BBI thing, you know, a very good number of people said BBI was bad. A very good number of people said BBI was good. Personally, I said I didn't have a stand. It was bad in some sections. It was good in some sections. But the whole problem that we have in this country was well seen in full glare on our national televisions at Bomas of Kenya. Today, call for a meeting in the Bomas of Kenya. You will not, hautakosa watu wa kuenda huko. Mbona? They are coming to ratify. Those are the problems that we are having. In fact, those are the people who should be dealt with, but they're among ourselves. And I wonder where we are going, actually, because you mentioned Moses Kuria, you can't forget about mentioning the current state of utterances and the current state of negligence and in the insensitivity among our leaders in the political arena today. You know, we are in the political season. We are headed towards the elections, and we are trying at all costs to avoid and avoid whatever thing that might jeopardize our peace as a country. And I'm shocked, you know, at some point when I go to the internet and watches some of the insults, like this guy with the white beards, which are not even well kept in US, Cosmo. And then that was Cosmo the other week. I think just recently I watched Osudi talking about Makende, president. It's saddening, you know. And then you find this one is the most closest ally of DP William Ruto. And then DP William Ruto stands in front of people, says he wants to be the president. What the hell are you thinking about? Do you want to govern a country, or you want to govern the people who surrounds you, who drives V8s like you, who drives TX like you? Are you considering the other part of the divide? Do you know there are some other people who you are hurting their feelings, even if you're not hurting them, you know, physically? Where do you get the audacity of getting in public, holding a microphone and saying some unpalatable words about a whole head of state, not considering that this guy also have a good huge of following. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta keeps on saying sarcastically that he comes with one vote. He has one vote. The guy doesn't have one vote. The guy has millions and hundreds of thousands of votes, whether you like it or not. And actually, somebody mentioned this is the struggle, this is the bitter reality that UDA and Kenya Kwanza people are yet to come into terms with. It's like a breakup between two lovebirds. You know, you can't move on that fast. You still have to nurse injuries and the rest, and in the process, you end up mentioning things, you end up abusing, you end up insulting. But I find this one quite reckless, insensitive, and so lack of direction, quite a big lack of direction and intelligence, and emotional intelligence, and even political intelligence. These might lead us, actually, what might make this country to burn again is not even stealing of votes, but just political utterances, the way some leaders talk. Okay, enough of that. Let us look at Uhuru Kenyatta and his political decision and his decision to support Raila Odinga, and even the effect or influence. People keep on saying, oh, you know, Kibaki retired, he went home safely, he did not even meander into the political game and arena and whatever. My friend, Uhuru Kenyatta is still young. Look at his age. Compare the age of Uhuru Kenyatta and the age of Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki was literally going home to rest. It's like Raila today, after his first term or second term, deciding to retire from politics. Mzee will be mzee, atakuwa opoda farm. He will not be like, you know, active, agile, and then will be in a position of moving left, right, and center. Uhuru Kenyatta is still energetic. He still knows what to do and what not to do. This is a guy you can't tame. This is a guy who is still charismatic. He's still influential. So his involvement in his successor, or rather the forthcoming election, is something that you can't do away with. So whether you like it or not, please make peace with the fact that he has a very big influence in this forthcoming election. Ruto and his people needs to polish their statements and their languages. You know, you watch it everywhere. Even right now from JKL, I was watching Senator Kihika Susan and Moses Kajwang. And Kihika Susan is calling the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga a puppet. You know, that is lack of respect. That is not even political. It is not even a political language to begin with. You can't call somebody of the age of Raila Odinga to be a puppet. So who are you? If Raila is a puppet, who is Susan Kihika? I think we really need to look at that. And the most important thing, Bernard, I keep on saying, I think at each and every day I come here, I try my level best to give a voice of reasons. Notwithstanding the unruly behavior of our political leaders and all that kind of stuff, we as the young people to check and counter check what is there for us in the forthcoming elections and forthcoming governments that is going to be formed, even if it is Ruto who is going to form it or Raila going to form it. The young people of this country needs to check what is in for us. Are we just being used as puppets? Actually, we are the people who should be called puppets and not Raila, the way Kihika is referring to him. Are we being used as puppets? Are we just there for hire? Are we just there to jazza the stadiums, the Nairobi, Kasarani, the Bomas, whichever place? Are we just there to blog, not to sleep, debating here each and every day past midnight? I think this kind of commitment we're showing here should be having some good change unto us. And somebody mentioned the politics of the rich versus the poor. I don't know whether Ross is still here. I'm not a male chauvinist, but I kind of disagreed with the manner in which she was kind of, with thorax interfering with, I can't remember the gentleman who was giving his points. This is a place of decorum, place of of respect, place of intelligence, and again, we need to give each and everybody their level best respect to give their points. I love the manner in which Sarah Carbone was really putting her points across. Factual, no emotions, and sitting on the fence, speaking the truth, hitting it the way it is. Actually, I saw almost to some extent Mandago in her. So the politics of the rich versus the poor is the most dangerous. I think everyone understands that. The most dangerous tool to play around with, right? Let us really be sensitive when we're mentioning that. There are certain things that even us or ourselves we can just avoid. You know, it is neither. Today we are talking of Uda versus Azimio. Tomorrow you will be talking of Nelson versus Bernard. We are neighbors. We are brothers. Let us not view. Of course, I know I am poor, but must you come and remind me that I am poor? What have you been doing about my poverty all along? You've been the deputy president for the past 9 years. You have never actually, you brand yourself to be a hustler. You have never suffered other than the chicken and the mahindi you are selling. Hey, many other people have cooked chapo. My classmate, deskmate in college was cooking chapati in Dandora. Today he's an MCA back in Uganda. He has never mentioned he was cooking chapati to people for people to vote him. No. So you've always voted the rich families. You've always voted the rich families, the Odinga, the Kenyatta, the Moi, and the rest. And then today, because you want to fall into power, you want to get the power, grab it by all means. You want to come and tell us your supporters are abusing the first lady. You're abusing Raila Odinga. You're abusing everybody. And then you come and tell us, you know, I have suffered the way you have suffered. I was a hustler. I know I am a hustler. Why remind me? You know, some blatant lies that tutatushukisha stadiums were to come in 6 months. Sasa sahii sijui watashukisha vitu bei za vitu in how many months? You know, eti help itakuwa gharani. Kwani wewe unataka kuperform magic gani yenye kila mtu haizi perform kwa hii country? Uweke kila kitu ikwenywe, na ulikuwa deputy president haungeweka izikwenywe. All that you are doing, ulikuwa unaenda una launch project, leo ume launch Meru, kesho una launch Nanyuki, the other day una launch Kakamega. All these projects you're launching and they're not happening. Pesa nayo unatumia ofisi yako, a whole office of the deputy president inatumika kuwash flash tender. Anyway, I think we have gone to school, we need to wake up. We should not be lied to each and every time. Tuchunguze. Bernard, ambia watu tuchunguze. But I think
Sawa, thank you. Sawa, I believe you have landed.
Yes, I have landed.
Okay, thank you very much. The screen is absolutely dark. I don't know why. Wale watu kunyuma curtain wote tunawang'oa. Show your face or we get rid of you. Kila mtu nataka kuona uso. Kama hakuna guru umeficha kamera na au maondi umejificha. Rose, you're behind the camera. Okay, nataka tumlete Mr. Kamau.
Haya, sawa. Nikae mzuri nione. Na salimu kila mtu. Asante sana kwa hii nafasi ya umenipa Bwana Beda nikaweze kujadili mambo mawili ama matatu. I think everybody is speaking his mind and it is very good. And on the issue of, if I may start with CHEBUKATI, I'm one of the Kenyans, or the few Kenyans who wonder how he got to that place. I've always wondered. Because if there's a person who minors on the majors and majors on the minors, is CHEBUKATI. I have studied the electoral process of India, and you'll be surprised that in India there are over 300 million voters and 3 commissioners, and they have never had disputes. hautaisikia electoral dispute. In fact, the eligible voters in India are 500 million if you Google that. But you'll never hear that there's some electoral malpractice. And the reason is because they have systems that have worked, they have been audited, they have improved on their electoral performance each and every year, and people are happy with them. They don't change electoral commissioners each and every day. But here in Kenya, we are now 4 months to elections. We are talking about the servers. If indeed we needed to improve on our performance last 5 years or the last election, we should have opened those servers immediately. Because I usually believe that lisemalo lipo na kama halipo laja. Kwa sababu the fact is we are now talking about rigging 4 months to elections. That tells you we have another disputed election. And the disputed election in Africa means war. It means violence. It means disruption of the economy. And therefore, CHEBUKATI has been a letdown to me. Personally, I find him lacking in many fronts. Because if you're still looking for people who are talking about servers and they are not proving to them that this thing, I wish today, even before he talked to Moses Kuria, he could have displayed the servers to everybody and showed this is how Uhuru Kenyatta won. Because I voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. I've never voted for Raila Odinga in my life. And I voted for the last, I think, 3 elections. And therefore, I can tell you, it is sad that he is really majoring on the minors. Kuria is an AZIMIO fella. We say this. I've been telling you people. This guy his work is cut out. He's there to destabilize UDA in Mount Kenya. That is, he's doing well. He's also there to destabilize the discussion in the political fora. Because without that, then it would have been very, very hard to penetrate in Mount Kenya with a lot of lies that UDA has propelled there. And the buying of, when you buy churches, and this is unfortunate because Bernard is a pastor, churches are in every square meter, 100 square meter in this country. If you manage to influence the pastors in this country, you'll have your way in millions. You'll have millions of followers because once you buy the church, because that is what has happened in Mount Kenya, it is very easy to tell them now this is a person of God. I even heard Gachagua saying that there is an individual of God in the ballot. Yeah, to confuse the people, and they are very happy because they believe if it's a Christian who is going to be elected there, then everything will be spiritual. What they don't tell us is the verses that talks about do not steal, do not kill, do not accuse your person falsely, which is associated with that team. The team of Kenya Kwanza, like today we saw a video going viral of Minthikari Inturi, yeah, going to harass another woman's in another woman's bed or another wife's person, there's a woman who belongs to another man, These are people who are telling you about their Christianity and the way wameokoka. But salvation, we know them, and the Bible says, we shall know them by their fruits. Their fruit is stealing. Their fruit is lying. Na hiyo story ya kuambia watu ni wameokoka ama ni story ya mambo ya Mungu, we are not going to buy that story anymore. I'm a Christian. I love my fellow Christian. But hata watu wakure Bible, I'm telling you, me, I'm not going to buy their story. Mtu akata Bible akarange na kitunguu, yeah? I will not buy that story. Sitakubali hiyo story. Hata alale kwa kanisa hapo mbele. I won't start with that story. But back to my point, before I lose my mind on those stories. CHEBUKATI should prove to Kenyans that we can trust him. Yeah, let him come and give us a data. Afungue what we call the servers. Let us see it on TV. Aseme kesho saa 8 kama vile BBI inatoa story yake kesho, naye atoe story yake following day aseme this is how Uhuru won and this is how elections are going to be, because this thing is so explicit. Each and every polling station should have at least 700 people. It is very easy to say that there are 600 or 800 registered voters in this polling station, and these are the numbers, percentage that came out, and these are the people that voted, and this is how we transmitted. History mingi ya kwenda hapa na pale does not work out. And the problem you have in Kenya, Bwana Bernard, it is not the institutions. And I agree with, I think, Wangira. The institutions are perfect. The laws we have passed to operate or to control structures or institutions are perfect. The problem we have in Kenya is individuals. An institution is as good as the individual. The reason why my best performer public servant in this country is a governor of Central Bank. You will never hear scandals. You will never hear issues to do with audit issues. Why? The individual there is super. He's brilliant. But you go to other institutions, go to EACC, you find people who are not able to explain what they are doing and where they are going and what they are doing. And that is where we have a problem with IEBC. So therefore, my own opinion is that I wish we would go in this election with a lot of confidence. Because at a stance, there is a problem. There is a big problem because we are not, many people will not vote because of that issue, confidence. Without confidence, then it is not going to be possible. The other topic is about RUTO in UKAMBANI. UKAMBANI, you would have realized that the reason why they are begging KALONZO to come, and I disagree with Wagira, this is not the time to call people's names like KALONZO should go to Kenya Kwanza kama ajiski. No, hii ni wakati ya kupembelezana. Politics is about kupembelezana bana. You cannot underrate the influence of KALONZO in UKAMBANI. You could see it. If you could have seen those rallies in Machakos, in Makueni and in Kitui, you could see the influence of KALONZO is still, the impact could be felt. This is a person who influences over 1.8, 1.2, almost 2 million votes in this country. You cannot allow that when somebody wants a DP. If he really wants a DP, what is the problem? Our main battle is to win the election. We have no problem, even in Mount Kenya, to give that. The thing is, let us stop the people who can vandalize this country. Doesn't matter who is a DP, and I think even the DP is not as important as the ministry. You could see the Minister of Infrastructure is more powerful than the DP. The Minister of Interior today is very powerful than the DP. So DP is neither here nor there. I don't think it's a powerful position per se, because it's a principal assistant of a president. So kwa hiyo Wangira namwambia wacha KALONZO apembelezwe, apatiwe peremende, apikiwe mayai, aoneshwe njia, aoneshwe dunia, aongezewe gari ya security na pikipiki moja maybe, na siren, na barabara zifunguliwe, to make sure that we get this thing without a struggle. Because Bernard, without a good convincing win in this election, then we might stay for the next 6 months disputing it and having a problem in knowing who is the president. The last thing, opinion poll. I think it's now obvious. And that is why I usually tell people from Mount Kenya, where I come from, this thing does not start and end in Mount Kenya. The issue, sense of entitlement. Kuna watu wanafikiri ni kama Mount Kenya wasipo vote this election, there will be no election. No, there are many other Kenyans. If you are good in calculation, you'll find that all other counties where Baba is leading, Mount Kenya will just be a top-up. It doesn't matter what they do. They might vote the way they want, but I'm telling you, Baba will still have a head start. But as we speak right now, Baba is at 50-50 with the UDA guy, yeah. in Mount Kenya. That's a fact. I live there. I have people who we talk every day. We even have a WhatsApp group and many other groups. You will find when they talk about you, they two are talking about the AZIMIO or UMOJA. Though that tells you that number is intact. And Maba doesn't need a lot of numbers from Mount Kenya. He needs very few to cross that gap. Therefore, I think the die is cast. Baba is leading even some counties in Rift Valley. I believe 5 counties in Rift Valley will vote Baba 100%, or let me put it this way, over 60%. I believe Trans Nzoia he's going to win. He's going to win in Nakuru, even Turkana, Pokot, and even Laikipia, Nanyuki, that is Laikipia, that area. You will find him having a lot of votes, and that tells you even the Rift Valley itself, it is not locked for Kenya Kwanza. Any other area, Nairobi, there is no Kenya Kwanza. That is a place where you are either in AZIMIO or AZIMIO. I don't know how to put it. You are either in AZIMIO or the wives of AZIMIO or the children of AZIMIO. Otherwise, hapo sioni MP wa AZIMIO wa nini wa Kenya Kwanza. Hapo ni direct. Na niliona group ingine ikifikiria ati Pasari sana. Pasari is going to be the leading contender there in the women rep. So, as I finish, I want to say that we are on the right track. We are about to witness, maybe tomorrow I hope and I pray that the Supreme Court dismisses the lower courts, because I believe that the lower courts were compromised. They were compromised because some of the things the judgment they based it on theories and the billion of philosophical opinions. But tomorrow we are going to know the truth about the basic structure, which I believe I've studied that. I don't think you have. I mean, I want this thing to be upheld. I want BBI. I want to make sure that Bernard nimalize. Yeah, so kesho najua it will be bad news for some group of people, because pesa ile ya Kimwarel imejaribu kuingiziwa kwa dirisha imekataa kuingia. Tunangojea tu kesho machozi. Kwa hivyo wale watu ambao wako UDA, naona mi kwa maoni yangu mi naona wakilia. Anyway, inaweza enda the other way, but mimi sahi I'm praying for BBI to be upheld. Me, I'm happy with BBI. Sawa.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. That is quite elaborate. And Alex, wewe
iko kitu Kamau amesema mpaka siwezi wacha tena.
Sema.
Kamau, we are not downplaying Kalonzo. And for your record, among the people who say they did not want Kalonzo, totally, because we know his character and behavior, at some point it was me. We argued with the temper until I said, Kalonzo, if we allow him, it's by our own peril. Now, he has come. But if you see the kind of games that he is playing, I don't believe that we should allow Kalonzo anymore to continue. For example, the Nairobi game that he's playing with Sonko, don't you think it's a bad game? Can we just allow him, since he's a partner? Wewe hata kama umependa msichana, umelipa mahari, umefanya kila kitu before wedding, urealize hii msichana ni mbaya, anasumbua wewe, unaendelea tu kwa sababu umelipa mahari.
Okay, a good question. The Bible says a wise man sees a problem ahead and takes another route, but a fool walks on until he enters into the trouble. I don't think you are foolish. Kalonzo has refused to embrace the opportunity to be a national leader. Let him retreat to his backyard and play his politics from there. If he wants to be on the national platform, he must outgrow the childishness he's trying to bring on the table of elders. You don't become an elder and continue behaving as a child. That's my opinion, my humble opinion as a pastor. The moment you are made an elder, you remain an elder. You never go back to being a child. If Kalonzo is not through with being children, I in the Sunday school, aimbe uko. It should be kept away from the table of elders where elders are making. His influence is not for purchase. Let him take it to the market if he wants to sell it, because we want a free president. Free president. If presidents ya William Ruto ametusumbua 5 years, kwa nini? Ataleta 1.7 votes. 1.7 million votes has tortured us for 5 years. Then we want to go and buy another one for 1.7 million votes, to come and torture us for another 5 years? No. Kenyans deserve better. And if the people who are supposed to be elders are behaving like children, the Bible says, as long as a hair continues to be a child, he differs not from a slave. Okay? If you want to be treated as an adult, behave like one. If you want to be treated as an elder, behave like one. If you want to be treated as a child, behave like one. When I was a child, I spoke as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Kalonzo should put away childish things if he wants to sit on the table of elders. Kama anataka kuwa mtoto aende Sunday school. We have Sunday school teachers, watampembeleza, watampatia sweet, watamfundisha memory verse. Lakini kama anataka kuwa mzee wa inji, akae kwa meza kama mzee, angalie macho kwa macho na wazee wengine, apeane mwelekeo wa inji. La sivyo, he will be replaced early in the morning. Gilu is there, Mtua is threatening, Kibwana is threatening. He has his goods already cooked. He should understand that of all people. Why is he behaving as if he has the one who has the oxygen for this country? Hapana. Hatuhitaji mzigo, tunahitaji msaada. Kama Kalonzo ameamua kuwa mzigo, awekwe kando. I preached on Sunday, Hebrews 12, verse 2. Verse 1, say, lay aside every weight and every sin that easily beset us. Let us run with patience the race that is set before us. Mizigo kando, dhambi kando, ili tukimbie mbio. Lakini akitaka kuwa mzigo, hapa hatuwezi kumsamehe, haswa on this platform. Now let what may be. Baba has enough support from this entire country. He should not be leaning and begging on anybody's court. And if Kenyans don't want Baba to be president, it is okay. If it has to come by Kalonzo, and Kalonzo wants to keep us as playing children's games, he is it, I may hide and seek. Quickly on the church issue, I was accused of over-talking, but Namlet Abdul, on the church issue, the church cannot be bought if it's a proper church. The Church of Jesus Christ is built by Jesus, and he said the gates of hell cannot prevail. There are groups of people masquerade as church, and they are the ones who have been pocketed. The moment you've been pocketed by somebody, you cease to be a representative of God. Pastors are supposed to be representative of God, and the only way they remain as a representative of God is when God is the only one that owns them. The moment they have another master, God does not fight between you and another master. He leaves you to go and do whatever you want. So let us not confuse people who have gone to sell their soul for political gain and people who are doing church. Let's not mix the two. These people have missed the mark. Let them speak for their political wherever and do their political venture. If the mountain wants to do the right thing, they know it. Okay? And if kama kuna watu naamini ni watu wa mlima. Watu wa mlima wakikuacha wamekuacha. Wakiwa na wewe wako na wewe. Hata useme nini watakuwa na wewe. So watu wa mlima saa hii sio problem. Hata watu wa church. What did the church people do in 2010? They campaigned with the red cards, with whistle. They blew. They said this constitution is bad. What happened? We church people who refused to listen to our bishops, we went and voted in the 2010 constitution. Church is not a political demography to give any politician any headache. Let them go and do whatever they want to do. Let bishops do what they want to do. At the end of the day, Kenyans are going to decide which direction this country is going to take. on August 9th. The bishops don't have an influence of directing the direction for the politics, not in the recent past, not historically, unless it begins today. Thank you. Naomba nilete Abdul tusonge mbele.
Thank you. I salute all the panelists. Right. Well, leo ni moto. Bernard.
Nilijaribu tusonge mbele.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. Kwa sababu Kalonzo, I believe he wants to ship out. I believe so. Kwa sababu with that kind of silence and the body language he's showing, he wants to ship out. Or that is one of his tactics to twist Raila to give him the deputy position. But again, you see, Raila cannot give him that deputy position because already he has threatened. Akisema anataka enough MPs to impeach Raila in case so you cannot go with someone who already has put a gun on your head na bado hata hujampatia that position. Well, let me go back to the RUTO issue leo akiwa Kitui. RUTO is a smart politician and he read the mood on the ground and akajua hapa hapa sina changu, so he wants to vile alifanyia watu huko, and that's why I'm saying I believe Kalonzo is on his way there, kwa sababu Ruto said the same thing huko akiwa Western, akiambia watu ambieni Mudavadi akuje upande yangu, and a few weeks later Mudavadi did the same. So I think that is what Ruto is also doing huko, but then again sidhani that will happen kwa sababu also Kalonzo is also a smart politician. He knows what his people wants na watu wake already wako Azimio, so itakuwa ngumu sana atoke tena Azimio aseme anaenda the other side. Atawapatia reason gani? Kwa sababu prior to him joining he said that he was shortchanged and all that, but ye announce amejoin inamaanisha they sat down, they ironed out everything, now he's in. So what excuse will he give this time round to his people? I usually follow your Mtambei Mtaani mkiwa hapo Jacaranda, and there are a few Kambas who speak there during the Bunge Mtaani thing, and they categorically they said that Kalonzo ndo aliwapata Azimio. They were there even before him. So it is very tricky for him. It's only that I think one thing that he fears is sharing a podium with akina Ngilu, kwa sababu anaona akina Ngilu wame gain some prominence sana in Azimio as it is. So yeye joining and sharing a podium with them will put him at their level, as in watakuwa the same level, you see. So well, hako kwa dilemma. Yeah, he is in a very deep dilemma, but he has to come out of it now, because there's no time. And again, for you to be given the running mate position, you need to show you can galvanize people. You know, he need to also show that he is a national leader. Si ati tu unacheza around your home. You see, that is the mistake that Mudavadi did. Kucheza tu around nyumbani tu hapo. But come out now that your people are solidly behind you. Go outside your home area. Sell yourself, because you want to be president anyway. He was saying he wants to be president. And is this the way he would have been campaigning for himself? in case alikuwa amepatiwa nini ticket na Oka for example. So Kalonzo, Ruto has a big problem. Today I was watching another clip by this Kiambu women rep wa Mashomba or somebody. Yeah. She was saying before, that is in 2019, that there was a plan to impeach the president. So that one, I think that vindicates the president. The president, si ati alikuwa ana act, akona vendetta or anything. That one vindicates him. So it is upon the people, our brothers from the mountain. You need to come strong and protect your Turaku. So I believe things will change. Things will change in a big way. Things will change. There's a lady leo ametoka chama cha kazi, alidefect from chama cha kazi. She wants to vie on Jubilee huko Kiambaa. And the kind of support alikuja naye mpaka kwa Jubilee House, I believe, okay, as much as we can say maybe paid the crowd, but with that vigor that the crowd came with, inamaanisha wame regret sana them voting alikuwa anaitwa nani this guy, the firstborn wa UDA huyo, the MP who cannot even speak it.
Kawanjiko.
Yeah, Kawanjiko. Yes. It shows that, yeah. Thank you for that. It shows that kind of regret the people are having, and that one it will ripple around Mount Kenya, kwa sababu wataona, hey, we cannot go that route again. Why should this guy be giving us people enye hawezi hata kustand, and as in people who cannot stand on their own and like protect the people of the mountain when it comes to stakes that they need. So anataka tuma puppets, watu wenye akisema jump they ask how high, but the mountain need to come up with very strong people wenye wataangalia their interest strongly. They fight for their interest, and that one is through Azimio only, because our friend DP is one person who cannot be advised, who can, he knows it all, he's always right anyway. Anything wrong that is there is no, he cannot be part of anything wrong. He's Mr. Clean, as watu wengine wamempatia Deputy Jesus tag. So anyway, there is this about the opinion poll part. I'm a bit skeptical kwa sababu, some opinion polls can be deceiving. And one thing that I need to ask the Azimio base, the support base, ile mambo ya kusema baba ashachukua hii kitu. So when it comes to voting day, people should come out and go and cast their vote. You cast your vote first, then useme sasa nimeshapiga kura, baba ashachukua hiyo kitu. So these opinion polls kidogo, people should not like kuiamini sana. Inaweza kuwa tunadanganywa ati baba is ahead, but in real sense that one is a psychological thing to play with the support base, so that watu wasitoke kwenda kupiga kura. So I'm looking at it that way. As much as yes, it could be true also that baba anaongoza, but the support base should not at any given time sit pretty and say ati bas baba ameshapita, then okay. You see, the issue with Moses Kuria leo anasema tufungue server. Moses Kuria is one person who is very good at mind games, and for me that one is a mind game. Kwa sababu he wants now to, that one is an intimidate Chebukati so that he calms down, so that siku ile anything ikifanyika, kwa sababu I believe that thing was rigged. It was rigged. But now that he's asking Moses nani Chebukati go open the server, and he knows very well, kama Chebukati did not open the server in 2017, what will make him open it in 2022? 4 months to the election. What will make him open that server? He cannot. But he just wants to put some pressure on Chebukati so that he goes slow. And I cannot like underestimate Moses Kuria. Not at any, as much as he is crazy, yes, but this guy is very good at mind games. Well, let me leave it at that. Watu wengine wachangie, we'll come back later. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Abdul, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusikilize hii kabla tulete Katwe. Na Penny wamengoja sana, lakini hatucheza video tangu tuanze. Tumeanza tu na moto tukaenda kabisa. Acha tulete washirika tuone wanasemaje. Nashikadao hapa.
Revelation.
Yeah.
He alleged that his deputy, your boss, boss of your party, tried to impeach him. Was that uncalled for? Where did that come from? In your opinion, where did that come from?
And I want to be very clear on this one. The president.
Katwe endelea bwana, huyu jamaa ametoka. Katwe endelea.
Amerushwa nje,
Sorry. I think I'm the one to open the server.
Amerudi is back. Then atajidea.
Open the server bwana.
I have opened it. It's refusing to function.
Okay. Iko German na watu wanalala.
Revelation.
Yeah.
He alleged that his deputy, your boss, boss of your party, tried to impeach him. Was that uncalled for? Where did that come from? In your opinion, where did that come from?
And I want to be very clear on this one. The president of Kenya was lying. And I say that without blinking, without fear. His boss, puppet Raila Odinga, came out, who was allegedly, based on the president's statement, together with His Excellency, the Deputy President, planning to impeach him, based on what he said. Raila Odinga has come out and said there was no such thing. We are legislators in Parliament. You've heard from the National Assembly. We've heard from the senators. Unless you know something that I don't, there was never such a thing. We would have had. I mean, where was it? Who brought a motion? What were the charges? When did this happen? Nobody seems to have any idea about that. And the reason nobody seems to have any idea about that, you've heard His Excellency Deputy President William Ruto has said there was no such thing. Raila Odinga has said there was no such thing. As legislators, we never even had. I say again, the president was not telling the truth. The president was lying. And the president needs to apologize to Kenyans. However, since I've told you, William Ruto said no such thing happened, Raila Odinga said no such thing happened, no legislator is heard of it or was aware of it, of such a thing, then you need to perhaps call Uhuru Kenyatta here and have him come answer that question so that then he can give us the details. Because as we stand right now, that is why I say it's propaganda. It's meant to divide the country. It's meant to incite a specific group, which is the Kikuyus. He has continuously done this from Sagana. He is now doing it from State House. It's a shame. It's embarrassing, and it should not be coming from the President of the Republic of Kenya.
By the way.
Okay. Just hold on. Just hold on. Those are the brains we have. Just hold on.
Kama sio handshake ambayo Uhuru Kenyatta alisalimiana na Raila na wakasikizana na Kalonzo, wakasikizana na Musalia Mudavadi, Uhuru angekuwa impeached na MPs wa Central Kenya. Na impeachment ni kusema kugarurirwo thirikari. Iyo wakwa acio niyo moruraga guku makithaitha wananchi mamathure na kiama kia Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Sasa mtu akikudanganya aende akusaliti na kule akuache peke yako, utamuita msaliti? Utamuita aje? Si ni msaliti? Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kusema hapa kinaga ubaga, nyinyi MPs wa Central Kenya munasaliti Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Munapewa pesa kila weekend 20,000 shillings ili muende mkauze serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
I need not to say anymore. Katwe karibu. Alex, what is it?
I just need to say, Katwe, if for all goodness, I want to tell anybody who is in UDA that that woman will never hold any position of leadership after that. Take it to the bank.
Here. Katwe karibu tafadhali.
Yeah, I was asking if you're getting my reception well. So I really want to say that first of all, when I was watching Susan Kihika about 1 hour ago, by the way, Susan, these people do not know where they stand. That is why I say sometimes UDA and KKA.
Got to speak louder, please. Speak louder.
I'm saying, yeah. So sometimes I don't know what they really want, because at one point she was agreeing with the BBI, and at some point she was castigating William Ruto at some point. If you are listening to her keenly, she doesn't know where she's standing. And by the fact that she's saying that she doesn't have any evidence against the allegations that have been leveled against William Ruto, it is very wrong, because this clip was played, Wamushomba was talking about this a long time ago. And these are the same time. This is the same time when we were told that probably the deputy president wanted to impeach the president. And by the fact that people are trying to tell us the process of impeachment does not mean that William Ruto couldn't impeach Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta if he wanted to impeach him. So the allegations might be not here or there, but what I'm saying, it wasn't hard for William Ruto to impeach the president. I want to speak today categorically about the IEBC, and I've seen this thing going round, and there's something that we are forgetting about this IEBC. Is IEBC ready to conduct a free, fair, and verifiable elections? From the history, we have, even when you look at the outcome of the petitions that have been tabled in the court of law, you'll find that IEBC has been faulted in all the petitions. The court, or the High Court, in the petitions of whether they were from the MCAs to the president, IEBC has been faulted. In this sense, 4 months to the general election in 2017, IEBC said that they are not sure if they can conduct a free and fair elections. What were they impacting to the electorates in Kenya, the voters in Kenya, actually? So were they telling us that even if they conducted the general elections, that these elections were not going to be verifiable? And if you check, in the petition of the case of Raila Amolo Odinga as the complainant and the Kuro Court and Kalonzo Musyoka in 2017, the Supreme Court faulted highly the IEBC. One is the procurement process of the election material. You remember even when they were procuring the election materials like ballot papers, there was a lot of procurement problems when they were verifying or looking at the election, the register. KPMG said that there were over 1 million voters who are dead that have not been removed from the register. It is the same thing that we are getting right now. The registrar of persons is saying that his register, or rather a register, is filled with a lot of dead persons, which IEBC have not gone to confirm whether these people are alive or dead. They have not removed those people, even up to right now. So is the IEBC ready for these elections? And when now in fact, in the first place, they are in contempt of court by not opening those servers. In the defense of Moses Kuria, and there's nowhere IEBC will take Moses Kuria, even if he says that the elections were stolen, unless they open those servers. In the public interest, in my opinion, it will be very wrong. But where does IEBC stand in terms of conducting a fair, free, verifiable elections in 2022? Have they checked the contracts of the commissioners who are in office? What if we have petition after petition and by-elections after by-election, re-election after re-election? What if the commissioners that are in office, their time expires? Do we still have a quorum of commissioners who will be in the office to conduct elections until we get our presidential candidate, our president in the next general election? They have got ahead to verify elections for the BBI, and they were faulted why they did that when they knew they did not have the quorum to do that as commissioners. They've been faulted so highly. Are they performing these malpractices for someone that in the event they are creating lacunas when the petitions will start? Because we have seen this happening from the past. I am just wondering, why are they doing these deliberate mistakes over and over and over? In Moses Kuria's defense, it is all right for them to open servers. In the public interest, it is wrong for them to open those servers, in my own opinion. Because what do you think will happen if they open those servers and Kenyans learn that there were a lot of malpractice that was going on? You have seen the court ruling of 2017, what they were accused of. A lot. They were accused of a lot of malpractices. Did they conduct those malpractices deliberately? The answer to me is yes. Who was going to benefit from these malpractices? We don't know. Are they going to repeat the same mistake in 2022? To my opinion, the answer is yes. Who is going to benefit from these malpractices? The answer, you know better more than I do. Nothing can be further from the truth. Opening lacunas for petitions, opening lacunas for chaos. I am seeing a problem with IEBC in the way they conduct their business. On the case of Kalonzo Musyoka, I think Kalonzo Musyoka is overreading philosophical books. And I think is of exaggerating the 48 laws of power by putting himself that to be so much attractive to the people, to his subjects. He's becoming now toxic, in my own opinion. He's becoming too much toxic because in the past he has been named a watermelon. How does it feel that he's a senior counsel in this country? He has been given that title of a senior counsel, yet he cannot be able to verify what he signed, yet he cannot be able to take time. What was the essence of keeping us all that long to sign a document and then start taking us in rounds and rounds and rounds? I think Kalonzo Musyoka is keeping us busy and is taking us nowhere, and we do not know why I think the right will come where the camel will break its back and we will move on. Because to be honest, in as much as we need him, but the direction he's taking is becoming now a boy, Ashakum si matusi, but he's becoming a boy. He's not becoming a man. The rounds and rounds he's taking us does not make any complete sense in my own opinion. Lastly, I would like to talk about the opinion polls. And I think these opinion polls are here to confuse the voters. These opinion polls sometimes they're released for the opponents. Because in most of the cases, if you realize, in 2017, I will fault ODM supporters because of their overconfidence that Raila was leading. Raila was leading in polls. I think the problem with ODM supporters, they become so democratical to a point that they feel that our democracy is that matches of that of the US. You see, in the polls in the US, they matter a lot. They give a direction to which the election will go. But in Kenya, the polls do not matter because we do not have credible the people who do these polls. We do not know where they take these polls. Ever since I started voting, I have never met any opinion poll company asking me a question of who I'm supposed to be voting for. Where do they conduct these opinion polls? Nobody knows. So these opinion polls can be released from anywhere inside the bush, like Alex said, from Changardens, to come and confuse voters here. Let us be very serious, like the way Jubilee was serious when they went to vote, like the Thuraku they mentioned. It is just here to confuse. This one will show, and if you check the polls that were released by the Star the other time, you'll realize that the Star had been releasing these polls in favor of William Ruto. And from their last opinion poll is that William Ruto was ahead of 17% past Raila. But 1 month later, they are releasing opinion polls that Raila is ahead. Who was going to benefit from that? It was going to bring the voter apathy. That they do not want, once you've seen that your presidential candidate is going to win, there's no point of you waking up. That is the point. So in my own opinion, these things should be dismissed and should not be taken that much serious. In as much as they are starting to excite us that Raila is going to win, I'll be the first one in that polling station to vote. I'm not going to take these opinion polls seriously because I understand what it means. I understand what it means that if you take these opinion polls, the voter apathy will be very high, and that Raila Odinga in front to bring the voter apathy so that people do not wake up. And that is the strategy in 2017 that was used, that ODM supporters decided to say, baba amechukua hii kitu. They go to wherever they want to go and then forget that there is an election to conduct. So in my own opinion, I think I will stop there. I will stop there.
Naomba kukukata. Wewe umesema tu vizuri. Sava ikifunguliwa kuna majibu huko ndani. Hakuna voter empathy inaletwa na opinion poll. Kenyans naturally vote for the winning team. So the person struggling in the opinion poll is the one to do extra work in order to convince his people to vote for him. What has happened is the previous opinion polls were conducted when the deputy president was the only candidate and he was the only one running the campaign. Raila has gradually come and risen, and now what is happening is trying to massage the numbers so that it looks like it's a close context. From where I sit, with my understanding of political reality, which is different from political perception, is that William Ruto cannot be neck to neck with Raila Odinga in a political contest. So even with the opinion poll being faulty, I agree with you that they are faulty to some extent, but they cannot be dismissed and their influence on the elections, since Kenyans want to vote for somebody who is going to win. They are people, we even have MPs, okay? They are good people, but they are in wrong parties per se. They will not be voted, not because they need, they just look at it as this one doesn't have a chance. So they don't want to waste their vote voting for somebody who's going to lose. That is how Kenyans vote naturally from what has happened so far. And so 2017 elections, those were bungled. Is not anything. The repeat elections, when Baba said we should not vote, the majority of Kenyans did not vote. So to say that the opinion poll affected the 2017 election negatively, I don't think so, unless you have some different statistics than the ones that we have available.
My opinion was that in as much as Baba is leading in polls, polls are not votes. We should not take this one as the like Baba has won and we just sit back.
Nobody should do that.
We
I agree.
That is why
I agree with you. We should not take that, and also, we don't have candidates yet. As at now, we only have aspirants. Let people be nominated. Let IEBC gazette the candidates. Then the appeal for people to go and vote will make sense. Right now, we need to galvanize everybody to get their base consolidated so that when they become candidates, they will have voters. Right now, we have people who are aspiring. Tukisukuma watu waende ballot box, wakati hatuna candidates, what is going to happen? We have 5 months to elections, or whatever, 4 months to elections. It's still too early to begin to whip people to go to the ballot box. But at the end of the day, they are going to be voters practical. Stanley kuna mtu anaenda kukaa nyumbani na kuna mtu ana take chance. There are people going to the ballot box. They are going to the ballot to vote. Others because of their MP. Others because of their MCA. Others because of their senator. Others because of their governor. In the process, the president will get a vote. So hii sioni ikisumbua hapa. But otherwise, nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele.
Wacha nimalizie.
Malizia mbio tafadhali.
I must have forgotten. I think people are misquoting Moses Kuria, and I think there is some communications he wants to make, and he has been making it all round. If you check, and I want you to Bernard to vindicate me on this. When William Ruto was in Eldoret to be endorsed as the presidential candidate in his own backyard, what was the talk of the town? Madoadoa. I want you to follow these events. When Ruto was coming to be endorsed by his own NDC, what was the talk of the town? Kuiba kura. When he was going to the political backyard of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, when he was supposed to take a very, very serious meeting there and talk about his candidature, what was the talk of the town during that time? It was basically that we are not going to vote for uncircumcised people. Is somebody sabotaging the Ruto's presidency campaign in some way, diverting the attention of William Ruto's popularity in terms of what he's going to say, and diverting it so that something else can be discussed and people forget about what is supposed to give him mileage? The answer is yes, because you remember William Ruto was talking about that I made Uhuru president, and immediately 2 weeks later or 1 week, Moses Kuria comes and says, you know, here is Uhuru, and he named a lot of politicians. We are the one who stole this election, and we are the ones who made Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta president. What was he communicating? That this analogy that you keep on telling people that you're the one who made him the president, you should stop. We are the ones who know how these elections are conducted. So in my own opinion, Moses Kuria might be misquoted or might be misjudged. Thank you.
Thank you. Good way to look at it. But that's controversial. The motive. When we want to investigate a murder case, we go for the motive. That if we get a serious, reasonable motive, then we can get the culprit. Right now, Moses Kuria and the rest of the mountain, their protest is about Udhamaki, nothing else. They want Uhuru out of the way so that they can be Udhamaki and negotiate with the rest of the country. They have been denied that opportunity by the revival for Jubilee and Jubilee naming Uhuru Kenyatta as their leader even when he's leaving office. So Moses Kuria with their chama ya kazi, hawa wajibebe na hao wengine tuko na maziwa na hao wengine wote, shida yao hawakuachiwa udhamaki na wanataka kudemonize Uhuru Kenyatta and try to incite the mountain against Uhuru Kenyatta or break the relationship between Uhuru and Raila. That is my analysis, and nimeambiwa hapa is my own opinion. I agree with it. Nani is calling me to talk about NCCK. I'll come back and talk about NCCK later. Naomba to make progress. Penny.
Bernard, honestly, you leave Katwe to say that Moses Kuria was misquoted and misjudged. Of all people in political Kenya, can Moses Kuria be misjudged or misquoted? Bernard, you leave that to Katwe.
There are things I leave for you.
Of all politicians, Moses cannot be misquoted. Of all politicians, Moses cannot be misquoted. I beg to differ that.
And he has no quote to be quoted to. All the same, let's leave that behind. Thank you. Nani Penny ametoroka? Where is he? Okay, let's oh God. Okay, tumlete nani? Ni Simon ama Namu? Nani anisaidia, Alex?
I think Fred in your next. Fred.
Oh, Fred.
Oh, Simon. Simon has been
Kuna
here for the
Simon,
longest.
kuna Namu na kuna Fred. Ni hiyo line nafuata ama?
Yeah, Simon has been there for the longest.
Simon karibu.
Assalamu alaikum. Habari zenu? Nawasalimia kwa jina la Yesu Kristo. Have been away, lakini nimerudi. I've been away for a political mission. Just kidding. Kazi tu. Maneno mingi sana imefanyika. But I'm gonna say something about what is going on right now. Na ile kitu imenishangaza ni yule mtu anaitwa Susan Kihika. Susan Kihika amekuja hapa ametuambia on a daylight ati president wetu anadanganya. I'm so annoyed. I know Susan like back, namjua in person. And nimekuwa nikimtafutia wateja hapa. But that's not neither here nor here. But the point is, she is the one who is actually lying. Tumeona vizuri sana. These members of parliament that have spoken. And I got an example. Example that I got is Opiah Wandayi. The Opiah Wandayi is the member for Unguja, I think. Opiah Wandayi has talked in details how they were able to have those sideshows inside and outside the parliament. Organizing how the MPs, the members of parliament from the Rift Valley, they are gonna get they will get the MPs from the Mount Kenya. No, not from the Mount Kenya, from ODM to join them, so that they can actually impeach the president. Opiyo Wandayi has details. He has given a lot of details of how this happened. It's not one time, it's not two times, it's multiple times. And the reason to why they were doing that is very clear. Everybody knows there's only about 4 options of how you can get to presidency. Elections, if there is a sitting president, if he either dies or he becomes incapacitated, he can't work, or he dies. Everybody knows that. It's there in the constitution. The President Uhuru didn't look like he's dying. He didn't look like he's resigning. He didn't look like none of the above. The only option that was left in the table was just to impeach him. So these things, they are there in the public domain. Wamuchoba amekuja hapa, ametuambia vizuri sana maneno ya how some of the Mount Kenya region, they had actually also gone to that side. Na akawaibisha, amesema shame on you, amewasema msikia aibu sana. This is the exact allowed 2018 when these things were going on, and tulisikia hiyo fununu, we heard about it, lakini haikufika mahali ilikuwa inatakana. So whatever happened, it is politics is always about numbers. So walifanya hesabu ikakosa kuingia, na wakati hesabu ilikosa kuingia, alafu the main character, God bless his heart, Raila Amolo Odinga, refused, akakataa hii maneno. It's unconstitutional, hawezi kufanya hivyo. And it's very clear that if he succeeded, if the what DP wanted succeeded, he could have learned, because he actually timed. If you look at the timing, it was exactly, the constitution is very clear. If the president, the president who takes, if the deputy president takes before 2.5 years, that term is considered, is not counted. So he was going to be the president for 2.5 years and still be eligible for another 2 terms. It just had passed with a few weeks. So these things, they are there for everybody to see. And hao watu wa UDA wakiongozwa na DP wasitueleze, wasijaribu kudanganya. It was not there. The DP can say that to save a face. And you saw how fast he did it the following day, and that is his nature. Hawezi hata kukaa kidogo afikirie how I'm going to talk about that. How am I going to approach this? He could not even, and that is hapo ndio amejimaliza, ataendelea kujimaliza, because he doesn't have, I don't even he has any advisor. If he does have any advisors, those advisors are there paid for nothing. They don't do anything. Wanakuwaga wako hapo there to be seen. I don't think he takes anybody as advice, because if you want, hata kama ni wewe mzee uko kwako kwa nyumbani, if you want to do something, you want to take a step back and think and strategize what you're gonna say. So just to come in front of the people in this Kirifi and saying it's a lie and calling the president a lie, first of all, ni aibu. Secondly, inaonyesha hufikiri. Third of all, just calling saying somebody is a lie doesn't make him being awe anandanganya. It doesn't. So mimi nitasema, I think it feels, hata kama hatujui the details, the fine details of the story, the approach, vile DP ametokea na watu wake kina Susan Kiheka, vile wametokea, it just makes the impression, the perception. There is more to be told. There must be a truth here. Why are you overreacting with like that? Why are you reacting with that kind of anger? There must be something. Now, ile kitu ingine ningetaka niongelee kidogo is the opinion polls. I think the opinion polls is they have a reflection of something. I had Katwa say hajawahi kuwa interviewed. I have been interviewed, and I was just visiting Kenya. I met a nation guy I can interview in the street. Harasarasi ananiuliza unaweza support gani? That was 2017. Ananiuliza, and I was just lucky. I don't have to be interviewed personally. These opinion posts, they are not done for hundreds of thousands of people. It's maybe 2,000-3,000 people. For you kuwa ni wewe ti umefikiwa ndio uwe umekuwa kwa hiyo poll, it's so hard. And you remember they are doing the polls the whole country. So the opinion polls, ukiangalia, some of these companies, they are very rigid companies. What they do, they make sure they get from all corners. Is random. Wanakutana tu na wewe wanakuuliza una support nani. Wako na like 5 sample questions. They ask you these questions and you answer, and they're just ticking the numbers and they go to the next person. At the end of the day, they have these 3,000 and they tabulate. This I'm not a strong believer of opinion polls, but you can see always they come to something. Kuna kitu inakuaga hapa. They are very close, and that's why they always give. Maybe like zile nimeona juzi, the Radio Africa, they gave plus or minus 5, the margin of error. And that is even if you have to do any kind of sampling, that's how you do it. So to me, if you look at if you even you go to Google, you look how the opinion polls were coming. Uanzie kitu last year, July, uone. Ruto was polling way ahead of Raila. All the way until the beginning, the late last year. Ndio sasa tumeanza kuona wakati, and this time Raila Odinga has not declared to be a president yet. He is just, ni watu wanafikiria tu. Yeah, he is only taking the opinion. He's going around the country. So we knew, watu walikuwa wanajua anaweza kusimama, but there is no guarantee. So he was still getting some percentages. At one point I saw he had 21%, 28%. Then he came growing up. I am kieda juu kidogo. So the point is, these opinion polls, don't trust them. They work, they have worked in developed countries, and that's where we get the models. If you look at Raila Amolo Odinga, he has been consistent, around 44%. Why is that? It has a base. It has a base. Ni kitu imefanywa, wale watu wanafanya, sometimes they can be, I know they can be paid to check those numbers. But by and large, most of the opinion poll companies, they do that for education purposes. They want to tell the electorate, this is how things are. However, we also know that they also help to form their opinion. So when people know that, like the whole time until the last 2 months, the whole time we knew as Kenyans, UDA is winning. But we also knew UDA is winning because there's no competition. Now the competition has come. Raila has declared he wants to be the president. He has amepata idhini zote. So now it may change. Now the people gonna change right from the ground. Guess what happens in the areas where Raila had the strong was pouring. He has a strong base. We are talking of Nyanza. We are talking of Coast. We are talking of Northeastern. All those places, Western. Those people, when it comes, ikifika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, they will wake up because they can see our candidate. He is doing well. He's doing. Before they couldn't wake up. Why? Because before this, before 2 things. Before the opinion polls were showing that he is catching up, and now he's ahead. 2, people have underestimated the level of President Uhuru being on Raila's side, because we know most of the country knows the elections have been not going the way they are supposed to. Let me use the word rigged. So wewe kwenu ni Nyanza, Why wake up knowing that the elections itaibiwa too? Why? What's the reason? You lack the fire in the belly. So these opinion polls, they are so important to me. I find them. They should actually be looked at closely. I'll got that to say for now. Thank you so much.
Simon, umemaliza?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Dixon Namo, are you there?
Yes, Ben, and I'm there.
Kujificha nyuma ya curtain ni kinyume na sheria.
Lakini nimeona some other members doing the same, so I can excuse myself to be alone for maybe for a few minutes.
So you make your submission, then we get you off the screen. When the screen is dark, my viewers complain to me, and the video doesn't look good. When we have people who watch this after the show, not during the show. So please, let's be mindful of them. Make your submission quickly, please. Tuende kwa Manyi.
Okay. So me, Bernard, I just wanted to point out on one or two things. One, I want to point out on the issue that Katwe has discussed about Kalonzo Musyoka. One, I think Kalonzo Musyoka forms a basis of AZIMIO politics. The fact that Kalonzo being in AZIMIO, people from the lower eastern, maybe they have supported Raila Odinga for 2013 and 2017 just because of Kalonzo. I may think so. That's my own opinion. Second, tuseme maybe Kalonzo is not important on ama Kalonzo ana maana kwa siasa ya AZIMIO. I may disagree with that because we are not very sure the reason as to why maybe the people from the lower eastern, which forms the Kamba nation, whether they supported Raila just because of Kalonzo or they supported Raila just because of his manifesto. For Western, maybe we can say it took a 50-50 because you are not here sure the reason, the main reason as to why people from Western they supported Raila because at the end of the day tunajua Mudavadi hakuna kitu alikuwa amepewa, kuna kitu alikuwa amepewa kwa NASA in 2017. The same case in 2013 when Mudavadi decided to vie for the president, maybe against Raila Amolo Odinga. They still managed to vote for Raila wakiwa na candidate wao kwa ndebe, but maybe is for their own reason. Maybe they assumed hata wakipea mtu kama Mudavadi kura in 2013 he could have not have managed to outdo Raila Amolo Odinga and RUTO ticket. So we can't assume that. The other thing ni hiyo issue ya Moses Kuria. Someone has saying that maybe we misquoted Moses Kuria. For me, I think we know the reason as to why Moses Kuria was brought in politics back in 2014 through by elections. We know that all this guy has been playing in Uhuru's government. So we cannot say that whatever he said, he just said it maybe by mistake. It was intentional, and he knows what he was trying to mean when he's saying that. So, kwangu ningesema Moses Kuria, whatever he said, he knows the reason as well. And that's why he has insisted of IEBC opening the servers. Because whatever he communicated, maybe for someone, I would say maybe for someone, whom I may not be sure whether it is Uhuru, whether it is Ruto, but at the end of the day, I know the remarks that Moses Kuria made, he made it intentionally, knowing what he is saying. That's all what I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will not battle you on that. Naomba tuone hii ndio tulete Momai. I hope the video will play without trouble.
That we have, believing that it starts and ends with a mountain. How many regions, how many counties are there in Kenya? Have you seen what is happening in Mombasa? What is happening in Kakamega?
We are reading.
What is happening in Turkana? What is happening in the rest of the country? There's been too much obsession with the state of affairs in Mount Kenya region. And what we have observed, and the data is there, we have seen how the central region has responded to the vote in every election that has been held. The people of central Kenya are the most pragmatic. Politically, they're the most pragmatic. And I'm still convinced that in the next 3-4 months, there'll be serious shifts in terms of perception of who's likely to run the country. Let's be honest. The economy of Kenya is centered around the mountain for historical reasons. Tom Mboya, sessional paper number 10 of the 1960s, that talked about developing high potential areas. And Susan, you remember when we were debating the revenue allocation matter, the matter came up.
But we were on the same side.
Yeah, we were on the same side then. And even today we are wearing the same colors. So the central region and the mountain region, I think in terms of being the biggest stakeholders in Kenya's economy, you cannot understate that. If you're the biggest stakeholder economically, you need stability, you need certainty, you need a government that will look out and will protect your interests as an economic player, not a government that will give you favors. And you want to look at that potential government. Who are the people in it? Are they people who spend all their time on weekdays in court? Are there people who have been convicted of crimes like grabbing of land from persons who have been displaced by political violence? Are there people with lengthy cases of looting county governments? Are they people with even cases of hate speech? Are they people who, when they've lost an argument, they resort to issues like circumcision, etc., etc.? They will look at the parties and the players that are before them. And I can tell you the bulk of those people with lengthy court cases, with lengthy allegations, are on Susan's side. They say it's all political. They say it's a witch hunt. But birds of a feather flock together.
Okay, one moment, one more video, and then we to later Momai.
Nikawa naibu yako. Mimi Mheshimiwa Rais, I want to say I thank you very much for making me the person that I am today.
Several months later.
Mimi ndio nilisaidia Uhuru Kenyatta. Kuweni na heshima kidogo. Hata kama hamutaki kuniunga mkono, ati William Ruto anaweza kupindua mtu ambaye nilimweka kwenye ofisi? Please.
Haya, Bwana Momanyi, karibu.
All right. I love those videos. Those videos are really nice. Mr. Ruto is a funny guy anyway. So today I want to talk about Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is turning to be a boy other than a man, the way Katwe said, you know. I think we are spending a lot of time talking about, how do you call it, Kalonzo Musyoka. And I think this the kind of culture he's trying to expose now, it's people are finding it to be so difficult to believe in him. And you know, as a leader, you need to have a stand. You need to be principled. You need to have a direction whereby if you're gonna lead your people to the right place, they should have that confidence with you. You know. So this issue of Kalonzo today is talking this, tomorrow is talking that. You know, it creates confusion. You know, and it's high time that okay, we need him. Honestly, we need Kalonzo. We can't write it more because there's a number of constituents in Ukambani who really believe in him. So we don't have a choice just to play around with him. Okay, I know, Alex, you are shaking your head, but even if it's just 500,000 votes, those are a lot. We can't write him off, man. You know, but he's stubborn though. You see, we can't. You know, that's the way the situation is. But let's try to keep.
Bwana Man, are you appreciative of the kind of situation we have had with William Ruto for the past 5 years?
No. Of course, I'm not appreciative.
Hold on. Are we ready for another 5 years of tussle between the deputy and his president, and the president as deputy?
Hello?
I'm asking. Is the country ready for another 5 years of the fight between the president and his deputy?
No, that's what we want to do away with, you know.
So if Kalonzo begins to show those signs, Mapema, and is demanding the deputy president's slot, that is a recipe for disaster that needs to be rejected. And as Kenyans, let's be honest and tell Kalonzo, he's behaving like a boy. Will treat him like one until he grows up and mans up to be a national leader who puts the interests of the country first and then himself last. Lakini sahi akijiweka ya kombele is a problem. Let the problem be solved by keeping him away from the table of the decisions of this country. Nobody should hold brief for him. Na hii story ya kummassage that we need him, we can't do without him, he has 500 votes. Let us do with those 500 votes or without. Hatutaki disaster in this country. We have wasted 5 years. We need to recover 5 years within the shortest time possible. Mikono ndio hiyo.
Okay, so Bernard, that's right.
I will add you time, Mr. Momanyi. Wacha tusikilize mikono kwanza. I will give you time. Mama Selina.
Okay, go ahead.
Asante Penat. Mambo ya Kalonzo tumesema. Martha Karua amekuja juzi, hata atamaliza 1 week, na akiwa na mkutano she talk about AZIMIO. Na leo kuna mtu alikuwa anasema kwa TV Martha Karua alikuwa ameenda kotini kwa sababu ya BBI. But they were talking about her, they say amechange tune kwa sababu ni mzuri uwe na principle. Martha Karua alisema ameingia AZIMIO na Kenya na watafanyia baba campaign. So anytime he has a meeting, unasikia anataka AZIMIO. Kalonzo alisimama mbele ya watu akasema atafanyia baba campaign for free. Baba alienda ng'ambo, alimaliza one week. We never saw Kalonzo. We have never seen Kalonzo. Na ni kwa sababu kama unataka kukua running mate ya Raila, of which okay, how can you be a running mate bila kutafuta kura? Kuna Peter Kenneth, they go all over going round with Baba. We have so many other people wale wanaenda kutafuta kura. So huyu Kalonzo nyinyi munampenda, amepatiwa pipi, alafu sasa anataka awekewe pipi kitanda. Akifika kitanda anataka atolewe manguo, akitolewa manguo anataka tena wanaume wamuonyeshe kitu ya kufanya.
Waachie hapo.
Hapo ni too much. Hakuna kuacha.
Usiseme imwagwe, waachie hapo.
Kwa nini niwache? Ni wiki ngapi?
Mama, the point is made. Thank you.
No, Alex, Penat, wiki ngapi Kalonzo alisimama akiwa Kasarani na akasema amekuja kuungana na baba for free? Hata kama ako smart, hata kama ako round, hata kama ni Mkristo, hata kwenda kwa Mungu, huwezi fanya hivyo. So let's do away with Kalonzo. And by the way, nani anamwambia Kalonzo baba asipokuwa president ati baba anaumia? Ni nyinyi wa Kenya ndio mtapiga nduru, nyinyi ndio then anasemanga I know how to negotiate. Wacha yaripite tuone ataenda kunegotiate. That is so bad. Mtataka wamama tuwaambie maneno ngumu ile hamjaiona. Kama ni mwanaume ama ni mwanamke, then akuja atoke nje. That is what we can say. Hatuwezi ita wanaume watu wengine wanapepa tu malongi na kumba hata huko ndani hakuna kitu. Hiyo ni mbaya kabisa.
Sawa mami, thank you.
Ama aombe wase wengine wamuongezee.
Sawa Mama Selina, asante. Umetosha. Simon, naona swali lako limeisha.
Well, I don't know what to say after Mama Selina Jew. He has destroyed my guy completely. Mimi niko zaidi ya Fred. Selina, wacha makasiriko. Selina, wacha makasiriko. Selina, Alex.
Tuko na watoto, we have children.
Alex.
Tuko na watoto tunataka
Selina,
wawe na amani.
Sasa ni my turn. Selina, wewe umebomoa karibu. Sasa utabomoa nini tena? You have finished kila kitu. Sasa ukirudi sasa utafanya makosa. Selina, Alex, Bernard.
Simon, your question should be directed to Fred or to me. Selina has given us
nasema nyinyi sasa unajua nimeona sasa tuko kampu mbili hapa. Sasa ni kama tuko Azimio na Kenya Kwanza. Lakini sasa kwa hii kampu yetu sasa tena tumegawanyika. Mimi niko zaidi ya Fred. Na nishaikuwa hivyo since the beginning. Nimesikia vile Selina ametusi mtu yetu. Ni sawa tu.
Mimi sijatusi.
Umeongea baya.
Umeongea 97.
Okay, ndio nimesikia sasa nimekwambia utaharibu.
Okay, order. Simon sikiliza. Mama Selina moment.
Alipita katikati.
Sasa chance ni ya nani?
Wacha nimwambie. Alisema nimepita katikati. Tukavumilia. Amefanya kazi na baba. Hiyo kipi anataka sahi. Juzi tu akasema I want to have more MPs ndio niende ni impeach Raila. Alirudi akasema amefika 66 years ama 67. Kama sitakuwa rais sahi siwezi kuwa rais tena. We are saying what he say. Atusemi ile mambo atujui. Mama Ngilu alimwambia. Na alirudi Ukambani akilia akiambia Wakamba Ngilu ameniharibia. We are talking what he say. Yeye ni wetu, lakini kama we ni wetu na unataka kutunyanyasa, ni nini anataka?
Well, Selina, let me respond. Mimi nasema hivi. Huyu mzee ni mtu yetu. Na hata kwa familia, huyu ni mtu ya familia yetu. Hata kwa familia kuna ile inaitagwa black sheep. Ukiwa kuseme kuna mtoto kwa familia yenu ako na shida mingi sana, huwezi ukashika yeye ukatupa. You don't do that. You find ways of dealing with him. Sikiza Mama Selina usiongee, ni mimi. Naona ukicheki wewe sheki kishwa tu lakini usiongee. You find ways of dealing with him.
Niongee, sema mambo sense.
Hata vile ulisema mimi sikuongea hata kama ilikuwa linaniuma. Hata na mimi niongee. So the point is
Ngoja Simon, let's do this, okay? There are two things here. Let's not mix two things. If we have a child that has a challenge in the family, we'll deal with it as a family. But
yes, na huyu mimi nasema Kalonzo ni wa familia yetu.
If we have a football team and we have a match to play and we are going to the stadium and you don't show up when you have been given a number, we get your replacement. We don't say we have a challenge child, referee wait, we are waiting for him to arrive. Let's postpone the match because our player is not here. Even if he's the captain, we replace him because we have a match to play and the player to play he's not there.
Bernard.
Mambo mawili hapa.
Bernard.
Story ya kusympathize na Kalonzo. If Kalonzo was Babo Wino, if Kalonzo was a first-timer parliamentarian, I will understand. But somebody who has been in politics in the 80s, he finished the 90s, he has finished the 2000s, now we are going to 20. What are you talking about? Kalonzo should be running an advisory on how to make coalitions and run a country, not be playing kati, ataende kukatiwa, apembeleza, apelekewe ice cream, ndio akuje. It's waste of time.
Okay, can I finish my submission ya Kalonzo? Can I? Na uache makasiriko Bernard. Ukiongea maneno ya Kalonzo, ukiongea maneno ya Kalonzo tu ndio unakasirikaga.
Ngoja, ukitaka kutetea wazee ambao wanaleta aibu kwa uzee, okay? Hiyo siwezi kukubali. Title ya kuwa elder is a respectable title, whereby
nimesikia
should carry themselves as elders. If they are carrying themselves as children, it is the responsibility of the society to name and shame that elder. That is why we are here. Kalonzo is letting down the eldership of this country by behaving like a boy, and he should be regarded so.
And I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. Me, I was looking for the medicine. Mimi naona just castigating him is not enough. Mimi dawa yake mimi nilikuwa naona iko hapa. Bernard, hata wewe pia kuwa na hiyo na uwezo wa kusikiza mtu mwingine.
Dawa iko wapi?
Dawa iko hapa. Dawa iko hapa. Kalonzo, mimi nikimwangalia si Kalonzo as a person ndiye shida. Kalonzo ako na team. Na unaijua tu hiyo timu yake akina Mutura Kalonzo na hao wengine, that's where the problem is. Kalonzo, I want you to look at him critically. Akisimama pale kusema na support baba, he meant it. Lakini wakienda hako kamtukana kengine behind the curtain, they make him change his mind. And this is wacha nimalize hata wewe Bernard. What we need is to deal with those other guys when you wanafanya Kalonzo across a balance. And that is why I called, because if he was a man enough, angelikuwa wanasikiza hao.
Simon,
wacha nimalize basi.
The same thing. Simon, relax.
No, wacha nimalize basi.
Sikiliza.
Si bona uwezi. Okay. Bona Fred bona umekubaliza hao wengine wamalize, mimi uwezi kubali nimalize.
Elders don't sit in the house when the goat is giving birth outside. If you are telling us that Kalonzo is an elder and is held under siege by a group of people, that even sells him more. Okay? He's supposed to provide leadership to those people, not those people to lead him so that he can come and lead us. Okay? For him, absconding his responsibility to provide leadership to the young people who are holding him hostage. That is what makes him unfit to be regarded.
Mimi niko na statement moja mimi nitakwambia tu ya mwisho sasa. If Kalonzo, if our group, our leadership ya Azimio ikisikiza mtu kama Bernard, kama mtu kama Alex, ama watu kama nyinyi, we will lose Kalonzo and his million votes. Na ndio unaona watu wa UDA saa hii they are hunting him day night. Na sisi tuko na yeye. Na nyinyi mnasema tuachilie. Nyinyi mnasema tuachilie.
Hatuhitaji mizigo, tunahitaji msaada. Nobody wants to come and become a burden. We already have a burden of 49 million Kenyans to carry. We don't want an extra luggage on our head. Please, Alex, quickly before.
Yeah, my name has been mentioned. I want to tell my brother this. We are going to direct the narrative of this country. For the first time, we are not going to listen to any politician. The goodwill of Kenyans will work against anyone who thinks can work against us. We have decided and we have made these politicians to come to Azimio. And I will tell you, Wakamba wanasema, Kalonzo aliwafuata kuja Azimio. You need to know that. Secondly, we have a country to heal, not a person's ego. The worst form of egoism is entitlement. The worst form of selfishness. Somebody who cannot put a country before himself. When Martha Karua came, she was so organized. She put her Secretary General, gave a speech, said OCA does not exist. We support Baba with his 10 points agenda. From today onwards, we are going to move with speed and make sure. And Martha Karua did not miss his words. We have good people here, we have bad people here. But when we measure, we see the scale. More masses of good people are here. We must work with these people. And from that day, she has walked her talk. We are not going to babysit a man who thinks that he has entitlement to direct us what we want. This country needs direction. Today we are talking about somebody wanting to impeach a president. A debate today we are having today is because of a man who held this country hostage for 5 good years. No development, no for big agenda. For the last 4 years, nothing has been done because of a man called William Samoei Ruto. Yet another man comes and tells us, I will repeat the tape openly. And then you are here masquerading as Azimio. You are not Azimio. Azimio ni la umoja, sio ya kutuangusha chini. We rather lose with unity than win with disunity, and we cannot deliver anything to the people of Kenya. Raila rather lose, but if he wins, he must deliver. 100 days in office, he must show us why we have voted for him, not these shenanigans. 100 days, Raila must do something that has never been done in the history of Kenya. But Kalonzo has told us, day one, he will squash the dream of Kenyans. What are you talking about? Don't even rebut on me. Let us go. Well, Fred, you have opened a can of worms here. Fred, hii maneno ya TC, wachana nayo.
Sawa, thank you. Katwe, what is it? Quickly to Katwe amekwama. Katwe, yes?
A quick one, Bernard. One, we are not going to bend or kneel down for our short friends who think they are worth it to accompany us to a wedding. If you check on the 2007, if Kalonzo would have taken side of either Kibaki or Raila, would we have had any elections violence in 2007? The question is no. This problem of him thinking that in 2007, just because anasema alipita katikati, in 2022 is going to come up again or repeat itself. It's an issue of a childish thinking, because if Martha Karua now looks like is more of an elder than Kalonzo, because with the way she came not coming to ask for anything. She came knowing that
she doesn't look like she is an elder. She doesn't look like anymore. She is an elder.
Thank you, Alex. It is clear. Thank you. Mute your mic. Katu, ulikuwa na half a minute, is almost over. Maliza haraka turudi kwa Fred.
So the issue, if we have to go to 2022 elections and Kalonzo has not made any decision, be sure that we are going to have problems there, because he thinks that he's going to become a deputy president or a deputy prime minister from the back door. It's not going to happen. Afadhali, like Alex has said, that it's better we lose in unity than we win scattered. That is my submission.
Thank you, thank you. The purpose of winning this election is to bring transformation to the country, not to suit somebody. Okay? And if we are in a free country, people should join coalitions where they feel at home. If he doesn't feel at home in the AZIMIO, or the AZIMIO agenda is enough for him to subscribe, then he's free. Let us not bind somebody to stay where he doesn't want to go to be. It is for the good of the country. Fred, please take it.
All right, thank you. I think I've made you people at least to mmechangamka, sio? Muona Selina mwongea maneno makubwa sana hapo. But that's fine. That's fine. One thing I want to say is Kalonzo, right now as you are talking, Kalonzo is a boy. Kalonzo is not a man. Kalonzo is not an elder, the way Alex has said. And when you compare with Kalonzo and Martha Karua is an asset, you know. Right now, Kalonzo is becoming a liability at AZIMIO, you know. But regardless of the way he's behaving, we can't leave him outside, bro. We need, even if it's 5 votes, we need him, you know. So that's why I want to agree with Simon in a way that Kalonzo, I think itabia amekuwa nayo ya watermelon hapa na pale. Lakini okay, tumvumilie, man. Hizo kura hizo, okay, say right now you are talking, Bernard, you are talking like that. What if tomorrow here that Kalonzo is in AZIMIO and all Kambas they just go
look here, Momani, that is a wrong way of doing the mathematics. The Kambas are not fools. 2, they have leaders. Kalonzo is not the only Kamba leader. All the 3 governors in UKAMBANI are in support of AZIMIO. Those people have a constituency. Kalonzo is assuming he's still the only leader in UKAMBANI, or he will not share a platform with governors because he's presidential material. If he wants to come to AZIMIO, akuje vile alivyo. Alisema ametuletea Oka. Oka imesema haikukuwa na leader by the time they were coming to AZIMIO. Martha Karua was one of them, Gideon Moi was one of them, and all that. So KANU ilikuja peke yake na Kenya ilikuja peke yake. Kalonzo akuje na Wiper. Okay? Aache historia Oka iko. Secondly, akuja na Wiper, ajue kwamba Ngilu ako na NAK, okay? Na Kibuta ako na ufungamano, what is it called, the other party? Na Mutua ako na Maendeleo Chap. These are parties that have come from UKAMBANI. Lakini anataka kuzitawala, aseme kwamba hazipo. Zipo na ziko na governors. Wewe unajua Wiper haina governor UKAMBANI?
I know.
Mbona Kalonzo anatubeba wajinga?
Sasa kwa hivyo unamaanisha kwamba tuachane na Kalonzo, si ndio?
Tembeleze mtu mzima.
Achana na yeye bwana.
Okay. Sasa hiyo hapo tunasema ngoja tukutane kwa debe. But the thing is with Kalonzo, I think you have exhausted that one. We'll handle him the way he is, but okay, hiyo tusijali, tutaongea na Uhuru Kenyatta. We'll visit him once more, tumukalishe kama depas, tumbadilishe, tumwambie ni aje Toto, unatusumbua sana, you need to behave, tuone pe mambo itakuwa. But to sim right off, we need him. On my side, I need Kalonzo like tomorrow, man. So fanya hivi, hiyo tumemaliza. The other thing I was talking is about Susan Kihika. I've watched JK live. That lady is a problem. The way that lady is talking, they have that, how will I put it? They have that kiburi flan is like now they have the government, they have won already, you know, and the issue of impeachment, that thing was there. That thing is live. Whoever, mtu ambao ameenda shule, you know that Ruto wanted to impeach, how do you call it, to impeach Uhuru. Because if you see the way Raila said that, Oscar Sud was sent to Raila so that they orchestrate that deal. He ended through or impeach Uhuru Kenyatta. But because Raila is a Democrat and Raila is a father of the nation, he felt like this is not right, you know. So that's why he decided to go the other way. And that's why unaona watu wa UDA na Ruto wanachukia Raila kama kitu kingine. That's why you see someone like Susan Kiika akwa national TV anaita baba kitendawili, sijui project, sijui nini na nini. But that interview has really irritated me. I felt like this lady is so stupid. To be honest, I'm sorry to be kind of like whatever, but it's so bad. You know, even if it's politics, we need to have a decorum, you know. The issue ya kuita baba kitendawili, project, sijui nini na nini na nini na nini, anajua man, hii kitu huwa inaniuma sana. But all in all, hao watu wacha tujipange polepole. Tarehe 9 inakuja, tukutana kwa debe, tuwafanye venye sisi tunajua. You see? Then the last thing is about Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria, I think Moses Kuria is sick. Na whatever Moses Kuria is saying is not by mistake. You know? Yo Moses Kuria cha anaongea, anajua cha anaongea. Na Ruto doesn't know that Moses Kuria is killing him akiangalia hivi kabisa. You see? Kwa sababu hizi vitu zote za Moses Kuria ameongea juu ya mara sisi tulibia Uhuru kura, whatever, and the guy is not coming out to dispute that, you know. You see the way Cosmo Choi was talking recently about the family of Kenyatta, you know, the guy didn't came out, dispute, okay, that's my supporter, but whatever he said is not good, or I'm not for it. You see, then the other thing, ya kusema he knows more of what happened 2017 and is ready to spill beans. So Moses Kuria, I think tunaweza mchukulia kama nje fulani, lakini akona mission fulani ambayo anafanya huko UDA. So let's keep an eye, tuone kila kitu inaenda. So I think for now, let me have my dinner. I'm watching you guys. Tuko pamoja. Asante.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your giving. Let's keep the conversation going.
Okay.
Martin, karibu.
Mumanyi usiende kwanza, kaa hapo dakika moja. Mumanyi, Bernard anajua tulikuwa hapa about 2 weeks ago, kama Bernard unakumbuka, nikiongea story ya Kalonzo. Kwetu ni Machakos. My brother ametitui. Huwa anaenda huko. Huko ni kwetu kabisa, najua Kalonzo mpaka familia. Na Ngilu, sisi yake ni neighbor yangu. Si yangu, ya kwetu Ushago, where my grandmother is from. Najua nyumba ya Ushago. Kalonzo, nilisema hapa watu wakaniambia maybe niko na personal vendetta about it. Kama mnakumbuka wenye walikuwa hiyo siku. Kalonzo has lost the Ukambani side. Lose. That's why anapiganaga na Mutua, anapigana na Ngilu, anapigana na Kibudha, is because Kalonzo, mimi nilisema hapa, hata sijui mmeleta Kalonzo hapa kufanya nini. Because Kalonzo akona kiburi fulani inajulikana mpaka nyumbani huko kwetu Ukambani ndani kabisa. Akona kiburi ile iko ndani, ile anaonanga ni kama ako juu kabisa. Na sasa alikuwa amechapwa na nini all those governors wote watatu vile tulikuwa nao, tulikuwa tumemaliza. Hata hii shida yenye analeta saizi analeta ati ya kuwa vice president. Vice president for who? We don't want you. Na kuna watu wengi hapo wamesema hata time ya 2000 ile alitufanya tukapigana. Because hiyo kiburi hiyo. Sasa umekuja umepata party watu wakiendeleza, unataka kuja na oka, unajua as per the constitution you can have two collisions, badala ukuje wiper na ukuje ukue satisfied mali huko. Si lazima upate vice president. Unajua? Sasa umekuja umesimamisha hapa, una drag kila kitu. In fact unatuletea shida kwa sababu train yetu ilikuwa ishatoka. Sasa umeanza kutusimamisha. And by the way, there's no votes Kalonzo is gonna bring you. Kalonzo species are nobody in Ukambani. Hakuna mtu anashughulikaga story ya Kalonzo. Mimi ni Mkamba mimi. Machakos, Mitaboni, na Kabati, Kitui. Najua. Every time I talk to my Kamba friends, and by the way, I'm telling you, I've been in this politics Ukambani since Kuzakina Mulinge. I was there as a kid. My grandma used to be a politician. So nilikuwa naona hata nikiwa mdogo. And I know what people talk about Kalonzo. Hata kwa makanisa tukiwa huko, nobody cares about Kalonzo in Ukambani. Hakuna kura analeta. Maybe hizo 500 unasema. peke yake 500 like literally. Na kama niyo atakuja kutusumbua nayo ndio tumpatie vice presidency, anatuharibia time. Nasikiaga saa zingine mkiongea story ya Kalonzo hapa ni kama anasimamisha kitu. Hakuna kitu anasimamisha. Martha Karua is better hata off kwa nini, hata Charity Ngilu will bring, kwanza Kibwana will bring more than Kalonzo
Ndeto,
from UKAMBANI.
I have a question for you. Ndeto. Okay? So who is the kingpin of UKAMBANI right now?
Right now is actually between the 3 governors that tuko sure ni nani kabisa. Kibwana tunampenda because of his simplicity na ile maendeleo ameleta nini. Ile ameleta Makueni, his simplicity. Mutua tunampendea venye amechange pia Machako. Wote wamefanya kazi, so bado tuko confused between wote. Huyu nani tutapea. But unaona nini? Wote tuko now already. We are not sure. Kalonzo is not. Kalonzo doesn't talk for anybody in UKAMBANI. Go talk to any leader in UKAMBANI. Mimi afadhali niende nikaongea na mwingine. Because akoneo kiburi, he feels is up here and is not there yet.
So if ikiapen ya kwamba kesha ameingia UDA, we don't have a problem with that.
He will become like Mudavadi.
Order.
He will become like Mudavadi.
Yes, he will go to UDA like Mudavadi and Weta. And that is what he is quoting. And I pray, let me not pray. If he tries that, he's going to end up like Musalia Mudavadi and Weta. And you see, when the negotiation in Wuda became tough, what happened? They sent Musalia and Weta, and then nyumbani mfanye mkutano tuone. Vile inaendelea, ndio mrudi tuongee. So sahi walienda wakakuta watu 5-5, watu 50-50. So wakirudi kwa meza washawekwa chini. Wakiambiwa utafagia nyumba watafagia. Utaosha vyombo wataosha, kwa sababu ulituonyesha kwenu mnaleta kuranga. So that is what is going to happen. And one thing, the AZIMIO, what AZIMIO is offering Kalonzo is the best he can get. If he goes to UDA, number one, his political career is finished. Why? The leaders in UDA don't want any obstacle. If they miss 2022, they want 2027 without any hindrance. How do you deal with that? Get rid of all key people from everywhere. That's why they don't want Modamaki to be Uhuru Kenyatta in the mountain. They want these other people, Kina Waititu, to be the leader of the mountain, so that the mountain is paralyzed. It will never raise a king again. Then Western, they want Mudavadi to be finished, so that come 2027, they will have no opponent. They want to swim in the sea alone. That is not how to brood leadership. Great leaders provide leadership in the midst of great leaders, not to make dwarfs. Surround yourself with dwarfs.
Bernard, just a minute.
Martin, we are coming back to you. Let Momanyi finish.
All right. Still, I'm with Ndeto. So you mean to sema kama saizi Raila akiamua ya kwamba he wants to have Kalonzo and Martha Karua, for instance, Kalonzo and Martha Karua, wewe kwa watu wawili unaweza chagua nani akuwe running mate? Have a reason why I've asked that question there.
Mi yangu ni outright, hata siwezi kudanganya mara hiyo. Kwanza, first of all, Martha Karua tuko na advantage mbili, tunapata central na tunapata wanawake. What the hell?
So really, bro, you have written off Kalonzo completely. What about those old women and old men, whatever UKAMBANI
Kilonzo kama Sosa vile Mudavadi alipewa.
Let me explain something to you, Nani Fred. All those 3 governors wameserve terms zao. Ukweli ama uongo?
Ni ukweli, yeah?
It's true.
The two have finished their terms. Ngilu has one more term.
Yeah. Wote wameserve, wote wamefanya maendeleo yenye imeonekana UKAMBANI with the new constitution, which is devolution, si ndio?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Agreed. Ukienda Machakos si venye ilikuwaga, ukienda Kitui si venye ilikuwa, ukienda
Makueni,
Makueni si vile ilikuwa, si ndio? All that time Kalonzo has been, you know, fooling us to be in the big, you know, be the big guy huko. There's nothing Kalonzo has done over there. And remember, that's a 10-year generation of people. Again, also remember, skuza politics za kina Mulumutisia, where you had a kingpin tu amekaa fanyangi kitu ati mnamwendeanga those old politics zilisha kitambo. Saizi watu wanaona kitu yenye inafanyika, ndio anaona mtu akienda pale hivyo Machakos People's Park anaona White House, anaona barabara zote ziko poa, nini, anaulizwa nani alifanya, anasema mtu. Akienda huko anapata kuna viwanda, anaulizwa nani amefanya hiki, Kivutha Kibwana nini. Those politics are not playing anymore in Machakos. And remember the proximity of Machakos to Nairobi. Remember, it's so, I mean, it's like just 40 minutes. So these guys are so metropolitan. They are not like Kuku Shago, where you find people don't understand what happens in Nairobi. Watu wanakimbia pale, they are more educated, they are all that. They are seeing all that. They are more pro economic politics than those kingpin sides za kina Mulumutisia, where you had a blind man mwenye alikuwa ameshikilia politics zote. That politics is over in Machakos. People saizi wako hapa. So when you talk about Kalonzo in Machakos and in Ukambani, you're losing it, man.
So Kalonzo, when if Kalonzo comes to Azimio, he should accept any position he be given. No instruction.
It is not even accept. Okay, he should come to Azimio because he believes in the Azimio agenda and he wants the Azimio agenda to succeed. Then akiambiwa asukume tairi ya nyuma, asukume.
Bernard.
Ngoja.
Bernard,
one last question.
Ngoja bwana, mtu akiongea unanyamaza hata wewe. Umeongea sana.
You want to fight. Everybody mute your mic.
Mbona
Fred, mute your mic. Both Freds. Ninyi mna maswala mengi sana. Mnafika hapa majina inafanana, alafu mnaanza kutuletea kizaza hapa. Okay. Now, let Ndeto finish, then we to continue na Mkururo. Tumekaa hapa sana.
Aya, nitaendelea hiyo ya Kalonzo, nitasikiza mwenye atakuwa na rebuttal after that. Ya Moses Kuria na Chebukati nimekuwa nikisikiza sana. Kuna watu I think Bernard, kuna mahali mlikuwa wena na Alex mnasema, sijui nani mwingine alikuwa na agio about to differentiate Chebukati and IEBC. There's no differentiating there. The guy was the head of it. Anything that happened under his watch, he has to be held accountable. And I agreed that with you. That's, unajua nakuaga tu nikiziandika. Now, if at all, I'm not saying Moses Kuria is saying anything, but kuna kaukweli kanaanza kutokea hapa. Tulikuwa tumesema kalikuja na Sabina Chege, kanakuja na Moses Kuria. Ebu fungueni server, by the way. I remember MP nani ni Cheralgei. One time they were in show with kina Otiendo Omolo asubuhi. Akasema nini server imefunguliwa, ataleta hizo vitu. Hadi wa leo hajaileta. Hiyo server ifunguliwe tujue ni nini. Na tuogopi kama tutakuwa tulishindwa ama tulishinda, but tutakuwa tumetoa ujinga ingine kwa hiyo system yote. The truth shall come true. Na unajua wanasemanga the lie can walk around the world before the truth gets a chance to wear their shoes. So the truth is coming right now. It's a fallout. Haitafichwa forever. Nimesikia story ya nilikutaka kuochi kitu ya nani ya Susan Kihika, na najua kana kuaga na kiburi, but this Susan Kihika, when she used to work here for immigration, I know two friends of mine she represented them. They ended up getting deported. I've never had a case she won when she was immigration here, and I believe is the reason she even came back home to try to do the politics, because people back at home don't even know her. Me sijui na hizo viburi za say mimi, I don't know what is happening. I had a question. This is going to be a question. Hii kitu ya Uhuru, I was talking to a couple of friends. I mean, ya Ruto. Okay. On one hand, they say it's a presidency. On the other hand, they say that as a vice president, you can, and I think I asked this question like this could be 10 years. As a presidency, regardless what happened between them. Now he wants to do another 10 years. So basically, he's going to be in power for another 10 years. So that becomes 20 years, just like close 4 years shy of what Moi did. Regardless if you're saying, if you're saying you're tied by the hip, then it's the same presidency. I think for the people, I hope BBI, Peter Kesho or whatever, but I hope for the people who are going to sit down to do any changes on the constitution need to attack on that, because you cannot do 20 years on the presidency. That's, I don't know how I feel about that. Ruto in UKAMBANI. Ruto is very disrespectful. Ametoka kudisrespect watu huko nini Central, sasa amekuja kutu disrespect hapo UKAMBANI, anaanza kutusi Kinangilu. And we're not going to take that, by the way. UKAMBANI tutamtunza vibaya. Huyo atakulwa pesa na aende tu. I know UKAMBANI we mali imesimama. UKAMBANI has been barbers for a long time, and I know why. The other one, nani alisema something about opinion polls. Alisema alienda Kenya akafanyiwa opinion polls. I used to do opinion polls when I was in Kenya, just over the weekend, over the holidays. And I know how we used to do it, because we'll just walk into a kijiji somewhere or like Umoja and just have, give any random person to see what it is. And then somebody else will go to another area and you just give it to very random people. Mwenye atakubali. This is a scientific kind of way. That's why people do statistics. It's scientific. And like he said, it never falls so far. It might fall short, 5 plus or minus. Trust on opinion polls, unless they are rigged or they come from someone who just wants to pull the masses. Opinion polls are very scientific if they are done the right way. Okay, another thing I had written here is Raila. Raila is not a kijana wa juzi in politics, bwana. This guy knows how to do politics. Like even Uhuru said the other day, you can run, but then the other person will come slowly and will get you. Because Raila knows it's the last minutes that really matter. How you do your politics at the last minute is when people start jumping ship, start changing things, start doing everything. When you become monotonous, where you all 4 years you've been doing the same thing, we're already used to you for that. Now you ndio kitu happen, what do you call it? Rainbow. When Rainbow came, I think came, if I stand corrected, I think Rainbow came together only 3 months to election, if I'm not wrong. Maybe anybody who can remember that can tell me. Only like almost 3 months to election. And they took it just like that, because it's that last minute that really matters in your politics. It's not kitu yenye umekuwa ukifanya unaweza kuwa ukiimba the entire time, but how you do that last minute politics is that hiyo ndio inaletaga ile viga, ndio unapata umefika mahali unaanza kuimba yote yawezekana bila, because now it's nile kitu mpya in the streets. So Raila knows how to play this thing. He didn't have to hurry anything. Right now, sasa ndio ameamka, and that's why unaona kina Ruto, they're starting to get somewhere where they're like, what's going on? Sasa hata wameanza kuogopa Central kwa sababu huko kuna shida, wameanza kukimbia UKAMBANI. They're like headless chicken at the end of the time. They don't know what they're doing. They're trying to catch everything at the same time. And that's when you start missing things, because you start making very big mistakes while you're doing your politics like that, the last minute. Let me see if I have Susan Kihika nimesema, and Kajwang. Oh yeah, if you look at Susan Kihika and Kajwang, really, can you even compare those two personalities? One of them is very comfortable, very eloquent, very everything. The other one is just a rebuttal after rebuttal. 2 wrongs don't make a right. No, even you guys did this. If you corner her, you guys did this, you did this and that. No point at any point. So me, Bernard, I'm still here. Nimekuwa nikifuata ni ile sikuandika good notes leo, but I'm always here, nasikiza, nitakaa kidogo kama kuna mtu ana rebuttal na mimi, alafu nitatoroka, maybe nitarudi baadaye nikisikia kuna kitu kingine, but I'm always in the back listening. I appreciate the platform. I appreciate the hard work.
Okay, yep. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. Yes, Momanyi.
Oh yeah, there's a question ambayo Ndeta ameuliza about the president's thing. I think that part is we have a gray part there in between the issue of presidency, because that thing has brought issues all along, because people are saying that if it's presidency, that means that Ruto has served 10 and Uhuru has served 10. But realistically, Ruto has been a deputy president and Uhuru a president. So I think it's good for the, as in, if in case the constitution gonna be amended later, maybe after 9th, we need to look on that part. You see, because that argument has brought a lot of confusion there. You see, because that's why you see Murathe the other time. Murathe came with that analogy that how do you call it? Ruto has served 10 years, Uhuru 10 years, so they need to go home together, you know. But then you find that there's some guys who are saying no, man, that one is not possible. You see, so I think it's good for the constitution to be relooked on that part. Then lastly, on Martha Karua, on my side, even me, I was like, if we're gonna have a woman, a woman vice president, I think it's going to be good for us, because I think most women, they're gonna have that enthusiasm, you know. They'll be so much like we are being recognized, you know. If we can have a woman vice president for the first time in Kenya, it's going to make the women to come on at large numbers so that they can vote. So even me, let's try that Rarua. They called it Rarua. Is it so? Raila, whatever. Ndeto. We call it Rarua, eh?
Bas, hiyo ndio tiketi inauza.
Hey, we can even do Ngilu, but Ngilu will just bring what we already have. We need the Kikuyu and the women.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Anyway, it's a good one. Let's go with that one then. Lakini Kalonzo murumia Kalonzo kidogo, man, musiwe Kalonzo kabisa.
Thank you, Fred,
thank you so much.
Being the lawyer of Kalonzo, but Kalonzo has disappointed us. On the other hand,
thank you so much.
If I'll say something on the presidency before I bring this other friend, matters presidency. I think after you serve as deputy president for 10 years, okay, it's good you take a sabbatical 5 years, then come back later. It's too greedy. You are greedy of power. If you have been in power for 10 years, you want to extend for another 10 years. That means you want to serve 20 consecutive years. We will not be able to introduce any change anywhere. Now, as much as the Constitution does not spell it out, common sense and common morality, okay, also requires for you to recognize we have 49 million Kenyans. It doesn't have to be you and you alone. People, if you have a political stamina, you will always make a comeback. But the people who trick Kenyans to believe that their leaders are the ones who want to keep their fingers on the plow so that nobody else holds the plow. But if you know how to ride the bicycle, give somebody, let them ride, you will pick the bicycle and ride because you know how to ride it. Sioni haja yawe kuserve as deputy president for 10 years and you still want to be president consecutively, immediately. So that you do what? What were you doing the 10 years? As much as the constitution is not against it, I think natural nature laws should forbid it. Ama tubadilishe running mate. Tukishasa first term, tukitafuta second term, dikwe huru, we get another running mate. Then you take sabbatical of these 5 years as you prepare to take over because you served in the other one, so that there is harmony and decorum. Not you are in the office, you are fighting the government, you're causing confusion. All that confusion, you're sabotaging the program of the government so that you come in and rectify. Hiyo ni mchezo tunacheza. Yes, Alex.
And that is a very important point because of two things. You have heard the deputy president complain all the time that, for example, 2 days ago, that the president is using the State House to bring traditional leaders. And he has used the current residents. I mean, he negates that and he thinks that that's a negligence on him. Secondly, he says Raila is using state resources. He is using state resources every day. and he thinks that we are going to forget about that. So I think what should happen is that for us not to complain that state resources or state house or government resources is being used totally, even within himself, we need to have a complete departure from anybody running the highest office, from himself being in the office, because he's complaining what he's doing. So because that clause can be difficult, what they can do if they want is they say, if at any time you realize as a deputy you want to run for presidency, resign and seek a mandate. And they gave a period. For example, for state officers, they say 6 months. They should give 2 years for the deputy. And I think that should be good, so that we should not have a sitting deputy running for office, because it contravenes the law itself, because you use the state resources and you're using the security, so we can't even manage you.
Thank you. That's something we need to ventilate on. Between John and Kasutu, who came first? John was here. Kasuti, wewe ndio mzee.
Ni Kasuti.
Leo wazee wamevamiwa. Mnataka kuharibu title ya uzee. Hebu njoo utuongeleshe kama mzee naye heshimu. Huyu mzee mwenzako anaitwa Kalonzo. Hiyo kipara ni halisi ama ni ya kujipatia?
Acha nianze hapa. Najua nyumba yenye hujachenga huwezi ukajua dhamana yake, kitu cha kwanza. Kitu cha pili, nikiwa tu hapo kwa Kalonzo hapo, let me damage some ignorance from that perspective. Anafikiria vile alikuta ODM imetengenezwa, alafu Tani Manzo akakimbia na certificate ya ODM. That mentality is still in their minds, that they can come to AZIMIO. AZIMIO already imekuwa built, imejengwa, imewekwa structure, imetafutwa kila kitu imewekwa, so that they come in, they were fighting to invoke something we call Kenya Kwanza, so that at the end of the day, and then they run away with the certificate. No, that one, forget about it. We don't need him, in fact, for your information. Because the likes of Tani Manzo, likes of this Senator Wambua, the likes of Mutula Kilonzo Jr., they have their own interest. And those are the people who are pulling the strings behind Kalonzo Musyoka. So Kalonzo Musyoka is no longer Kalonzo Musyoka. By the way, from the word go, Kalonzo has never stands for himself. He has never, for heavenly sake, kazi yake ni ya kupita hapo katikati. Achana na yeye. Ule mzee mwingine, huyu baba huyu mwenye wanasema ati baba amekuwa mzee. Let me tell you something. Presidency or leadership process. And whatever God ordains, he makes sure that he sustains it. Remember, Moses passed a very long process from day one he was born. He was born the day that Pharaoh was killing the watoto. You understand the story. And if you calculate the years of 400 years of the captivity of children of Israel in Egypt, it comes to the age of Musa. There is this analogy, what we normally use in Bible, that growing old without aging. What does that mean? Musa alitoka kwa Farao akiwa na miaka 40. Akaenda kwa Cheze akakaa huko miaka 40. Akatoka huko Cheze akarudi kwa Farao akiwa na miaka 80. Akatoka pale akakuja akakaa jangwani walikaa jangwani miaka mingapi Bernard? Musa 40 years, that comes 120 years. Biblia yangu inaniambia Musa alikufa na miaka 120, but his physical strength was intact. Hata macho yake haikuwa imekuwa dim. What does that mean? The chosen one, despite the process, obstacles, whatever utapitia, but until God sustain what he meant to do with that chosen one. Ndio mambo yako yaishe. Ndio yani safari yako yaishe. Unaona? So wale mtu anaongea kuhusu baba tunasema he is the chosen one. Nobody can come around and say ati baba nini. No. Mungu amemweka kwa sababu there is something that he want our children. Mnasema hapa, mkisema hapa tu, sisi ndio tunasemanga. Hata wenye wanasemanga Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Wanasema za kwamba our forefathers did this. Our forefathers Abraham, Isaac and Jacob. If kama Mungu hangeweka wale manabii walikuwepo wazee wapatiane hiyo historia ya kina Ibrahimu na Isaka na Yakobo, wangelijuaje? Vile visazi vyenye vingelisaliwa hiyo wakati wangelijuaje kama hizo shekezi wale watu walikuwa na exist? So in the current situation, God has kept Baba to tell us what transpired in our country. My child will wish to know what transpired in our country. So it is a good time for Baba to articulate everything. Hata akisema hiyo historia, I'm so eager. Hata na encourage watoto, more children to listen to that Baba. So hiyo wacha tuache kando kidogo, hiyo wacha kwanza, nikienda hapo tutahubiri sana vijana. Na kama by the way, let me tell you something. Kuna kitu inaitwa nature and fate. If the nature has conspired Baba to be president, nobody will deny it. And if we go with that narrative, Kenyatta was old man, handed over to Moi. Moi akapeleka inji vile alipeleka vibaya. Moi akiwa kijana vile alikuja akapeana kwa nani? Kwa Kibaki mzee. Mzee akarudisha inji kwa laini. Kibaki akiwa mzee amepea hao vijana wawili walikuwa wanaitwa dual, sijui dual what? Are you getting the point? We can see where we are today. What does that mean? The nature has conspired within Baba's presidential candidature. So nobody can stand somewhere and say ati Baba sijui nini. So hiyo ni nature. Huyo hakuna mtu atapinga hiyo. Na wewe ukitaka kupingana na Mungu utakutana na radhi ya Mungu. Hiyo ni ya Mungu. Wacha nikuje kwa watu wetu hawa. Unajua ndio Halwale a step down for Malala. Alilipwa 10 million. Ndio Malala akubaliwe Quran, aliambia Ruto, wewe nataka unipatie 10 million na uconvince nani huyu ashuke chini, mimi niwanie na hautasikia mimi nikiongea mambo ya Mudavadi tena at running mate. Na kusema ukweli, from that day hiyo stand ya Malala kusema kupusha akisema kama sio Mudavadi hakuna. Malala ashawekwa kwa mfuko na ikaisha hivyo. So hao wameuzwa kama kuku wameuzwa kwa bei nafuu sana na wakaisha hivyo. So whereby stories za kingpins, mtu aliongea hapa kuhusu kingpins. Kingpins inakuja, you might desire to kill the kingpin in order to install yourself to become a king. na kuna wakati mwingine you may kill that king and yet Mungu naye akukatae usiweze kupata hiyo kiti. So kuna kitu kimoja tu nataka kuacha nayo, kastori kadogo tu kuhusu Nebukadnezar. Nebukadnezar, he was so powerful, very powerful. Na Mungu akasema, akaambia Nebukadnezar, I have given you power and authority. I have made you to be a god, kamungu juu ya hizi falme zingine zote. With the pride and ego of Nebukadnezar, akaenda akakeuza vile Mungu alikuwa amemwambia, akasema sasa mimi ndio Mungu, nyinyi wengine wote mnafaa kuniabudu. Mambo matatu yalifanyika kwa Nebukadnezar. Mungu akiwa mbinguni akakasirika, mimi nimekufanya. So kuna kiwango fulani unafika katika uongozi, Mungu anakuinua ili ukakue kitu fulani, ili ukaweze kuonyesha mambo fulani. Lakini sasa wakati kiburi chako kinakuja, kinainuka, kinashinda vile ambavyo Mungu alikufanya, mambo ni mawili matatu inafanyika juu yako. Kitu cha kwanza, Mungu akasema nitaskata ama nitatawanyisha wale kondoo, wale watu ulikuwa unachunga wote nitatawanyisha, yani watatapatapa. He will scatter them, and then he scattered them. Jambo lililofanyika la pili, akasema ya kwamba ninaenda kutoa ufalme juu yako. It is the time Babylon iligongwa. Babylon ikagongwa. Jambo la nne, kwa sababu umejilinganisha na mimi, sasa Ruto anajilinganisha na Uhuru, naenda kukupunish. Utakaa msituni na utakula nyasi kama ng'ombe, kama mnyama, na hiyo ndio itakuwa fate yako. What does that mean, or what does that teach us? Kiburi, kujiinua, disobedient. Ruto hana hizo quality. Obedient hana, yani hana unyenyekevu, hana nini. Kwa sababu mimi nimeshangaa sana, nimeona Sudi, yani hata kidonda haijapona. Huyu anaitwa Muchoi ama sijui anaitwa Muchoyo huyu. Kidonda haijapona. Mimi nimeona Sudi amesimama kwa podium mahali juzi ama sijui ni jana, juzi, anatukana president live. Alikuwa huko kwetu Kimilili huko. Ukisikia ile jina alitumia, even it cannot be mentioned here. Then now unashindwa. These people kweli in real sense, na ndio tunasema ya kwamba let them continue with what they are doing, let them continue with their ignorance, in order kufanya nini? Kufanya mambo ya kuwa mazuri upande ule mwingine. Na kitu ingine, acha niongelee hii story ya Linturi. Let me tell you.
Maliza.
Nitamaliza na hii ya Linturi hii. Bernard, you are my advocate. What's a woman stands for in the church, the body of Christ? A woman is a monument, or a woman is a sanctuary. Mwanamke anasimamia kanisa. Mwanamke ana heshima sana, na mwanamke anasimamia kanisa. Na ndio maana wewe penalty uking'ara hivi, hakuna siku utapata credit. Wewe unang'ara, boma yako inakuwa watu wanafurahia. Kwa sababu gani? Unaambiwa mwanamke yule mwenye hekima ni yule anajenga boma lake ama anatunza boma lake. Mwanamke mwenye busara, yeye ndiye anatengeneza boma lake, na watu furahie kwa ukarimu na kwa hekima ya ule mwanamke. Hata kama vile unakumbuka vile mwanamke anaitwa ule mwanamke alienda kwa mfalme akasema ya kwamba licha ya kwamba mume wangu amekosea, lakini naomba ukamuwie radhi. Na kwa sababu ya ile upendo ya mwanamke, mfalme akamuia radhi. I'm getting the point. Sasa Linturi huyu, hizi vitu haikukuwepo. Na unajua imetoka wapi? Hii kesi ilikuwa kotini na walikuwa wakawevu wakasema ya kwamba walionea Linturi. Hii vitu haikuwa. Hii video unaiona viral hii haikuwa. Wakati Linturi alienda Meru na akasababisha mama yetu akakuwa humiliated, akalipa watu wa mama, akalipa sijui vinyangarika huko, wakahumiliate our mama. Imepita siku 2 kweli 3? Haijapita. This video now emerges out, ile ya scene. Hii ndio evidence walisema ilikosekana. Saa hii sasa ndio imekuja imetolewa from the hotel. Ndio alikuwa anaulizwa, wewe hata kama ni kwako, wewe unaweza lewa uende kwa room ya watoto wako. Na unaenda kwa room ya watoto wako na unataka ku have conjugal rights with your daughter at because umelewa, umekosea room. Inakuaje wewe unatoka kule, unakuja kuingia kwa room ya mama hapa, na unaingia unataka kuanza shughuli mara hiyo. Alikuwa anauliza hata mimi sijui vile nilikuja hapa, hata sijui huyu mwanamke wangu ako wapi. What does that mean? Don't joke with our women. Women are the symbol of God himself. Na nimemalizia hapo na nimeenda. Mwenye ako na swali aniulize.
Asante Bwana Kasuti. I think picha umechora inaeleweka vizuri, na lazima we play our role to see to it that we do the right thing. Eldership is honorable, and so every elder should carry himself as one. There is no excuse for the same. Penny has been coming and going. Penny, are you there? Penny Nyagaka, are you still there?
Yes, I am here, my friend.
How are you today?
I'm great.
Your camera is on and off. Yourself, you're in and out. What's happening?
Kind of busy, you know how it is.
Okay, make your submission and go back to your business.
Thank you very much, Bennett. Yangu ni kuwasalimu sana, na nimewasikiza. As I always tell you, young people are very smart, and that's very good. Na leo kabisa nilikuwa nataka nipate jai kutoka kwa Alex. Kesi ile kesho itakwisha, itatupiliwa mbali. Hiyo ninaambia Alex, na nataka ninunulie chai kesho. Leo ndio ninajua, ama akishinda kesho mimi nitamununulia chai. Sasa tuende maneno ya Kalonzo.
Wewe ni mzee, huwezi nunua chai. Yata nunua chai, wewe utanunua gari.
That's another story.
Yale tu hapa vizuri.
Okay. Sasa Kalonzo vile Raila alimuita ni watermelon, and he really in AZIMIO to damage it because he knows he cannot be the vice president, but he's ordering that he has to be the vice president. When Kalonzo came to AZIMIO, that's when we cleaned everybody in Kiambu, and he has never even gone to any meeting in Mzee Raila. But Martha Karua, that was a very good catch. That was one of the, other than Yachai, he was the only other person who resigned when he seen nonsense to be nonsense and quit. But that's a story for another day. But Kalonzo, yeye ni mtu ya Oda na tumutaki, lakini is there just to damage Mheshimiwa Raila the much he can. Na kuja maneno ya Kuria, lakini mumesahau ni Sabine Chege alianza hii. Sabine Chege ndiye alisema hii kura tunajua vile tunaiba na tutaiba, na Kuria akaripiti hiyo. Sasa for some reason wazungumzaji wengi amukumbuki hiyo, mnakumbuka maneno ya Kuria. Kuria is just there to antagonize you guys. But what is more important is that Kenyatta is really helping us. Uhuru Kenyatta is helping us because he knows how unpopular his government is. Raila, like one of the speakers said, Raila would have won everywhere in Kenya by himself. But the mountain, after he threw those people out of the town in Nairobi, and the Kikomba, he destroyed, he's very, very unpopular in the mountain. So he's really helping us in a way. And we don't have any problem with that. And the most important thing to look at is who is running IEBC, the CHEBUKATI. My friend Bennett, let us accept today, 4 months to the election, that the CHEBUKATI is the one who is going to announce the winner. And we have to know today, if not yesterday, that we trust CHEBUKATI or the institution that he runs for us in 4 months. Most of the speakers are questioning that. Now, CHEBUKATI, it was competitively high.
Amy, when you say he runs for us, who is the us here? Because you are speaking on behalf of UDA. Are you in any way implying that CHEBUKATI runs IEBC for UDA?
No. I said us, Kenyans. Us, you and me. We have to accept today that CHEBUKATI is going to rule it right. I am not saying that he's going to rule for us or he's going to rule for you. We have to trust. So I will not put him in the UDA, even if some people think that he's
Bwana Penny, we don't have to trust. He must give us a reason to trust him. If he's blowing hot and cold, we will distrust him, we will suspect him, and we will follow him up.
Okay, Bennett, as of today, do you trust CHEBUKATI as of today?
No, CHEBUKATI has never convinced me to be somebody I can bank on. But I'll give him the benefit of doubt. I'll give him a benefit of doubt. But this time, akijaribu hiyo monkey business, tutammaliza.
Wow. So then, we're going to repeat the history over and over and over again. But personally, we really respect him. I think that he will do a very good for Kenyans. And this is going to be delivery, regardless of what. It's only 4 months now. And you guys went for BPI and handshake for the last 4 years. And you led the Mashamba to bribe all the preachers in the mountain. And radicalize all the youths in the mountain. And now you're trying to clean it. It's going to be very hard. But whoever wins is the winner, and we are okay.
So, thank you, Penny. Penny, that is your gospel, and that gospel we are going to uproot it.
Thank you.
False doctrine is very dangerous. I'm from the church world, but it can never knock God out of the world. So, as much as false doctrine has been preached in the mountain, the correct preachers are coming in and putting records right. Things will come around. Majority of your converts don't have voters cards, don't have IDs, so that doesn't pose any political threat. As at now, let's wait and see. Mama Selina, what is it? Nataka kuleta John.
Nataka kumwambia Penny ya kwamba nyinyi yote mmekubali kuamini Central ati mulichukua. Hawa watu, hawa my brothers, they are very clever. Na hawa watoto hawana kura, watakula, na hata hiyo watoto hawana kura watapatilika. Ingine, nilikuwa namwambia amesema mambo ya CHEBUKATI. Kifitu, ule alikuwa, alisema ajui nani aliwin, alienda. This time round, CHEBUKATI, hawezi step out of formats of Kenya kama atacheza. I'm telling you. Kenyans are very smart and very ready. And by the way, who is he working for? Ya mwisho, inasemekana CHEBUKATI alikuwa amesign contract ya 10 years. And that is why imekuwa ngumu kumutoa. But deputy commissioner ni lawyer. So we have 2 lawyers. Now CHEBUKATI anaweza fika the last minute na a lawyer anaweza chukua. CHEBUKATI amesurvive kwa sababu ya katiba ile waliharibu, na yeye alifanya interview kama Chebukati, hakuenda hapo kama commissioner. Hiyo ni kitu wa Kenya hatujaelewa, but wakijua yeye ako na mambo kama siku ile Chebukati hakukuwa na uwezo. Mwenye alikuwa na uwezo ni ule mama, alikuwa tribute wake, yeye ndiye mwenye kusema. Chebukati alikuwa tu anakuja kuongea na nyinyi hapo nje. So we have another lady or another man like ule mama alikuwa anaitwa tribute ya Chebukati. Chebukati is just a flower girl. Kuna wale wanafanya kazi, so hata yeye sahii hawezi ongea. They are real, ile real wako hapo wamenyamaza. Hiyo ndio nilitaka kusema. Ya pili, Mlimani sahii kama tumeambiwa wako 50-50 na Uhuru hajaienda, ni kusema tu aliambia Central baba, Jubilee ikaamuka kama fire. Sasa Uhuru akienda tu raundi moja, wale wanasemanga maangai, siku hiyo ndio mtajinyonga. Thank you.
Asante Mama Selina. Freddy, what is it? Ni time ya John.
Sorry to interfere kidogo, lakini mzee wangu hapa amesema hapa, amepiga kifua sana kuhusu BBI itakuwa thrown out. Ni watu naomba kumuuliza swali, anajua kwa nini imekuwa delayed to this point of time? No. Anajua anajua kuna some illegalities that zilikuwa kwa IEBC zenye ziko bado kwa hiyo Supreme Court. If at all itatupiliwa mbali, inamaanisha we don't have election. If kusema ukweli, if BBI itatupwa nje, hatuna election. So that one is a guarantee whereby kuna zile mambo because zilikuwa zinahusika na IEBC purposely ziliendwa Supreme Court ili wapeane direction and nini, wapeane mwelekeo na nini. So inamaanisha nini? If BBI itatupwa nje saa hivi, tunaisema hivi, tunaingia kwa kitu inaitwa constitutional crisis whereby hakutakuwa na election. So 99.9009% inamaanisha BBI is coming back, my friend. For we to hold election, BBI is coming back, whether you like it or not. And if it is not coming back, we are not going to the poll. The president of the president term is going to be extended. I'm telling you, because so many things. If at all it is preparation of election, IBC, they didn't have the quorum constitutionally to prepare. They didn't have any quorum to acquire anything, to do anything, to transact any business in IEBC. Now everything is said. Now here you are coming here, you are telling me inaenda kutupwa nje. I'm telling you leo, kesho, ikitupwa nje, ile story ya Atuoli inasimama. Atuoli aliwaambia BBI ikitupwa nje hivi hakuna election, na hiyo ni ukweli. Kwa sababu gani? Somebody somewhere will be ready to go to court now, give direction, and then watasema basi election inaahirishwa, na hiyo hatuko ready. Kwa hiyo
deputy ataendelea kuwa deputy president,
hatuko ready. Kwa hiyo haya, na ukumbuke the same thing, the same BBI, the Maraka Chief Justice alipeana order akasema bunge ivunjwe. Do you know why back up now President Uhuru Kenyatta amekalia hiyo barua? Mseme mtupe BBI nje, amuka asubuhi avunje bunge, hakuna election. Hey, my friend, wacha kucheza bwana, wacha kucheza. Open your eyes and smell coffee.
Okay, thank you, Fred, for your givings. Let's wait for the ruling. Let's not preempt. It's good to speculate, but let's not be absolute about it. Tungoje wanasheria na majaji wakuje watupatie ruling. But whichever way it goes, this country is ripe for change. Let that change come as soon as possible. Let's go to John to make his submission. After that, we go to Not Nice as we continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, Nasarimia, Abdul, Martin, Fred Kasuti, Mama Serena, Not Nice, and Mr. Benny Nyagaka. So, niko na 3 things that I need to talk about. Number 1 is about Kalonzo. Kalonzo, mwenyewe ni shida. Akona shida na mwenyewe ni shida kuja kwa timu ya Azimio. Because if you want to join somebody, na amekuambia hii tulikuwa tushapanga whatever everything. So don't come with your conditions if you wanted to come to Azimio. So those things that he's doing, like today nilimwona alikuwa na Jimmy kijana wa the 3rd president anamleta Oka. So it means we according to the law, we can't have 2 coalitions joining, a coalition and a coalition, no. So he needs to go away from whatever he was doing. And another thing I wanted to tell Mr. Mumanyi, though ameenda, aache kusungumza mambo ya watu wengine, because he doesn't understand what is in UKAMBANI. Let those guys who come from there occupy what is on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for kumwambia the right thing. The second thing is about IEBC. IEBC, of course, we have been having issues with the team, more especially the chairman. But we hope, just a hope for the best for this time round. Though I may mess up from the other days, but let us hope for the best. And another thing that I was asking for is they open the servers. Now, tutachukua whatever has gone, yenye imepita, we don't go there anymore. So let them focus on what is coming on August. But servers, they need to open the servers. Opinion polls. Opinion polls are like a reflection of what we're gonna be having on day 9 August. That is a reflection of what? Whether waseme like hizo ni vitu zimekuwa forged, whatever, that is a reflection of what we're gonna have on August. The last thing, Mr. Ruto, umeona you're defeated now, you are going to Kambani kuambia watu like you want to talk to Kalonzo. You don't want to, you have seen like Kalonzo akuko, you need to buy him, right? Now maybe if Kalonzo goes with you, remember one thing. Kuna mtu alisikia mahali Kalonzo akisema Raila tosha. So it means that person can't change the first thing that Kalonzo said, nimesupport Raila. So akikuja kwako, is coming as Kalonzo, not with the support that he left in Azimio. The mountain, another thing. Let's talk about Kuria. Kuria akona shida. If wariba kura si sahi anatuambia, he had the right time he was to say that thing. Now whatever he's saying is like, of course he kona ukweli, but he's making noise for no good reason. We are focused. We are not going back to where we were. That is why we need to start a new Kenya as from August 9. So whatever is right, like kuleta sahi, haina manufaa. Tuliiba kura wenye wako hapa wanajua kuiba, akili yote iko hapa. No. We don't need to focus over that. And another thing, Susan Kiiga, I come from Nakuru County. The way you are seeing things is not the same way things are on the ground. Nakuru is a place that we never fought for her. Asha kubali mara ya kwanza alipewa Senate just because of that vifaranga vya kuku. Vifaranga vya computer, vifaranga vya computer. So this time round, I don't think so that she reproceed to that position where she's vying for. Lastly, vijana wa, unajua ukiona mrevi amekuja kuimba kwako, jua huyu mtu ako na kiatu. Kama ana kiatu, huyu mtu ameacha kiatu somewhere. So it means those people who are singing Uda in Central, be keen. Those are people hata idea wana. I had somebody speaking over the same thing. I have a friend, I'm working with 4 people from Mount Kenya. So they told me watu mnaona wakipiga nduru hapo wengine hata hawana ID. Mtu anaongea tu Azimio UDA just because amepewa pesa kidogo akakunywa pombe hasa utampata kuambia mimi ni UDA. So ako UDA for jina tu. So it means usijivune kabla hujaona matokeo. The last thing, what matters in a race is the last lap, the way you run the last lap. Utakuwa umetangulia, imebakia 2 seconds, somebody atoke nyuma akupite. So it means the mountain has an hidden meaning about the race between the Azimio team and the UDA team. Huyo mzee atatoka mbio, atatoka na hiyo nguvu yote apite. Presidency ya Raila ni kitendawili kwa UDA, hawana jibu. Thank you so much.
Asante Bwana John, nafikiria hapo msumari imeishia hapo. Abdul.
Thank you again, Mr. Bernard. Well, leo nafikiri Kalonzo kama at all akona mtu wake mwenye amesikia this show, then tomorrow he should wake up na atoe tu decision yake, kwa sababu everything has been said here tonight. So I hope I've seen somewhere that he's supposed to be meeting Raila and Uhuru tomorrow, State House. I hope it is true. Nafikiri they are going to discuss exactly what we are discussing today. So let us hope that meeting will take place, and after that they will come out with a concrete decision. Now we see change, kwa sababu that is what we need to see. If hakubali na hao, then the door is open. Wacha ajitoe, tuendelee mbele. This clip ya Mythical Ntuli, I wonder, I don't know how you can call that a leader. Na uongeze honorable before his names. I don't know. And he is the key man wa UDA Meru. I don't know if ladies wenye watakuwa watch that clip in Meru will wake up early in the morning, queue, and go and mark against his name to vote for him. I wonder if any sane woman will do that again after watching that clip. So things are unfolding well. I trust wherever wale handlers wa UDA wako saizi, they are really scratching their heads. Kwa sababu things are not going as planned. They are trying to move forward, but some people are like pulling them behind with some excess baggage that are not necessary, you know. And the painful part is that those who are pulling them behind are the key leaders that they expect to like bring vote to them. Najua ingekuwa hawa vijana wadogo, that one is understandable, they can be reprimanded na they toe the line. Lakini a person of Linturi's age, Sasa huyo I don't know. Anyway, I don't have much to say kwa sababu watu wamesema kaa yote. BBI kesho, I'm not sure how it will go. I'm not sure how it will go. Only that again, the way now, the last 3 days, nimeona Ruto amerudi na ile wanataka kubadilisha katiba na sisi tunataka kubadilisha uchumi. I think he knows he might have gotten some rumors somewhere. Labda the BBI will be brought back. Perhaps that's why anaanza kuprepare his ground na mambo na kubadilisha katiba. But whichever way it goes, well, life continues. But one thing for sure, the BBI will be back. As Uhuru once said, as much as imesimamishwa saizi, but siku moja itarudi. And I trust itarudi kwa sababu some of the aspects that are on nini kwa BBI, actually one of them I heard Ruto talking about jana with the university students, akiwaambia atatoa the interest ya HELB na after some time then that loan will be a grant, and that is part of the BBI. You see, so there's some aspects that he's borrowing heavily from the BBI thing. So I wonder kwa nini alikuwa anapinga, kwa sababu if you say so many things of something is good, kuna ile kidogo ndio mbaya. This mbaya one can be inaweza kurekebishwa in one way or the other, rather than throwing away everything altogether. Na mazuri ilikuwa mingi, just like he was against the current constitution that he's enjoying, akisema ati ile kidogo yenye ni mbaya tutupilie yote. Well, that paints a picture of him being one person who is so much anti-change. He doesn't want any change. Yani yeye ni ule wa status quo must remain. You see? So I wonder how again he will come up with an ideology of the bottom up, and he doesn't know how to go about it anyway, kwa sababu they cannot even explain it to anybody. They just put it simplistically that we just put money here, there, then the economy will come up. That is so simplistic. Or they are thinking more like anaitwaje, layman, and wanasema wako na David D is that economist wa economist, yeye ndo ako huko juu. But they are joking. So at the end of the day, ile wanasema miti imeteleza tena inateleza sana, na pia wazidi kukata miti Rugoi. Ala mzee wetu Watoli. Thank you very much.
Sawa, kateni miti hata wakipanda mkate tena, kwa sababu haya mambo vile yanakaa yataleta kizaazaa. Naomba turudi kwa nani, kwa Martin, nikianza kutafuta Themba.
Hey bana, unajua mimi nimekuwa na submission yangu, na unajua mnanisikia vizuri? Kuna mtu ako na echo. Iko sawa?
Uko poa. Sorry.
It's okay. Oh, there we go. You can still hear me, right? All right. Yeah, so Mimi, I think on my second submission, really is not submission, because I always say in this group that, yeah, we can come here and say we're going to win, and we talk about many things of what has happened and what we think is going to happen. But I think also in this forum, as young people, as people who can really talk about issues together from different kind of worlds and everything. I think everybody at the end of it, Themba, if one day you can do, at Themba, sorry, Bernard, nishaanza kuita Themba, but kaa tunaweza kuwaga chini, at least hata second submission, inakuwa about the questions that you ask about yourself, about the socio-political economy of our country, where we ask the questions that we don't understand. So that way we also moving forward without just having to just say nani huo tutamshinda, huo tutamkanyaga, huo tutafanya nini. I think that should be the first round. And then the second one, everybody comes up with something that we can all sit down and see how we can make better our economy and our country without just talking about zile vitu tu zinatufurahisha. So I'm trying to do this, and you know, every time I come here, I come up with a question too. Like, especially if I survive to my second, my second submission. Saa zingine uzipatagi, Themba ndio hiyo uzipata by now, saa zingine unakuwaga ushapotea. But me, I have 3 because I don't have anything to submit. Nisha submit ya kwanza. Sasa hata nikishinda nikiongea Kalonzo, that will not help my country move forward. I said my opinion, so my second one is for me to the questions that I have for the country, so that all of us can move together and be always, like, my thing is for us to one day be a first world country where we don't have to export people, out, and we can be happy in our country and, import instead of export. I have 3 of them. One of them is not a question, because I want the feedback of people. So I don't like talking about this guy, by the way. What's his name? The Mandevu guy, the guy that just aliongea matope kuhusu Mama Ngina the other day. I don't like talking about him, but I saw him giving a poll today talking about sijui wamechukua sijui Murang'a, wamechukua Centro yote, sijui wamechukua sijui, like almost the whole country, at sijui Ruto atashinda. A video and I didn't want to watch it because I don't like people like that, I don't think whoever it is, man, kama ni mtu mzuri alimkosea, whatever, but when you still double down, when you're still trying to double down, tulikuwa hapa na mtu anaitwa Trump, alikuwa na double down kila kitu, hata ikiwaje, hata kama ametusi wasichana, amewambia yu shika kila mahali, bado ana double down on that. And people like that, I have no time for that. But Bernard, nilikutumia, there's a legit poll nilikutumia on your WhatsApp. I hope one day you can play it over here. I think it ended up 54 to 40 something, Raila na Ruto. And I think, that came from a very legit source, and I'd like to see people talk about it. If you can look at ukiangalia kwa WhatsApp utaipata. I'd like people to comment on that, because yeye kuwaga biased in any way, at least tutachukua nini. There's places we lost in that poll, and it was a real poll, because at the same time, okay, we have to be realistic. All right, so my first question comes to the panelists, and the ones are listening, the ones that are commenting also. I'd like that, because I really want to get that. Okay, assuming BBI, and this is for me to be educated, assuming BBI tomorrow doesn't make it, and assuming Raila wins it after the BBI fails, was it that one? I don't know. It was a video one, but maybe that says it. I don't know if that was it. Angalia kwa yangu ilikuwa video, but ni sawa, even that one I can work with. But kuna hiyo, I'm asking, if the BBI doesn't pass tomorrow, does the president, whoever comes in, have the power to increase the resources to the mashinani, either by executive order or however it is according to the constitution, because that's what we were fighting for the BBI to be able to increase, or ataingia pale neakwe lame duck ashindwe kupitisha the increase the allocation and all that. Okay, I have another one. This is really because at this time, I think, Bernard, you deal with a lot of diaspora at this time of the time and this time of the show. For the diaspora voting, some of us, mimi kama mimi nakuja Kenya kuvote, I'm blessed enough to be able to come. But there's a lot of them here that came, they don't have the new generation of voting card, they have the old one. Kumbuka kale kalikuwa laminate ako. And yes, we really have very few places to go vote around here. Maybe I think it's Washington DC. Whoever, when you wako hivi wanaweza nikumbusha ni wapi pengine. I think South Carolina we have one too. If you cannot make it to go back home to go vote, mshajiuliza ama mnauliza kwa sababu najua mnapatanaga na watu wakubwa. Do you ask them where we can vote and if we can use our old voters card, which are valid because that's what it used to be before it came, you know, this other one, the new generational one. And then I also know Raila walikuwa wanaongea story ya, you know, having like a diaspora department or a ministry of something like that. I wish sure they are going to do this. Those are 3 questions. I hope kuna mtu anaandika. And then diplomacy. Our country doesn't do very well, by the way. I hope this time is gonna do well. Our country, when somebody is caught up with
just hold on before you go to diplomacy. Can we let me say something about the BBI and the diaspora vote. In terms of location where there is voting, I don't know exactly. But Kizito was here. He has a caucus that is organizing. They were sensitizing people to register as voters. The voters card, as long as it is for the new constitution, that's from 2010, it's valid, and it's not even necessary as a condition for voting, as long as your details are available and you identify yourself with either voter, whatever, your ID or your passport, depending which one you used for registration. You can't vice versa them. If you used passport, you must come with passport for voting. If you used ID to register, you must come with ID for voting. That's all you need. The other details have been captured and they're available digitally. So you don't have to carry that voters card. Just make sure you are in the voters register. As long as you're in the voters register, with or without the voters card, you will vote as long as your details are available.
Okay, so let's be real with this one. I mean, let's be clear with this one because I don't want to give people bad information. You know, I sensitize people around here. I have my little caucus here that I do, you know, and we talk with them. And those are questions that I was being asked. Like, okay, there's somebody that came, maybe, I'll give you a good example. A friend of mine asked me, hey, Mato, you know, I left Kenya in 2007, just immediately after elections. At the time I had that little, you know, laminated card, which I still have even today. Hiyo ni yeye sasa ananiuliza. Akaniambia, now you're saying we go vote. How am I supposed to vote with that? Yet I went back home, got the new generation card, and I have my passport. Am I able to vote if I'm voting diaspora?
I think the window is still available. It goes to the embassy and registers as a voter. The 2007 was under the old constitution, and we had an interim of IEBC. It was used to be IEBC, interim electoral commission that presided over the new constitution. Then the new constitution created the current IEBC. So you must register under IEBC, okay? Although they carried those forward as registered voters because they participated in ratifying the constitution, there is now the current registration under IEBC from 2010. That is the people who participated in 2013 election and the 2017 election. Those are captured in the voters register. But if you registered before 2013, maybe you did not participate in the 2013 election. If you did not participate and you had not registered, you are not in the register. You need to register as a voter.
So even though he has his old card, he cannot.
That was in the old, under the old constitution. It went away with that register. So you needed to register. And I think at the diaspora, I think you still have a window. If you go to the embassy, you will be able, or just go to the IEBC portal. I think there is a department for, I'm not sure, but there must be a department for diaspora. Get the information. It's available. Accurate information. But all I know is that if you did not transfer from the old constitution into the new constitution as a voter, you are locked out of the register.
Okay.
That's why after IEBC, the interim electoral commission, presided over the new constitution, they now became IEBC. They had to open now a new file and a new registration. Now it became mandatory. Everybody who is eligible to register afresh as a voter before the 2013 election. So the people who are validly in the register are the ones who registered in before the 2013 election, not 2007, not 2010 during the new constitution ratification, because that was under an interim IEBC, okay, which became an IEBC later, changed name, and then now got into office afresh to register people afresh. So if you did not transfer from IEBC to IEBC, you are not an eligible voter. You need to go and become an eligible voter by registering as a voter. And I don't know if that window is still available. Locally, it was closed last week on the 13th of
26th.
Is it? No, it should be 13th of March. You could go and that was for transferring. If you want to transfer from this voting to this voting, but check on the IEBC portal. I think you will get sufficient information.
Okay, I'm just getting this for my people. Me, you know me, I'll come. But okay, yeah, that's a good one. I'll go check, and if there's anyone else that has the answer, that knows better, can tell me, because there are questions that I'm asked that I cannot answer, you know, and I have to come back to these things to talk to people and see what they say, because you guys are first world. I mean, you're first on top of it right there. Okay, so moving on, the diaspora department. People were asking me about. So how does the diaspora department work? Because there's been a problem with diaspora people talking about the government, which I think I've known this for a while. Sometimes, really, you might get into problem here, and then the getting Washington DC is not fun. By the way, I've tried to get to them, but I always get to them because I know how to get to them. But a lot of people ask me, how do you get to them? Because I'm thinking this diaspora thing, when it comes in, because they talked about it, where they have a diaspora ministry or something, where people actually can be diaspora fast and not just an office. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times we've seen you try to call Washington, D.C. and you can't get them before even 1 o'clock in the morning. I've had that problem. One time I lost my passport and I was coming home. And I fought so much to go get that. This is a couple of years ago. And these are the things that all of us as Kenyans, we're willing that we could do it better, because some of us have kids in the international states. Some of us, you know, we have friends who travel and things happen like Ukraine. There are people who are stuck even today in the Ukraine, and they call and we talk. And I'm like, I don't know, let me inquire, let me talk more, you know, more to people, because some of them know I knew people back at home and stuff like that. They are, can you help us out on this one? So I think even as we have these discussions over here of politics, we also need to talk about the questions that everybody has, what they think. And so that way we can talk to our leaders, and it's not just a discussion of tutawashinda, tutawagonga, tutakula, tutafanya nini. There is a discussion that can even be forwarded to the people who are coming in for us to make our country a better place. And like I always say, a first world country where everything is. Mimi, you know, some of the people that even on this chat, they were stuck in Kenya, watakujiwaraka very fast by the US, because what? Some of them are the United States citizen, and they don't care how you got your naturalization. They just care about their people. So we also, as we're going into the government and we're getting this good man, Raila Amolo Odinga, we know his background, so that we also pass in with the Mutembe TV, with the avenues that we have, whoever has an avenue, we are passing on what people are also going through, that they have something to go through. Nata tukiwa na vijana, constitution in it, we can say what it is, because it doesn't make any sense for us to come here and call out, bad behaviors like the Kuria na kina nani, and that's all we did, and we went home, and hakuna kitu ya maana tuliongeza. I believe if we can always have that segment of talking about what we think and what questions we have, because there's no something like a wrong question.
Thank you, thank you. I think I will leave that one for Themba to prosecute. But let me respond to the BBI before I go, okay? The BBI, whether it passes or not, you asked if the president is able to hike the money that goes to the mashinani. He is able to do that, but it will be weak. That is why we didn't want it to be an act of parliament. We didn't want it to be on the free will of the president. We wanted to be part of the constitution, that the amount to go to the mashinani right now is say at least not less than 15%. Okay. Now wanted to raise that not less than 35%. So whether the government is broke or not, they must relinquish 35% of the current budget to the mashinani for development. But right now it's at 15, so another month they will do 16. I mean, another time they rise to 17, according to how things play. So with if it was enacted as a constitutional provision, the president will be bound to make it available at 35%. As at now, the constitution only requires him to do 15. And 15, you know, everybody will do the list. Anytime you go for shopping and then you see there is a soap for $7, then there's another one for $3. It says the same soap now, you will take the list. So I think as of now, the law is weak on the same, and it will remain so until there is change.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, I have a question.
Hold on. Nani anaongea? Ngoja kidogo. Bernard, but also, you know, we have to be very careful, because if we say the president can do, I'm thinking you're talking about, what do you call it, the order where it's just order yake, the constitutionally allowed, what do you call this? The order where he gives it.
As a presidential order.
Yeah, but
the presidential order is as expiry. When he leaves office,
but don't you think we are risking ourselves to people like Kina Okia Omtata, the people always run to the court, and not ever having this thing, because once they go to court, everything is stopped because it's not on the constitution. The constitution of people who keep on running to the courts and doing this. I mean, I'm not saying they do something bad, but that's what I'm asking. How much can a president keep on pushing this thing or signing, an order, and then somebody runs to the court, and then that thing never happens? Especially now that we have these UDA guys who always refuse everything. If they go there, they go to the opposition, they will stop everything.
That is what BBI needed to cure, so that it becomes part and parcel of the Kenyan constitution, that the money devolved for devolution has to be 35%, at least 35%, so that there is sufficient money that is developing the counties.
Bernard, you're misleading
because of the drafters of the constitution placed it at 15%, we have used it for 10 years and it has not changed from 15%. So
Bernard, that's not true.
God, yeah.
No, you're
misleading. It has remained 15%. Is it not at least 15%? Atuya?
Let me explain. You are misleading us.
There is no explanation for an act for a constitution provision.
Let me explain.
Yes, explain.
Now the question is, Ndeto is actually right that we don't actually need a constitutional change, a referendum. We don't need a referendum to increase the percentage from 15% to 35%. Bernard, I know you are cognizant of the law very well. The Kenyan Constitution, we have protected clauses that need a referendum for you to change. The clauses include ones that touch on the executive and a few other laws. But the law on revenue is not an eternity clause. It does not fall under the protected clauses that must undergo a referendum for you to enact them or to change them. We have constitutional clauses in the Constitution that can be changed by amendments in Parliament. So you cannot lie to the panel saying that the 15% is eternity and we needed to have a referendum for it. Currently, there's a discussion in Parliament. There can be Bernard or anybody here can petition Parliament and can change the law from 15% to 35%. The reason why they were putting it in BBI, it was because it was a sweetener to cover all other bitter clauses in it. So it is not true that it is entirely 15%. It is a minimum of 15%. And if Parliament wants to move that to a minimum of 35%, they can do that. They don't need a referendum. And I'm sure even
Kuria, what you are saying, what you are saying is valid. I agree with you. It can be moved, but if it's done by Parliament as an act of Parliament, then it is subjective to the supreme law, which is the Constitution. But when it is taken through the referendum, it becomes the framework of the law. It is not subject to revised by the Parliament downwards. But if it's done as an act of Parliament, we can come in with a new Parliament and say we are going to review this act and remove it from 35 back to 25 because it is subjective. So there's a difference between a law that has been passed through the will of the majority through the referendum that becomes part of the framework of the original Constitution that cannot be changed without.
No, do you want to? Okay, how
without the requirement of 2/3?
How many ways? How many ways do we have?
Without the requirement of 2/3 majority in Parliament.
Okay. How many ways do we? How many ways do we have to amend the Kenyan Constitution?
How many ways?
Yes.
What do you mean? How many ways?
We have ways through which we can amend the Kenyan Constitution or the Kenyan Supreme Law. That is one parliamentary.
We are talking about what parliamentary way. Is the difference between a law made as an act of Parliament and a law drafted as a constitution law. Both of them are within the Constitution, but the act of Parliament is junior to the Constitution. Do you recognize that?
No, that is not legal. That is not legal. You are lying.
It is, except
you want to mean you want to mean that if Parliament amends a clause in the Constitution, it is not a law. It must go through a referendum.
It is a law, but it's subjective. There are laws that the Parliament cannot change until they have 2/3, like impeaching the president. Things are tough, but others, they require a simple majority. And the simple majority is what you are advocating for. We change from 15 to 35 using a simple majority. That means another Parliament can come in using the simple majority and do what? Revise it. For us to make it unable for it to be changed anyhow, it must reach that threshold of 2/3 majority before it is changed.
Okay, does it fall in the clauses that must go through a referendum? Yes or no?
Not necessarily. But when it goes through a referendum,
doesn't fall there. It doesn't fall there. No, here is the catch. Bernard, here is the catch. It does not fall under the laws that require a referendum. Even if today it was put through a referendum and it was put in the Constitution, it still leaves it for amendment in Parliament Because
no, not when it has gone through
it
the,
not-
when it
no,
goes through the
no.
referendum, is a different ball game.
No, you are lying
Yes,
to us. No,
I am
no,
not
no,
lying.
no.
You go and check your law.
No,
Okay, let
no.
me end it there.
Yeah, but that
Let
one
me
is a
end
lie.
there. You go and check. I'm not lying, and I don't lie. If you are
Why
used to
can
lying,
you use
please
another
enjoy
word
lying.
instead
Okay?
of saying Penat is lying? Why can't you use a nice word? Penat cannot come here and
No,
sit down and assist us, and then you come and say it's lying. You need
no,
to know how to say
Selena, we just argue legal issues.
It is
Stop
then if you
bringing
argue, you don't say a lie.
These are
Okay,
legal
thank you.
issues. These are not emotional issues.
It's okay, Mama
No.
Selina. Let me handle this. Atuya, I don't lie. If you people are used to lying,
I'm also not
I
lying.
That for you,
Bernard,
I'm giving
this is
what I know. If you know
no.
better, come
This
and
is how we.
prove
This is
using
how
your
we. This is how we need
constitution.
to talk. Yeah. When we
Side-
disagree on
no,
legal
no,
issues,
Ngoja.
no. When we are disagreeing on
Atuya,
legal
I'm not
issues,
going to argue
you
with
don't have
you.
absolute law, Bernard. You
We
don't
have
have
been
the
here
absolute
8 hours to
You want
Kieshimu
me to
Penat.
you
If you
want
come
to
here,
me?
you need to respect
Okay,
them.
Mama Selina Ngoja. Atuya, what do I profit by lying? How much do I make by lying?
Now, this is what I'm saying. What you are
No.
saying here. No,
People
let me
lie
answer
for
you. No,
something. They
let me
lie
answer
to
you,
gain.
Bernard.
They lie to
No,
gain.
let
Why
me
should
answer
I
you.
be lying?
Let me answer you then. What you are saying before the panel is not true. You cannot
For
say
you,
that.
but not for us.
No,
For us,
that
we
is
are
the law.
Otherwise, prove it otherwise.
Okay.
Okay, let me set it there, Martin.
Atuya, I think you misunderstood what I was asking Bernard. I was asking Bernard for a decent conversation about what we need. I mean, what we're talking about, and we're talking about if the BBI doesn't pass. And Bernard did not lie anywhere. I've never heard Bernard lie. If he doesn't know, he always asks somebody else. So I mean, you come in a little bit aggressive instead of somebody who you can talk and agree on some things. I asked Bernard a very good question about if it's an executive order. Can a president do an executive order? And I said very well, and I mentioned some names. I said, Kiamtata, those people that go for the constitutional things. If you do an executive order, assuming Raila wins, and then he doesn't have the majority in parliament, what will happen if he does an executive order to get that more money there? Can he be challenged? And these are the little really smart questions that we need to ask ourselves, because also he might lose and get most of the majority, because we have to look at everything. I mean, even though we are all AZIMIO and we feel very comfortable, we have to think about everything very well with what we have to do, so that way, even if we lose one, we get the other one. Now, when you start getting over here and fighting with Bernard about lying, he did not lie. He just said what one part of the constitution and one part of the government says. I had a whole different question. You should have let me go back and ask him if the presidential law that he signs as his right will stick. And that way, I'm not even asking Bernard. I'm asking the whole panelist. It's not Bernard, but when you go on an offensive with Bernard, and he really does a good job over here, then at that point, good, you need to learn the laws of engagement.
Martin, let me say something. I was not disagreeing.
You should have attacked me, not Bernard.
No, I'm talking to you. I was not disagreeing with you, with your question. What I was trying to debunk is the fact that Bernard was lying to the panel that the 15% cannot be changed by parliament. We have clauses. If I can ask you, Martin, we have clauses in the constitution that can only be changed by a referendum. And that one even Themba can tell you.
But let me ask you a question.
Let me finish. We have other clauses in the constitution that can be amended by an act of parliament. And the 15% and the 15% falls under those clauses that are not eternity clauses. They can be amended.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
So the question you are raising is, will be the 35% if BBI does not pass, will it go through? It can still come through in the form of a parliamentary act. it is not
Listen.
Okay, let me.
No, niachie ni Bernard, niachie, please. This is mine.
Bernard.
Niachie, please. Atuya, let me tell you something, yeah? Let me ask you a question. If you pass a law in parliament, when does it become a law?
It has stages. It goes through stages until it's amended. It's assented by the president. It goes through stages.
Who signs? Who's the ultimate? Who signs for it to be a law?
The president.
Okay, that's exactly my. That was exactly what you didn't get. That was exactly what you.
Let me give you another.
Just listen.
If the president
Just
does not
listen.
sign it within 14 days, it automatically becomes law. Is it 14 or 21 days? So the president.
Atuya, it's not that way.
Atuya, if you as parliament, Atuya, if you as parliament, I don't care what law you're passing, and you bring it to my table and I send it back to parliament, it's not law. If I'm the president. Okay, so that's why you always have to be on the same page with the parliament if you're the president. I will send it back, and I can send it as much as I want within my 14 days.
Okay, thank you. Please let's have this settled. Okay. Domi, what is it?
Good morning, all of us.
Good morning. How are you?
Very fine. I think it's Atuya who has brought me back, who has brought me here. There is one thing that I want to deconstruct in Atuya.
I'm proud I brought you back.
Yeah. Now listen to me very carefully. One thing you always must understand is that you don't own truth. Because I've seen you for so many times, I've tried to get to you, but you have not managed. For example, you cannot come here. You cannot come.
Have an issue with your sound.
Okay, let me move. Okay.
Are you on the move?
Is it okay?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. Settle
Okay,
in one place and go on.
Okay, I'm saying you don't own the truth, Atuya. For example, you cannot come here and say the sun comes from west to the east and stick on it and it be truth. Truth is verifiable. Truth can be proven. Now, here, when we are talking of what is written in the Constitution, that is what is there. Bernard is saying, and understand this, Bernard is saying the way it comes in, the way it can go out. If it be by referendum, it cannot be removed by just an act of parliament.
Oh, that is totally wrong.
You are not the owner of truth. Shut up. You are not the owner of truth.
That is wrong.
You are not the owner of truth. When it comes by referendum, it will be referendum or 3/4 of parliament, or 2/3 of parliament, which is very hard. But if it's an act of parliament, it's just simple majority. So what the referendum was supposed to treat was to ensure that 35% is not removed very easily. But if it was by the act of parliament, in fact, the president can just pass it, can decide today I'm giving 35%. But what about the next president that comes? May change. So that is what referendum is supposed to treat. So Atuya, don't making noise does not make it true.
Okay, thank you. We've heard you, Domi. Let's hear them.
Good evening, all. Zaneko. Domi. I think we misunderstood that we are. And I think we need to recalibrate our nini. We are actually, there's no reason for us to differ on the provisions of the Constitution. Atuya is right. Where we differ is in the, you know, he's saying the provisions as they are in the Constitution, which is what he's saying is true. Yeah, what we are having here is maybe the form and manner, but he is actually right. So we need to interrogate. For me, the question I would ask Atuya is, after that has been, it is possible, therefore, to pass the 35% in Parliament. So what made the 160 MPs not pass it earlier and wait until we arrived at that? So those are the questions that we need to probably differ on, but not necessarily what he's saying, which is a provision. Atuya is actually saying what is there in the manner and form of a constitutional amendment. And those are things that you can read the Constitution and still get them. The process of...
Thank you, Demba. I will not speak again.
Yeah,
You're
so I think we just need to calm down. Don't look at Atuya as a UDA person, but at least appreciate when he says what is there in the Constitution. So where we differ generally with the people from the UDA is the timing of what was changed, their disagreement with it being in the BPI, and when they didn't do it. You know, those are the areas of difference, but not basically in the constitutional provision. So I think that is what I needed to say.
Themba, I hear you, and I understand you very well. What you and Atuya are not appreciating is that we have two sets of rules when it comes to constitutional matters. What is expressly placed in the Constitution is superior to the act passed by Parliament. And where these two things collide, it is the written law of the Constitution that prevails. If you're going to, like for example, the BBI was to be voted for as a whole document, okay? When it gets ratified by the majority of Kenyan, it holds greater and supremacy over other acts of parliament. When it comes to conflict, it will not subject itself to what the act of parliament is, but the act of parliament will subject themselves to the referendum law. So the superiority of the constitution over the acts of parliament and other laws, including presidential order, are not to be compromised. I mean, they are not on the same level. Now, Atuya is suggesting the selective, the usual, okay, they want to select part of the good part of the referendum and that can easily be changed. There is something they are avoiding here, okay? Let's change it with simple majority so that we can change it anytime we want. As we want to make it hard for them to change it at will, so that if they have to change it, they should get 2/3 of the parliament support to change that, because it is part of the primary provision of the Constitution. It's not an act of parliament that can be changed using simple majority. Just like impeaching the deputy president or impeaching the president, or scrubbing off of the judiciary or scrubbing off of devolution. It requires 2/3 of the Constitution.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, you were right, but the contention, which if you had the report written by the JLARC, I mean the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, their recommendations, if you could have gotten part of the recommendation, was that yes, their submissions, there are about 75 amendments. Now, in those 75 amendments, there are some that were needed referendum, and the Constitution provides for what should go to a referendum. And there are those that can be passed by just a simple act of parliament. So you are right in terms of what parts of the Constitution should go to a referendum and what parts shouldn't go to a referendum. So there was a general agreement across board, bipartisan agreement, with the UDA and even the government side, that yes, there are some that didn't need a referendum. And at some point, if you remember, when that stalemate was going on, they were saying, okay, fine, why don't we have those ones that can be passed through Parliament Act, do that, okay? And that was the contention. So what I need to probably for us to appreciate, it's not everything that should go to a referendum, and the Constitution has those ones isolated. Which parts of the Constitution have to go to a referendum? But the reason why those particular parts of the Constitution have to go to a referendum, there was the spirit and the letter of the law, so that the spirit of the law is maintained. You don't just wake up and you change certain things. And the Constitution is, I think we can read that if we care to. But the others, like what you're talking about, the 35%, it doesn't need a referendum. And what we can say also, like for example, the Political Amendment Act that happened the other day, it didn't need a referendum, and it passed, and it is part of the Constitution right now. So there are some acts that you don't necessarily need a referendum, but those ones that needed the referendum, there are some that needed the referendum. Like for example, when you were saying you need, hold on, let me make this.
I get your point. In the interest of time, let me just say this.
Just hold on. One more point.
If it does not require referendum, okay, and it goes through referendum, does that make a difference?
It doesn't make a difference. You're right. And that's why, some of them were saying, why don't we put, you remember the question on multifaceted questioning? You remember that question where they wanted that, can we put a multi-choice question?
Yes,
I mean, you remember that.
That's exactly what I remember, Goja. There is a reason why they wanted blanket ratification using referendum, because when it is passed using referendum, okay, it changes the status of that law.
Bernard, that's where you go wrong.
It changes the status of that law.
Your argument is if a law is passed by referendum, it will remain permanent. That is where you go wrong.
Permanent.
The moment let me finish this.
It outgrows simple majority. It becomes,
the moment a law is amended in Parliament, it supersedes whatever is written in the Constitution.
No, that is wrong. That's illegal.
That is true. That is
the
what it is.
Constitution. The law is the Constitution. What I have chosen Atuya. Martin.
No, that is it.
No.
Okay.
Martin, please.
Bernard, I submit that we don't have to agree. Let's just let it be suspended.
Look here, Temba, we cannot let that go, okay? Even if the president himself gives an order that contravenes the Constitution, okay? The Constitution wins. The supreme law is the Constitution, not the Act of Parliament.
What is the role of legislatures?
To interpret.
Can I come in?
No, they make laws.
Can I come in, please?
Interpretation of the law is left to the judiciary.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the judiciary. Now, look here.
Can I come in?
I asked the question. Bernard, I asked the question.
What is the role of legislators to say that the Act of Parliament, okay, is superior to the Constitution? That is not anywhere in the world. Not anywhere in the world.
What is
Can
the
I
role
come
of
in, please?
Bernard,
Yes.
this is what I'm saying.
Both of you, can I come in? Themba and Bernard, please. Can I?
Come in, Martin.
Look, Themba.
Bernard is right that the guiding document is the Constitution, but legislatures' role is to make laws. So these laws must concur with the Constitution.
Very true, but they can improve. They can improve on the Constitution.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but you see, we are agreeing. We are generally agreeing. We are not really even differing. I don't know why we are making it look like we are generally on the same page. It's only that probably we are looking at the same thing differently. One of us is looking at the cow and touching the tail. Another one is looking at the cow and touching the head.
Lemba. Lemba.
Yeah, yes, Martin, come quickly. Yeah.
Lemba, the only way a president makes an order is called a constitutional executive order. And that can be challenged anywhere, either in the country or even in the international country. An executive order through the president has been there since Geneva and since all those things. You can do it, but if your constituents allow it, then you can do it, but it can be challenged by anyone. Now, when you come back to parliament and even ministries...
Can the president suspend the constitution?
No, he cannot.
It can. Sorry.
He can, but he can be challenged. He can, but he can be challenged.
We have provisions when he can.
There is provision for that, but the current constitution provides it must be seconded from the parliament, and I think it requires
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, so he can be challenged. So his executive orders are not fully executive. They're just if everybody agrees with them. Now, what we're talking about here, the parliament part, and the reason I was asking Wacha Nyonge Kabisa is because when you talk about parliament, and you say parliament can pass orders, parliament cannot pass orders until the president signs them. They can pass them, but until that parliamentary order is signed by the president, it's nothing. The parliament, I mean, Putin gets so many orders from his parliament and he refuses to sign. He's not going to go to law.
There's no problem with that. That's a procedural process. So we have agreed. There's no problem. Why?
No, let me finish. Let me finish, Temba. But once you find that, and that's why the reason I brought this, I was laughing because I'm like, yes, unasema parliament can do this and we can do this and we can do that. It's not going to be done if the leadership does not agree with it. You can play all you want. You can go to parliament and pass everything you want, Senate and everything, but nothing can be ordered.
Let me tell you, Martin. What you're saying is factual. Okay, let me since I'm leaving, what's I to respond in the end? Martin, what you're saying is factual, is true, but it's not absolute. According to the constitution, it is said that if the parliament passes an act and takes to the president for assent, and the president refuses to assent for personal reasons, things that are not in the interest of the country or in the interest of the welfare of the majority of the people, that law will get back to parliament, okay? And if it passes the second time without revision, okay, it becomes law, whether the president signs it or not. There is that provision. So it's not that.
And that was my exact point. That was my exact point. What if I'm the president and then I make people make revisions on it?
If it has been revised, then it has to be brought back for another, because the president also has made some suggestions. Like there was I think the security law, it went for assent. The president made his changes he preferred, took back to parliament. They debated, introduced the changes he suggested, took back, and then he ascended it. So the president.
Okay, but Bernard, what I was trying to say.
Yes.
What I was trying to say, and the reason I brought up this, and I'm the one that brought it up, is because I've seen these fights in a lot of governments, because I'm a political, inside I read a lot of politics and everything, and how, people do their things. If I was the president and I really didn't want something, all I have to do is get someone to go change something in, then we'll stay in the same cocoon until we do. And my point of bringing this, I wasn't even trying to bring it to, in politics. I wanted us to jog our minds, because if you get the wrong president, even the things that you think those machinani can come because we can push him through parliament, they are able to push them back, because what they can do, especially if they have money like the person that we're fighting with, they can go tell somebody, make an amendment here, make that amendment. I swear to God, you will never get that legislature passed by. So that's what I'm saying, and that's what I wanted to bring forth, so that the people that we are here, we are debating about things, we think of how much we can be sabotaged, and we start thinking of bigger things of how politics works and geo-economical political works, because I studied that thing. So I just wanted to just shake our hands. Unaona venye tumekimbizana hapa hivi. Now we have to go back. I'm sure kesho tutaongea. Hey, by the way, Martin na ile Jani alisema itakuwa aje. That's the best thing about being here. So that's it.
Thank you, Martin. There is a question I was asked. Naomba ni respond niende. I was asked whether there is a legal provision for the deputy president to be prosecuted for earning salary for doing nothing. Somebody asked that in the comment section. Okiya Omtatah can do that very well. All you need to do is you have to have the burden of proof. You have to prove that he has not been in office and he has not worked. If the court gets convinced, hiyo pesa inarudishwa. But it is a tall order. It's a tall order to prove that the DP has not been working. But if he has abused office, used his office to do things that were not meant to do, you can, if you prove it before the court of law, he will still be held responsible. So there is provision in the constitution to challenge that. But as usual, the laws are made to protect lives, not necessarily to punish. All the same, I really want to appreciate all of you guys. And
before you go,
yes.
I just wanted to remind the people who were calling me names when I was disagreeing with you. I was not shouting you down. I was arguing from a legal perspective. And those people who think, who believe that Bernard's word is law, I think it has been debunked by his own friend Demba. So we are here to argue on facts. I'm not here to shout down Bernard or anyone. I'm here, I know the law, and that's what I was speaking on. And I love debating.
Atuya, you have a wrong understanding of who I am and what I stand for. I never said my word is law, and I've never presented myself that way.
Not you.
I only have a stand as far as the law is concerned in its order of priority, of which you don't.
No,
that is our point of departure. You think the constitution can be turned whenever somebody chooses where he prefers. That's not how the constitution works.
That is what not I meant. Wacha niseme kenye nimaanisha.
Uanze kutufundisha sheria ya kusema kwamba wakati parliamentarian have made an act, that act is superior to the constitution, and you want us to buy into that? No.
Let me say what I meant.
I may not have studied law, but I went in the school of law. I learned some law. I have basic understanding of the law.
This is what I meant. Unajua shida yako ni unakasirikanga haraka.
Wewe unataka kuniweka hapa for no apparent reason.
No, this is what I meant.
Whatever I have said,
for a second.
Whatever I say that you doubt, okay? You have a copy of the constitution. You have a portal where you can go and check. Go and Google what I said. If it doesn't tally with the law, come and tell me you went and checked it and got this. But telling me I'm lying when you have not checked the constitution, you have not checked the preamble that stipulates which part of the constitution stands where, and you're coming to push that down my throat. Yeah, he was the candidate of that.
Do you believe I've not read the constitution? Do you believe that I'm here?
Believing and not believing makes no difference.
Okay, hatukujangi hapa kubishana.
Atuya na Bernard. Simwache tu tuseme hiyo imeisha. Sometimes it's okay to let go.
Simwambie hatukujangi hapa kubishana, tunakujanga hapa kuelimishana. Sasa ukikuja kuattack mtu mmoja, hata mimi unatakiwa na inakuwa poa. Wacha vitu moja.
Ngoja ndeto. Atuya is right, Bernard is right. Sasa situmalizie hapo basi.
Simlipe 30 seconds of rebut.
Wewe ukipewa 30 seconds unaanza sasa kufungua debate tena. Wacha tu wacha Bernard amalize.
Let's do this. 30 seconds for what again?
Bernard, you spoke for 13 hours up. What I was just saying that the people, I was not saying that you are what you say is law. I wanted to tell the people who believe in what you say is as the letter and the law to read and act upon. They need to have the information. There was somebody who was telling me that I was speaking rumors when I was disagreeing with what you were speaking. What I was saying is that the people who think Bernard always is right is not true. That is what I was saying. We have
so your business here is to prove on how wrong I can get.
It's okay, Bernard.
Go and find something else to do.
Bernard,
I would not
it's
be
okay.
sitting here if my business here is to lie. Atuya, go get something else to do. Domi and Themba. Domi, come in. Themba, you are in charge. See you later. Thank you.
Okay, Bernard, have a good night. See you. I know it's been 7 hours. See you later, bro. Okay. Domi.
By the way, Friday is coming.
Yes.
You're gonna boss story ya Kikuyu service.
Oh yeah.
Wait, nini iko Friday nisipoteze?
Tuweke poster.
Yeah,
nini iko Friday?
For
nini iko Friday?
We have Kikuyu service coming.
Nitakuwa.
We'll do the mountain show in
Nitakuwa Bernard.
Yes.
Itakuwa on the mountain na itakuwa about the mountain. So
yes.
And Nana Julia is ready and some other people are ready. So we'll do a poster. We can share it tomorrow. Sindio Bernard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. See you later.
Okay. Yes, Domi Sema. And kindly, Domi, address yourself. You don't have to attack Atuya. Atuya is a debater and is a very eloquent debater. So let's just keep it. You don't have to give Atuya a lot of ultimatums. Atuya is a very sober debater. Yeah. Yes, Domi, Sema. You're not talking. Your knee is gone. We can't hear you.
Are you getting me?
Yes, go on.
Okay. I'm saying there is one point that you people fail to understand. The Constitution is like bones. It's like bones to a human being. The Parliament comes to feel like flesh. So you cannot say that the Constitution, being the bones, can the flesh can give the structure of the body more strong than the bones. That is why we are saying changing the Constitution from Parliament, it will require 2/3. Changing the Act of Parliament, it is simple majority. So when we are saying we require something to be put in the Constitution, we mean to make it more difficult for it to be changed. Because getting 2/3 of the Parliament is not easy. But if you want us to put that thing as an act of Parliament, you are giving the Parliament a very easy way to change. That is why we are saying putting it in a referendum was more important than using Parliament. So them are coming to tell us that they are all equal. You are lying. That is why I'm disagreeing with one of us who is saying.
You want us to go back there?
No, I have to. No, but you have left Atuya to attack me. You said he has said that some of us that are defending what Bernard has said are not talking the truth. When that is what the Constitution says. So what is more, is it an individual on this panel or the constitution that stands? Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Do you know the neon amendment?
Yeah, I know.
I need to read that out for you so that it's just, we are talking about procedure. So I don't really see, but you can mute kidogo because there's an echo. I really don't, you can mute. I really don't see why we should have an argument about the procedure, and all those are procedural issues that really you don't have to lie. It's written in the constitution. We can read, we can see which one is which, what is being amended where. So I don't think really we need to really dwell a lot on that, because there is amendments, the amendment clause, how to amend this constitution. It's written, and if you insist, we can read so that we work from a point of information, so that we stop saying, oh, you are lying, oh, this is how it should happen. I don't think we need that. We need to say someone, you are lying, or you're lying. Because when you unmute when I'm talking, there's an echo, Domi. So we just need to, I can read that for you. I can pull it up. I read it up for you so that we stop this thing. The referendum was coming to amend the constitution, not necessarily to change the clause on amendment, right? Because the constitution has been given the way it's supposed to be amended. Okay, so when even those amendment of that constitution, it provides that there are some of its parts that can be amended without a referendum, and some that can be amended without a referendum. And that constitution went through a referendum. You see what I'm saying? So if the constitution went through a referendum, and therefore when it went through a referendum, therefore it makes it hard to be amended. And then the same referendum we voted and we said some of its clauses can be amended without a referendum. So you see, it's not about whether someone is lying. It's a basic provision of the constitution. And if you followed keenly that process, part of the disagreement across board was, why give all these clauses when some of them can be amended without a referendum? And there was bipartisan agreement that some of those things didn't need a referendum. In fact, even lawyers from the BBI, I mean, the JLAC, which was chaired by Otiende Amolo, if you go back and read that report. So I really don't think we need to go and say, oh, Domis, so and so is lying, oh, who is lying, oh, you are, because if you say that just simply because it has gone through a referendum, now it makes it hard. No, Constitution went through a referendum, 2010 Constitution. Does it mean we can't change it? It can be amended. And the reason why it gives even the provisions on how it can be amended. So let's it also even in the fifth schedule of the Constitution, if you read the fifth schedule of the Constitution, it gives you chapters that legislation to be enacted by Parliament. If you go there, I don't have to read all that. The Parliament is going to legislate the following thing: legislation in respect to culture, legislation on citizenship, legislation on, those are things that Parliament can, we don't need to go like, oh, you are needy. There's the sixth schedule, that is transitional and consequential provisions. Then you go to the amendment of this constitution. I think that's what I needed to probably read for you, so that we stop this back and forth on oh, you are lying, oh, so and so is not saying the truth, oh, you are lying. Yeah? You don't just bundle the word you are lying without first of all appreciating what
read them back.
Atuya is right. Atuya is I find him
read.
Relax, Domi. Now I'm not gonna read because you can find time to read. And let's move on from there, so that we don't dwell on that a lot. Let's address ourselves to the topic of the day. so that we I guess we don't have to. The person who joined us when we are moving on with this is Richard Makiadi. Richard Mark, had you talked?
Bado.
Members,
Okay,
wacha tu niseme kitu moja, please.
No, Martin, I want us to be
No,
off that.
sisi ati hata turudi kwa hiyo story.
Okay.
Please. You know me,
Okay,
I don't
go.
do that kind of back and forth.
Okay, go on, then I bring Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when we come over here, people have different kind of opinions and we come here to learn. Eh? There's no like personal kind of vendetta about somebody else or attacking anybody. We always disagree, agree, and we agree because we are here to teach ourselves. So let's not say here, ukikuja, when people don't agree with you, you feel like you're being attacked, attacked. Nobody's attacking anybody. I mean, we just come here, we talk, we can disagree, and so that we can learn, so that tomorrow somebody else can wake up and go get something else from somewhere, maybe do more research and see what was happening, and maybe report tomorrow. We are a family. Nobody is being attacked here. No one is, I mean, so many times I've been attacked here. Not really attacked. It's just a disagreement. I mean, disagreement of opinion. So let's not put it so personal that, oh, this one is telling us, or that one said that, and everything like that. I mean, remember, how many times have we been here tunakosa agree on something? And then we move on, and then, okay, wacha nita research you, nitakurudishia kesho kama nitakuja. And then we move on. Hakuna mtu wako hapa hivi like to disagree ama kupigwa ama you feel like, oh, you're attacking me. Nobody is attacking you. It's called the art of debate. We debate, we talk, we agree, we disagree. Not really disagree. We have different opinions. You go do your research, and if you come back and give me the research that you got, and I go research and I find out that you were right, then I come back and tell you, whoa, you know what? You were right on that. You know what? You've educated me at that point. So the point of coming to say that you are a liar or attacking, these are the things that we're walking away from as the geopolitical system of Kenya, to where we have a group of people that we've never met each other over here, but now over the time, we've started knowing each other. And them knows me, the people are always over here. Some of them calling me Mato, instead of Mato Makandeso or Matondeto, because we are here to actually talk about stuff and not get heated. We don't want to get heated. We want to talk about stuff. Like when I brought that topic, it wasn't about for people to start saying that you're lying to me, you're doing whatever. First of all, I don't know if you're lying to me or whatever. I just need to go do my research and come back and tell you what the thing is. Hakuna haja ya feelings up, baby. Let's just be innocent people who actually come here every day, have a discussion, see what Mato's topic was, what Themba's topic was, how we are, where was he stand, and then come up with facts. No kipatia mtu facts here. We are very grown-up people. I mean, you can change me. I will change you if I can. And if not, tutasimama tu katikati na seme, hey, okay, hapa tuende venye kuko. But no one I've never been in this, I've been in this channel for a long time, whether on panel or not on panel. But we always talk reality, and there's no one being affected. There's no one being attacked by anyone. I think bro unafaa ku apologize ya nani kesho, and maybe you're right, lakini atenda research arudi kesho akwambie yeye ulikuwa right.
Martin, you're taking it too far. Me and Bernard, we argue each and every day. I'm on the panel, and if
but
I
you know,
show
when you argue like that, you put some of us away from the discussion because we think it's a fight
don't make
going
it a
on.
topic, please. If I show you my phone, we actually do speak with Bernard regularly. We are friends, so whatever you see here on the channel, we are not enemies. We are not anything else. He is my elder. We talk. So don't think it's just a political disagreement. Don't make it a topic, please.
Okay.
No, but you understand this is, but you understand we're being watched by a lot of people. Eh?
Hold on, Martin. Now, chapter 16, for the purposes of Domi, chapter 16, amendment of this constitution. Amendment of this constitution. 255.1. A proposed amendment to this constitution shall be enacted in accordance with Article 256, 257, and approved in accordance with Clause 2 by a referendum. By a referendum. If the amendment relates to any of the following matters: 1, the supremacy of the Constitution; 2, the territory of Kenya; 3, the sovereignty of the people; D, the national values and principles of governance referred to in Article 10, 2A to D; E, the Bill of Rights, the term of office of the president, the independence of the judiciary and the commissions, the functions of parliament, the objects, principles, and structure of devolved government, the provisions of this chapter. 2, a proposed amendment shall be approved by a referendum under Clause 1 if at least 20% of the registered voters in each, they're giving the process of a referendum. Amendment by parliamentary initiative. A bill to amend the Constitution may be introduced in either House of Parliament, may not address any other matter apart from consequential amendments to legislation arising from the bill, shall not be called for second reading in other houses within, that's a process, shall have been passed by Parliament when each Parliament shall publicize any bill to amend the Constitution. So if it doesn't touch on things that have been mentioned on 25A up to whatever, it does not require what?
Demba, please read Article 3 of 255.
Article 3 of 255, yeah.
Yes.
An amendment, 255, okay, 255, yeah, Article 3 says an amendment to this constitution that does not relate to a matter specified in Clause 1 shall be enacted either, yes, that is what I wanted to say. An amendment, like I think Atuya, that's why I said Atuya reads. Some of us don't read, just come to talk. An amendment to this constitution that does not relate to a matter specified in Clause 1 shall be enacted either by Parliament in accordance with Article 256 or by the people and Parliament in accordance with Article 257. So you look at Article 257, it will give you how the people do the amendment. So the procedure is here, Domi, you know. So when you're going through a referendum, you are not going through a referendum because you want to make sure that it is not. No, it is because whatever you are going to amend is specified in Article 255(1). So if you see what is specified in Article 255(1) and you want to amend it, that one you must go to a referendum. But if it is not in Article 255(1), you don't need a referendum. But it doesn't say that you cannot do it during the referendum. But you don't need it. That is the Constitution. So when you're saying that by going to take it to 35% so that it goes to a referendum is to anchor it, there's nothing like that in the Constitution. And that's where I was saying that Atuya was right. And the Constitution.
I have a question for both of you.
Hold on. Constitution. Now let me give you an interesting thing about Constitution. The Constitution, interestingly, you know why Okiya Mtata goes to court? It's because anybody can address the court. You can actually read the law. Read the law. It expects you to go. It is good to get a lawyer to go and stand for you. But Okiya Mtata goes to court. In fact, I was watching some conference of lawyers. They were saying, what are lawyers doing? Because Okiya Mtata, who is not a lawyer, happens to be winning too many cases than even them who are lawyers. Is you taking time to read the Constitution, but we don't read the Constitution. Anyway, I needed us to close that matter so that we don't just come and say, oh, we were anchoring it so that it cannot be changed. If it is not in 255(1), it doesn't require a referendum. Now, I think, Martin, we needed to finish on that matter. And Domi.
I just have one last question for both of you, actually, because you guys are kind of, I mean, we all agree. I agree with you both. But I have a question for you guys. And it's a question that I've fought with and my friends have fought with. If I was the president and you went through all these constitutional things and went through the parliament and everything, and by the end of the day, for it to be law, I have to sign it because by the end of the day, I'm the president, right? Mimi Putin. I'm the president. Namuilete after mshapitisha huko na kila kitu. And I can play around with it because by the end of it, before it becomes a thing, it has to be ascended by the president. According to you guys' law, because I like how you guys have different kind of looking at it. Now, if I was that big dictator, then I will not sign it. Where do we end up? That was my biggest question. By the end of it, take it yote.
That's a good question, Martin. But you need also to appreciate that the government has three arms of government. That is the legislature, according to our constitution, there's the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Right now, what you have noticed by consistent and maybe very observable view of the way they are relating, our judiciary, the executive, and the parliamentary, the legislature, you've seen there has been a kind of a bad blood between those three arms of government. And why do they do that? There's what you call the process of checks and balancing. Now, each arm of government can check each other and balance each other. Balancing in the sense that you can agree with what they've said, and you can also check them. So in the event, as the constitution is right now, the parliament could refuse to pass certain kind of probably budgetary provision, which could cripple the operations of the executive, which has happened in some situations. And so what do they do normally? The executive has ended up, especially the way Kenyan government and the parliament has worked, they have tried to muscle the numbers when they need certain provisions passed. So the parliamentarians or the legislatures can decide to cripple the government. I want to give you an example. Was it the revenue allocation that went to the Senate and they refused to pass for a few days? Yeah, and even after the president had pushed for it. So that kind of a quagmire, you could find a quagmire because each arm can actually have some either outward or subtle ways of making the others work hard. Now there's also conversation around the judiciary, the way it has behaved with the executive in the cases that have been brought before it. It has probably ruled against the executive many times, to the extent that some observers have thought that is because of the relationship that the judiciary has had with the executive. So the three arms of government, for the benefit of the country, need to operate in a seamless way. They check each other and they balance each other to benefit the mwananchi, because according to the constitution, the mwananchi is supreme. But in the event the president does that, then of course it cripples the government, and who suffers at the end of the day is the mwananchi, which is what we say, because legislatures will cripple the government. That is one thing they have. Yes, Atuya.
Just a quick follow-up on.
I was saying, because if I was the president and I refuse to sign anything, then we have a problem. But we don't have measures to cover that, because if I was the president today and I refused beyond what Demba is going to tell me and everything, so how do we mitigate to where they don't ever say not? Because that's what Putin does.
Now, Martin, I think your question is just all right, and it's a genuine concern, and I don't think we can legislate behavior, or we can legislate morals. If the president does not want to sign a certain bill that is benefiting Kenyans, that is down to his morality as a person. So that means Kenyans will have lost. If it is the 35% that he doesn't want to sign, Kenyans will have lost. And I want you to see the same we can still go to the referendum with the 35% in it, and the referendum fails. Kenyans could have still lost. We don't have a law that forces Kenyans to pass a constitution. So there's no sure way of ensuring that the 35% is enforced by the president. If it went to the BBI, to the people, and failed, we could have lost that 5%. If it goes through parliament and the president fails to sign it, we could have lost the 5%. So it is about the moral issue with the president. It is not an issue that we must legislate and find ways that we must sign laws. It is the moral issue. That is now down to us as Kenyans to have a president who respects the law.
And I think Putin's case is extreme, because their constitution, I think, as you may know, that Russia generally is a communist republic, and there are ways in which they can legally do some of the things that he's doing, and force them to do that. But like Atuya said, there are things we cannot legislate. You cannot legislate morality. Like, for example, when you say when you swear the president and then the next day say, what if he refuses to do certain things? There are things that are legal by nature, and there are things that are they are moral issue that you're asking. For example, legally the deputy president is in office and nobody can remove him. But what we are trying to address is the moral question, right? And now, the deputy president's position is not only a legal position, it's also a political position. So there are political questions to be asked. There was a proposal that do we need to impeach the deputy president? But there are political ramifications. That's why a place like in Northeastern, as much as you're saying, oh, the constitution requires that you do this, there are kind of democracy there. Clans meet and they arrive at who is going to be chosen as the governor. And then that is what happens. As opposed to other places, you might not find a very open kind of, competition like you see in other places in Kenya. So there are political questions and there are legal questions. You may have a valid legal point, but the political question might not really favor you. So you have to keep a balance. That's why awareness of the political questions and legal questions around what you are following is very important. What is the trajectory you want to follow? You can't just wake up and say legally this is wrong, and you want to the legal, but what is the politics of it? And that has been maybe understood in several political in our geopolitics across board. You find the world, the global political understanding, there's a way they look at certain aspects. You see, for example, NATO is not so keen on coming so strongly against Russia, as much as it would be probably the right, according to legal thing to do, but there are other political questions that are undercurrents that might be asked along that line. And then, of course, like Atuya is saying, when you talk about the referendum, it is a must that the country will follow what their key leader wants. A case in point is Britain. When the prime minister then wanted them to remain in the European Union, the British says they don't want, right, in the referendum. So there's no sure way that certain things will follow what the leader at that point wants. Therefore, there are some things that you cannot necessarily, you can't force people to vote in a certain way. You have to persuade them and convince them. And most of these things are generally legal. So we would want to urge all Kenyans and everybody with that awareness to bother to read the Constitution. You work with it, try to know what provisions, what is it that it accepts. We don't necessarily just leave it to the legal, because Constitution is a document that governs all of us. So reading it will make us a more awake, society, and a more informed society, And that makes you also make better choices. When you are more aware, when you are more informed, you make better choices. They say when you know better, you do better. But when you don't know better, you don't do better. You know, that is where we are. So allow me to bring in Mark at this point. Mark, I don't know if you went to sleep because he waited for a little long. He must have gone to sleep. So Richard, karibu.
Ndomba kuna video nimetuma hapo kwa link private chat. Are you able to play it just for a minute before I come?
Unfortunately, I'm doing it from my phone. I'm not able to play no video. Ungesema kitambo wakati Bernard alikuwa hapa angecheza. But you can comment on it either way.
Ni sawa sawa basi. I think we've prolonged this matter, so I won't go to any of that. I'll just make my presentation. So open the servers, Moses Kuria. I want to talk about Moses Kuria as an individual, as a character. I was watching a clip a few minutes ago on Twitter. So there's this lady who is complaining that alikuwa amelipa pesa za registration kurana na chama cha mwananchi, I don't know, CCK or what, ni chama ya Moses Kuria, na ana complain ya kwamba amerushwa pesa yake, and she's been told to support the party and to support Moses Kuria. If Moses Kuria happens to win the governorship of Kiambu, atapewa kazi kwa county government. Moses Kuria versus IEBC. I think Moses Kuria is not a very serious guy. And this issue of Moses Kuria saying that he wafungue servers to join nani alishinda, these are side shows. And I want us not to be distracted by what Moses Kuria is saying, because everyone that knows Moses Kuria very well knows that Moses Kuria is a person ambaye huwa anatafuta limelight. You remember when the issue of Chris Musando missing just before the election last year? Oh, sorry, not last year, last time, 2017. There was a picture that appeared on social media of Moses Kuria standing next to Chris Musando, RIP, God, RIP. So next to his car, saying that this guy, munasema amepotea, but he's having a good time somewhere here in Rishambo, someplace in Nairobi. And after a few days, when it was discovered that Moses Kuria was, Chris Musando was actually dead, Moses Kuria deleted that post from his Facebook page. So looking at his history and the way he has been behaving just to catch the limelight, I believe this is a guy that is just out there to hype his political fortunes. He's just out there to catch the limelight and to try and resurrect his dwindling political career. Because as from the way I look at it, he's not even going to win the governorship of Kiambu. This is a guy who's on a downward trajectory. He's a person who has no agenda, and that is why he's trying right now to make himself relevant. I'll leave it at that. Looking at IEBC and CHEBUKATI, I've always complained about the character of CHEBUKATI as a person. I don't believe CHEBUKATI was the real deal for the IEBC chairmanship. He bungled the first election. He was not able to open the servers. He does not obey the law. And from the way I look at it right now, one thing that I only agree with Moses Kuria is that the IEBC up to today, 4 months the election, is not prepared. Because I expected CHEBUKATI to be at the forefront of trying to talk to the legislature and the leadership of parliament to see where the funds that he has been complaining about, the funds to do a rerun, will come from, so that he gets prepared. But I don't think he's in that. He's just doing his own stuff out there. He's calling MPs and wasting time in kamatis or kihoji or bunge. And then finally, a few months or 1 month or few weeks to the election, utasikia ameanza kusema sina pesa, Utasikia anasema ballot materials zimechelewa, we are still waiting for our printers, just like he did last time. So these IEBC, I always have my doubts, but I think Chebukati naye ndio huwa anaharibu kabisa. So let's hope that as he does this, amepanga mambo yake vizuri. Moving on to Mythical Linturi's saga. You know, unfortunately, we were not able to play that video. And that video is one video that will prove to you that these guys have no agenda. I was looking, that video is of the deputy president in Wajir today, leo akiwa Wajir. I want you guys muende muangalie ile video ya deputy president wakati aliingia Wajir leo. Usikize ile kitu aliongea. Amechomoka huko juu ya gari na kuanza kusema, nyinyi watu wa Wajir, mjue Wajir iko Kenya, mtu asiwatishe. Na muambie mimi deputy president niko hapa Wajir. Kwa hivyo mtu asiwaletee bala. I mean, what type of agenda is that? Are you going around the country inciting people? Have you lost your mind? Don't you have anything new to tell people? And these are the characters, same characters na hizi za kina Mythical Linturi unaona wanapatikana kwa mahoteli kwa vitanda za watu huko. These are the people wenye akina Atuya wanatuambia tuchague next government. We are going to lose it as a country. If we are not careful, we are going to lose it as a country. How can you end up in somebody's bed alafu unasema ujui ingia hapo namna gani? And if you go through the whole story, we utasikia. I've looked at ile report iliandikwa kwa police. Yeye anasema aliingia kwa hiyo kitanda hata hajui alifika hapo namna gani. Anaulizwa, don't you know your room? Ati hata hiyo room yangu bado iko na mwanamke na sijui nani. I mean, na juzi, this is the same person mwenye ameorganize wa mama wa kanisa huko waende kupigia Ida Odinga kelele wakisema this election I'm quoting this guy called Gachagua. Akisema this is the only election ambayo kanisa iko na watu iko na kanisa iko na mtu ambaye ana run for presidency. So tuseme sasa these other guys wote si watu wa kanisa. Hii watu wenye wanatufanyia vituko kwa mahoteli ndio mnataka sasa tuchague kwa sababu ni watu ambao wanamjua Mungu. You know, conmen wanga wanajificha nyuma ya Bible, and that is one thing inakuwa most conmen, I'm a Christian but I must say this, watu wamechukulia Biblia as a way ya kujificha nyuma yake, wana pretend ya kwamba ni Christianity to hide their bad tabia, and that is what we are seeing right now. If we are not careful, my brothers and sisters, we are losing it. Finally, opinion polls. Wakati opinion polls zilianza kutoka, when Ruto started campaigning, I don't know, he's been campaigning all his life, but wakati alianza kucampaign recently, opinions zilikuwa zinamfavor. And I never had anybody complaining about why Papa was behind in the opinion polls. Right now, because they are these are two horse race. Wachana na wale wengine akina Paul, sijui nani Kagame huko, whoever wanna run for president akina Wajakoyo. This is a two horse race na watu wameanza kucampaign. And these opinion polls are very good because they show us our strengths and our weaknesses. Right now, we know where we are weak and we know where our strength is. So these opinion polls will go a long way in guiding our way of thinking, our strategy, and the way we are going to campaign moving forward. So I'll leave it at that. But if you get a chance, if you get a minute, just go and watch that clip. I think if you type on YouTube, you will see what this guy was talking.
Thank you so much, Richard. Umesema jamaa alipatikana hata hakujua aliingia namna gani hapo. That's the most interesting thing. I want to give us at least since pia Masadi and kuisha nitapatia Atuya. We go around again. I'll start with Atuya, then I bring in Ndeto, then Domi, then Richard. Alafu tumalize. Atuya. Kazi kwako.
Thank you. I don't think I'll have much to say. Actually, I had not even spoken about today's topic. I came in when the issue with the constitution and that 5% was going around. Just to speak on the issues here, on Moses Kuria requesting the IEBC opens up the server, I think I will support it. We've been living in denial. We've been living in times that people actually do believe results were otherwise the other way around. I will support the action because the IBC, if the IBC believes that no elections were rigged, and if they believe that there's nothing they are hiding in the servers, they can open those servers. But I know the reason why the servers were not opened. It was not for political reasons. It was down to the reasoning they were giving. It was technological issues, like you cannot open the server, you exposing the kind of software used in that and the business aspect related to that. So I think, but for me, I'll agree. Let the servers be opened, and we can eventually see or know who won the elections or who didn't win the elections, instead of continuously living in a dark world that we
Yeah,
never
what's the
know.
value of opening the server right now? What's the value?
For me, to sanitize IBC, it's either we actually tell they are liars, they cannot be custodians of elections, or we can actually prove that what they gave us was true.
I want to give you a hypothetical situation. Assuming they open the server, and the server says that Raila won.
Then we don't have business to do with that officer or the current as the way it is constituted. It should go home. It should be disbanded, and we should have a new body to lead the elections, because we cannot have a body leading elections that actually bungled the last elections.
What if it says the server says that Raila didn't win?
Then we can give them a clean health of bill that they actually credible and they can run an election.
What is the political implication of that?
One, if Raila won, the political implication will be that we have been having an illegitimate government. That one should be blamed on IBC, and we should have a new IBC that delivers an actual presidential result so that we can have a legitimate government going forward. Because it's already too late, but we must find the truth, and we must be having a legitimate government elected by the Kenyan people. That's my view.
Do you think, in your view, it is that's a political viable question? I mean, you're not being honest with yourself. I mean, even you when you listen to yourself, do you think inwardly that's that's the political implication of your decision? Yes, Richard. I'm going to see the Richard for you as well.
Atuya, I think you're trying to be dishonest with yourself and to us. I mean, the process of having another IEBC in place will require people to start vetting. These people will go to parliament to be questioned. And then I believe there's a process. The procurement process has gone all the way. I think we are a long way into the procurement process of the electoral material. So I don't think your argument about having another IBC in place 4 months to the election is viable. I don't believe it is.
It's true. It's true. There is a process to that, but paint the scenario that the server was open today and we realize that IBC bungled the elections. Who will trust that IBC to run its elections? Not even Raila himself.
Atuya, I told you two things. I told you there are legal questions and there are political questions. Now, politically opening the server right now, it would cut both sides. If, for example, they open the server and take scenario A, it proves that Raila won. It will create serious doubts, not only in IBC, but also the government of the day. And that has serious ramifications politically. If they open the server and it finds that Raila actually lost, then you'll question the handshake thing. It will solidify the question of the DP and the government has been saying, that the other side is used to causing trouble. And politically speaking, that would have serious ramifications in the country as at now. The debate as we know it right now would change. And
very true, but it will serve the common good. I think what you're trying to allude to is that we don't need that server opened right now because of the political ramifications that will come after that. So you in that kind of believe that let's keep it closed and let's move on. A view I might support, but if there's a chance that we ever know the truth, I also support that. But if for political stability that let that server be, then let's work with that. But if we have a chance to actually find out the truth, who doesn't want to know?
Yeah, it's sometimes they say that some things are judged by their timing at a particular time. For example, right now, we already have a timetable that has been released, right? And the politics is organized around the basis of everything that has happened up to right now. If you're going to open that server, whatever it is that's going to come out of that will have political interpretations. And in Kenya, we are politically charged right now. So anything that is going to give any side a political reason to engage in any political rhetoric is going to be welcome. So in my view, yes, there are some people who say, fungua server, fungua server. You don't know what is in the server. And for somebody, actually, I was told that I don't know, I talked to someone, they're saying that server has been counting up to today. So it continues to count. I don't know how true that is, but someone said that server continues to count. So there's a probability if that server is open, the person who won in 2017 might not be known because it continues counting. And we might imagine that it is saying that it's Raila who won. It might not even be Raila. It might be even Uhuru is the one who won with so many, votes. What is the implication?
Is it the same server that we will use for the 2022 elections?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Yeah, you can't use the same server to. I mean, it has the basic structure of it all has to change because you can't feed it with the same kind of stuff. Let me hear from Martin before I come back to you, Martin. And Mark, you disappeared when I wanted to bring you in. So do not blame me. I did throw you out.
You have given me a minute just to touch on all the points. Just a minute.
Wacha Martin, unataka kuingililia ama tutakuja kwako Martin. So andika tu chini. Wacha Atuya amalize.
Sijabeba karatasi yangu sasa, nishafika nyumbani, lakini
nitajaribu kuandika.
On the issue of William Ruto in Ukambani today, I think he was just trying to appeal to the masses. I don't really know. Is there a possibility that now Kalonzo can shift alliances? Maybe as a person, not as a party. I don't know what the law says. But what he was trying to do, he was trying to appeal to the masses that Kalonzo is being mistreated on the other side. But they have not seen Kalonzo campaigning with AZIMIO. I don't know where Kalonzo went to. I read a tweet today, was it by Ahmed Nasir, that Kalonzo is waiting for until the day he will be named the deputy president for AZIMIO officially, then he will hit the campaign running. So what William was trying to do was trying to take political advantage of the situation and have his people to his side. And it was just a political rhetoric, and I don't think you can blame him for that, for begging.
No, Kalonzo can move, yeah? The only thing is he cannot participate in any vie for any position.
But he cannot move with the party again.
No, he cannot move with the party. He can move himself.
So that will be a political suicide. So I don't think it's possible.
No, but listen, he can move with the party because I doubt they have already deposited the coalition, whatever, AZIMIO la UMOJA coalition. I doubt they have. I haven't heard where they have already deposited.
When is the deadline for forming alliances?
26th was the deadline for you to belong in a party.
And the deadline for alliances to be formally be submitted to the ORPP?
I'm not so sure. I'll check that out. But they have not yet deposited their things. But the 26th was for you to be in a party.
All right. And just to finish off.
Yeah.
To finish off, for me, I still think CHEBUKATI is the person right for the job, unless proved otherwise. And then Richard was actually on William Ruto's case on today. I watched the video that you sent. I clicked the link. I've not heard what he said, but I saw that there were no people. I think that was what you wanted us to see. Wajir is densely populated, so you don't expect that if Ruto lands in a small village that you can have millions of people. Just to finish up on the Meru senators, kind of what happened this evening. For me, and from the political persuasion that I belong to, I actually believe it was a setup. There's no way something is happening in a hotel. A hotel needs to prevent and provide the privacy for its visitors. There were cameras. There were people in there. I just don't know how the recording was immediate and it was out there.
Actually, is it the first time or the second time? I think there was also another time they went for some meeting in those sides. I don't know if it is the same one, but there was a video. Unless this video is emerging today, there's something I read some time back that Mithika Lenturi had been found in a hotel, in a room with another lady. That lady, I think she came and said that she reported that Mithika Lenturi was trying to get into her room by force. You remember that case?
Yeah, I remember that story. But I think maybe they have learned
is it the same case?
No, it's the second story. I think they have learned his weakness is women, and because of his growing popularity in Meru, anything that happens to a politician, I usually believe it is pre-planned. There's nothing that happens in politics that is by chance or by mistake. For that,
no, but if that is Atria, you see, you can't start blaming your bad behavior on political detractors, and you are a politician who has experience. If you are a politician like Mithika Lenturi, who has experience in politics, then you need to know the times that you are living in. You're supposed to be fair, like you're saying that nothing happens to a politician without being set up. Then you also need to know that I can be set up by anyone right now. So that's more of an excuse than a reason for me. If you're saying that it was a setup, yes, it could be a setup. Let's assume it's a setup. But wouldn't you know as a politician that your detractors would be plotting to bring you down in any way, shape, or form? If they can get you in your weakness, if they can get you in your strength, they'll do that.
Yeah, I will agree with that. But we cannot take his weakness as his leadership weakness. His social weakness cannot translate into his political and leadership weakness. So I think this one will get over.
Unfortunately, you're right. Unfortunately, in Kenya, that does not suffice. Actually, I can tell you, you're right. You know, when a few days ago there was a video about our great guy right now, Dr. Kitui, and people really talked about it. My submission was, in Kenya, we are yet to move to a point where we have moral questions. You know,
affecting political leadership. All right. So it will be a hype. People will talk about it. But now when it comes to voting, the question comes in that I was surprised actually. Your guy, David D, said this, that when we talk about corruption, RUTO is not running on a corruption platform because everybody in Kenya is corrupt. So I was surprised that statement or tweet came from him. So the moral questions are not really determinant of whether you're going to vote you. And that was the second time. The first one was during Waiguru's time when she was coming on. When she was coming on, the question was, when people said Waiguru, she was having the NYS thing that had brought her down, then Kirinyaga people said, we'd rather vote for our thief. Even if she's a thief, she's our thief.
I have a workmate. She told me that we will vote for her atuletee hiyo pesa ajenge nayo barabara. Hiyo pesa ameiba tunataka ailete huku. So we will vote for her. And the scandal made her popular. In fact, she became more political. She was never a politician. The scandal made her more strong politically. I think let's give Martin a chance and Richard to reply.
Yeah, we'll give. We are giving Martin a chance as we are bringing. You guys can chime in because tuko wanne tu hapa, hata mnaweza kuongea. Tuko na dakika kama 11 imebaki tufunge, so you guys feel free to chime in. Yes, Richard.
Martin, dakika moja tu nikuachie. Atuya, unasema Linturi amekuwa set up. Kwa nini hujasikia leader mwingine yeyote akiwa set up ni Linturi peke yake?
Mukisa was set up some time back. There was a deputy governor of where when we had a devolution conference in Kakamega. Was it the deputy to Waiguru? There was a certain deputy governor who was set up. We saw pictures of who again? Was it Kakamega governor in some compromising situations? We've seen these videos before and these pictures.
My question is, Linturi has been in not one, just one, in so many compromising situations. And the reason why I want to disapprove your aspersions or your word that this guy is being set up is because the police report says Linturi had settled to pay this couple. And then he went to the DCI and said that there are people who are trying to extort him. And so this couple realized this guy, huyu mtu anataka kuarusha pesa. They had decided to settle this out of court. So they went to the DCI also. And that is why these cases are coming up right now. Because these people realized that they are dealing with a person who is not genuine. And he had said, alikuwa amekubali makosa na akasema wa settle this thing out of court. So this is not a setup. This guy, hata ni vile Julia amesema hapo, this is a bull of Auckland. Ni mtu wa tabia mbaya. Now, as long as tunaendelea ku-excuse tabia mbaya, these are the people ambao tunaenda kuweka kwa leadership.
I think it's subjective.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Richard, the statement that what's his name, that Ndi made, that is the nature of that is the deputy president is not vying on a corruption platform because every Kenyan is corrupt. And the question that Waiguru was like, leta huyo mwizi, hata kama ni mwizi ni wetu. We have not moved to the point that we are questioning moral issues in the Kenyan politics. In fact, some of those people are likely to ascend to power because of those kind of stuff that they do. Unfortunately, in our country, we haven't had the level of the political behavior in our country has not moved to a point where we question certain moral issues. You see, so we are someone will do something outrageous, but you'll find them because they have the ability to mobilize and they have the ability to probably pay some of those voters. They are still likely to
rise to power. So it's an unfortunate scenario, but it's a conversation we can start having. Do we need such kind of people in positions of leadership? That's a question probably Kenyan population and Kenyan voter will need to start having a conversation around, and hoping that someday we'll have a population that can question moral questions. We are more of mtu wetu. We start by mtu wetu. Is this our person? Is this our individual? Is this so and so ni mtu wetu? Once we move past that, then we start asking certain questions. That's the reason why people like Moses Kuria, if you go back to 2013 elections and 2017, Moses Kuria was blatantly giving lots of insults. But in those situations, people were clapping. And even right now, when I want you to listen to that clip that we are given by Gachagua, that Gachagua is addressing a church. And in that church, whatever he's saying is seriously should not be acceptable within a church. Because when you're telling people in church that it's okay to boo someone, I thought in a church you'd welcome anybody and you'd want to progress. That man, like the guy who stopped Mithika, the pastor who stopped Mithika Linturi from talking politics in church. Remember, the pastor came and told him, we don't allow this here. That's the kind of conversation you'd want to attract. But now when a politician goes to a church place and then starts saying that, you see, the people of Wamama wa Katoliki walimkata. What are you saying about a church generally? It was a conversation beyond just Wamama wa Catholic kumkata. It simply says that politics, now for us who want to understand the nexus or the connection, is that the politics of church and church of politics, the religion of politics and politics of religion. Now the interconnectedness, that a politician can make such a statement that tunaona wale walimkata, wakamwambia aende, wakambu. Is booing appreciated in the church environment? That's a question you want to ask. And because it's now, that's a moral question, and still that person is going to go out there and try to look for votes. So it goes beyond just a conversation around small things that we are having. So I think, Martin, I can bring you on. And as I bring you on, Martin, because you have 5 minutes, let me say, watu wa Facebook mtatupwa nje. Thank you so much for joining us and being in this forum up to this time. It's always nice having you here. It's always nice engaging. Let us keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. None of us here knows everything. We don't know everything, but we try to engage and to appreciate each other's views as Kenyans. And of course, help us to educate each other. Kindly remember to subscribe to Motembei TV, and also share to many friends, as many as you can get. Invite them to this place to keep learning, And those who are commenting, thank you so much. I want to give it to Martin. Martin?
Okay, how much time do you have? 5?
Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, Atuya, let me go back to you. Ulikuwa umesema nini ya Kalonzo? Because I was trying to write it down ndio nikumbuke, because I had a reminder for you. Ulikuwa umesema kitu ya Kalonzo. Usinimalizie 5 zangu.
Like I was saying, he doesn't look happy in Azimio, and he's waiting to be assured that he will be the running mate before he hits the ground running as to campaign for Baba.
Okay. First of all, and I think anybody that knows me in this mini, I've said about Kalonzo so much, and I don't want to ending up kulizwa kama like I have anything personal, which I do, because I know the guy from Makamba myself. Nanini, I think I did. Sijui kama ulikuwa hapa when I talked about him. I don't want to dwell on that so much. Kalonzo, please wachane naye, kiburi yake itabidi kwanza atulie. He's not that big of a guy that he wants to show. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I think, he's been a leader for the time that we were. But Kalonzo is still stuck on Mulu Mutesia kind of politics, where you would be like a Mulu Mutesia guy who never does anything and everything. But now, Ukambani has grown. Ukambani is like Machakos today. You go to Ukambani saizi, I mean 45 minutes. Unaingia hapo, you go to Machakos People's Park, you're like in Nairobi. You don't even need Nairobi. Themba is here. He can tell you. You go to Machakos People's Park, my friend, that place has changed. You go to Kitui, it's changed. You go to Makueni, it's changed. That's what we want to see. We don't, in Ukambani and Nilisema, the proximity of Ukambani to Nairobi, somebody like Themba who lives in somewhere in Ukambani, Pas Mlolongo, will tell you that he feels like he lives in Nairobi. So we are no longer bound by those, politics of Kitambos as I don't know who's the bigger person there. I don't know what you call them. Right now we have politicians, people who have come, Ngilu, Mutua, and Kivutha, who have done their own thing in their own way, differently, different counties. But when you go there as a youngster like me, which I'm not really a youngster, but I want to call myself an ending youngster, because I'm about to get 40. But when you go there, you see the development in it. And that's what that matters than me, that the Mulumutesia kind of way of politics of kingpins. Kalonzo Musyo, and most of us, that's how we are. I speak to a lot of people in politics and in Ukambani. Kalonzo Musyoka is really, I don't know why you guys are fighting about that guy. That guy's done. I mean, if he doesn't really walk the talk, there's no way we're going to give him. If I was Raila, by the way, I'd rather lose the seat than give him that vice presidency. Because he hasn't done anything for Ukambani. I don't know who lies to you guys. He has any numbers for Ukambani. But let me run real quick because I have 5 minutes. Sava. I want to go to Sava. I just wrote it. This Sava thing. You said you're afraid if we open the Sava might open up a lot of things. Here's the thing. In Kenya, we need to move from some things. We cannot keep on staying here saying, tukifungua Sava itatuharibia. Tukifungua Sava itaharibu nini. No, we have to deal with the truth. If this is what the Sava says, that's what it is. Kama itatuharibia sisi watu AZIMIO, wacha ituharibie. Kama itaharibia ingine, but the world and the country knows the truth. So that way, our kids, if we don't get lucky to have a right election where we can be accountable, then at least our kids does. We can sacrifice one more presidency. But then we have to do everything right. If that server now they want it to be open, let it be open. Mwenye itaribia iharibie. Kama ni sisi ituharibie. Kama ni hao wengine, but the next time tujue itakuwa imefanywa vipoa. Because the truth shall set you free. At the end of it, you can try to run away from it, say, oh, itaniharibia politically, but what you're doing, you're burying your head at the sand and expecting, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Just deal with the truth right now. Wafungue. Kama inapeleka watu wanaenda kuniniwa, let's just see it. Whatever it is. Kama tulilose. Kama tulishinda. We'll deal with it when it comes to that, but it's the truth. Badala saizi tukisema ati tunaficha, and we're saying very well, hatutaki kujua saizi kwa sababu itatuharibia our political system. No, let's know it so that we know that will never happen again. And whoever else will ever come over there, hiyo ni yake. Mithika Linturi, this, I mean, it's the same case here, amepata kesi ingine, but alificha as much alificha. Says it's a political time. Kuna mtu tu ameenda tu akatoa hiyo video. I believe that video ilikuwa kila mahali. Kuna mtu tu ameenda akatoa. And these are the things, and these are the things that we're trying to do. Hizi vitu za kufanya magendo na we fiche hiyo kitu acha nifanye nini. We need to be a country that really does the things right. So that way hata mtu akiamua kujitupa kwa ulingo ya serikali, anaenda akiwa anajua pale vosi ati lazima nikuwe na pesa, sijui ya kuenda kufanya sijui nini, nifiche nini and everything. Yani it just, our elections and our social economic kind of way of living socio-economic, political kind of way living has to be a realistic one. The more we keep on hiding on things and hiding our heads on the sand, the more we never progress. And we have by the way, we have a big opportunity right now as we speak. We have a big opportunity to be the superpower of East Africa, which we are, but we have to be it, which East Africa is being. Mpaka Congo inakuja East Africa. If you go look, Congo says inakuja, Burundi inakuja, already tuko na Uganda na nini, and we are seen as the big superpower, which is gonna probably be the capital of that East Africa. Hili kitu ilianzishwa na watu kitambo sana, which Africa was supposed to be a united. And us as East Africa, we are starting this thing right now. We have to move on from politics of Ushago, of Sugoi, politics of Machakos, politics of Sdwinini, to move on to real politics of an economical superpower. Where, like the United States, who cares if you come from Texas? Who cares from whatever? We make that kind of superpower where in Kenya, even the politics, venye tunaambiangwa saa zingine, ni kama hatuna ukabila, ni kama like, you know, we have democracy, we can talk. That's what we're trying to fight. This thing ingine ya kwanza kuongea sijui mimi ni Mkale, sijui wewe ni nani. We don't want that stuff. You're my brother, you're Kenyan, that's it. Imeishi hapo. And then we sit down as intellectuals. The other one was social weakness and political is the same weakness. Oh, hii kitu ya social weakness, hakuna kitu ya social weakness. Nani, kuna mtu amesema hiyo kitu, social weakness and then political weakness. For me, just to be simple with that, and not even to look at the statement because I think I had a different kind of reaction on that one. But now let me go back to that. Social rightfulness and political rightfulness has no difference. It's just how much you can talk to someone. Now, if I can talk to them about something, that's politics. Social is how I can relate with them in the same community. Politics comes when member has a different opinion than I do, which is something that can help the community in which we live in. And that's the difference between social and political togetherness.
What is political socialization?
Political socialization is actually what we're doing here, just in a thumbnail, where we're talking about something, and actually more of it is if you have a little bit of leverage that you can help something, and I have a little bit of leverage that can help something, and that's politics, where we can see what we can bring together as a political kind of welfare of the society. Did I say it wrong?
No, I wasn't looking for whether you're wrong or right. I was just looking for your view of the same, because you're trying to insinuate that political and social is the same.
Politics is a way of living. It's a way of me having different kind of way of a different society. I mean, different availability and different of what do you call this? Amenities and everything, or different ability to do something. You having a different kind of ability to do something, and as being political about it. I mean, kind of social kind of way talking about it and seeing which one are we gonna take your resources more than my resources. If I was like an CEO of a big company that is in Machakos and you're a big CEO of another one, we can have politics that is between us of can we talk to the little people? I mean, the guy, not the little people, I hate to do that, but go talk to other people that can benefit from that and see how much you as you can bring and how much I can bring. And so that resources, because politics brings all the resources where we can do something that is non-profitable.
I want to give you a fair definition of politics that you can work with for now. Harold Laswell, that is one political philosopher.
defines politics as who gets what, when, and where.
Right.
So it's about resources, who controls the resources, and
Right.
who is distributing it.
Right.
Now, generally, like you've said, is who controls is power. You need to have power to control the resources.
Right.
So there's a common thing that all of us want to control, and we want to control its distribution. Now that is politics.
Right.
We are socialized into how we exercise our politics. So each
Right.
society is socialized. So they're primary socializing agents. Like politics starts in the house, the family.
Right.
So you are socialized into looking for power, into having, maybe you are the one who is the firstborn, you are the one who is deciding what it does where. And each society is socialized differently into how they organize power.
Right.
So power comes in. So politics happens within a society.
Right.
So it's a component on the organization of the power within that particular society. So you're socialized into how you organize your power. That is what I needed to say. But you needed to find a demarcation between the two. But now we can look at it in terms of political sociology. Now, the
Right.
sociology of politics. How are different societies organizing themselves around power? Like I gave an example in Kenya. The constitution provides for the way the northeastern guys practice the way they are socialized into practicing their power and sharing it is different from the way it is happening probably in Mombasa.
Right.
Like in Mombasa and Nairobi, people are having tough battles about getting a nomination. But in Wajir and Mandela and some of those clans are meeting and are deciding we want so and so. And nobody will go against that.
Right.
So the power and political socialization in that side differ from different places. And right now, like in Kenya, we are talking more about Mount Kenya. We are talking more about this lake. It's just the way we are socialized into understanding power and how it plays. That's what I need to say.
Yeah, and I agree with you. But actually, you actually came into what I think about social. I mean, and that's why I said social political kind of way of living. I agree with you, and I agree 100% with you. And I always stand corrected by the way. Myself. I'm not one of those guys that will stand on something and try and fight it, because I also want to hear what you got to say. But I believe where we are in Kenya, and I'm a big believer in, and you've known me for a long time here saying, it's come a time where in Africa we need to move on from third world country to a first world country, because we have everything in our hands that we need to have. Normally, like for me, I told you, like for me, I'm moving back to Kenya. I won't tell you when, but I'm trying to figure out my way. But because I've been into the political side of this side, I've been into the economical side of this side, and it comes a time that you look at your country and you just be genuine with it. Because some of the things that we fight about in Kenya, it's just useless. I mean, it's worthless. I mean, it does not even make any sense. Like fighting about IEBC being open, those are things that really, by the end of the day, I believe everybody here should agree it should be open. We should see it.
How much more time do you need? Because I had interrupted you at the 6th minute. So how much more time?
No, I'm about to get done real quick. I never take a lot of time. I just like listening here, and that's why I come over here and listen everything. But all I'm saying is that even when we come here and deliberate, there's very smart people here who deliberate. And at times we need not to just deliberate to deliberate. We just need to also think about, bring forth some things that we can talk about, the questions that we have in our minds, and what can make our country better. Because they always say that we are the future of future of our country. And by the way we are, you see, like Mutembe TV has brought so many people from so many places. And one day, if one of us in this panel that we show up over here, one of them become president one day, you be like, oh, that guy was once in our discussion. So we never limit ourselves. I think that's all I can say, and I'm always happy to be here. I appreciate you, Themba. I appreciate Bernard, the people that, I mean, Alex, and the people that take over when you guys cannot, the people that show up over here. I don't ever mean to argue with anyone. I just want to talk about, reality, and let's just be real. We are brothers. Everything tuko pamoja.
Thank you. Richard.
Thank you, Demba. Me nitakuwa brief, and I'll just try to go over my points so that I can give Atuya a chance to speak. BBI ruling tomorrow. My prayer my prayer for the BBI ruling tomorrow is that it fails. I'll explain my reasons later. After that, on Kalonzo, let's give Kalonzo a chance to, heal and go through the whole process. He'll come around. So let's just be patient with him. My issues with the IEBC. I don't think we should be talking about servers 5 years after the the 2017 election was pronounced. I think the big issue that IEBC should be telling us right now is how far are they in terms of the election preparations? Are the ballot papers printed? Or we'll still go through the merry-go-round that we went last time trying to find a print at the last minute? What kind of transmission are we going to have for the 2022 election? Do they still have network problems? Do they have enough bundles if they buy bundles for that? What is the condition of the KIM's kids? I think they call them Kim's kid. I don't know. I can't remember those gadgets that we use to vote in Kenya. What is the mitigation they are going to put in place when the kids fail? Are they working together with the Kenyan security system and the judiciary in terms of how the ballot papers will be moved to the voting sites and poll stations? What kind of logistics are they arranging just to make sure that this is a successful electoral process? So I think if they address these issues and move away from this saga of calling politicians, talking to politicians and questioning them about why the politicians said that the elections in 2017 were not free and fair, then we'll be having an objective here. So the IEBC, and I still repeat, the IEBC is an embarrassment to Kenyans. I don't think it's ready. It will never be ready until probably somebody else takes over, which is not possible right now. But I don't think CHEBUKATI and his troops are ready to conduct another free and fair election. In terms of integrity, when the US government comes forward and bans people like Sonko, people like Amos Wako, who are holding office right now. Amos Wako is a senator right now for Busia. Sonko was a governor. These people have been mentioned in corrupt cases, but our Chapter 6 integrity has been watered down to an extent that it cannot prevent these guys from running. Then we know we are in a society that is going down the drain. So I would ask Kenyans and all of us that are watching right now, I think we should come to the realization that as long as we are not able to hold these people accountable, then we will have the likes of Waitito running for office again, even though that the guy was, pronounced, he had a corruption case whereby 500 plus million were found in his account and the family's account. We have the likes of Waluke, people who have stolen millions and millions of money from Kenyans. We will still elect these people and we will continue crying every day about corruption and leaders who have no integrity whatsoever. So as we continue to talk here on this platform, let us also remember that we have a duty. We have a duty to interrogate these people. We have a duty to question these people, and we have a duty to put the right people into offices, people who put wanapatia kipaumbele mambo ya wananchi na si watu ambao wanaenda kwa hizi offices kuiba. So let us work on that, make sure that we at least hold these people to account as per the Constitution's chapter 6.
Thank you. I think Atuya had already given his view. I want to give 3 points before we finish. One is, I think on Kalonzo issue, even if he was to be the deputy president to Raila, you can't be a deputy president to someone you don't trust. And he has indicated that much. I think the relationship is already complicated for him to deputize him. Raila needs a deputy president who already has a chemistry with him. And I think at this point in time, and there are two things Kalonzo has said before that I think the idea of a deputy president is far-fetched. One, he has said he'll start campaigning for his next re-election, for the next election on day one, because he has learned from the deputy president. He said that in an interview. Already that one should put him as an X when it comes to deputy president. Number two, he doesn't trust the person who is going to be the president. So if you don't trust, if you have trust issues, why are you walking into a relationship when you already have trust issues? That's all. If day one, before even you get married, you got trust issues with the person, I mean, why even walking into that relationship? So for those two reasons, I don't think Kalonzo fits to be the deputy president. When you are going to be the president, the deputy president, you need to first of all trust the person you're going to work with. And if you don't have that, then we don't want the suckers that we have gone through for the last 5 years. Again, I mean, we don't want to start there. So I'm hoping that here we are just giving our view. I hope it will prevail. The suckers that we are being treated to in terms of chapter 6 and integrity, I know there are people who are saying that we need to bring these issues of integrity. Yeah, chapter 6 is there, but there are also, our politicians try to find every legal way to evade that. And you guys have seen that. For example, Aisha Juma is charged. And then during the hearing, what does she do? She goes to the hospital and she says she is unwell. So she doesn't show up for the hearing. But the next day, she's in a campaign trail. So you see the kind of a mockery that people do for our constitution, even when clearly you know there are things that need to be done. So we are not yet there, but we are going to get there. There's hope, because the conversation is going on. When you hear people talking the way we are talking, I think that's a good place to start. People are beginning to reason, because if this kind of people here get into positions of power, I'm aware they're going to make change. And we are going to see slowly by slowly. They say societies do not change fast. They take time. You know, before we revolutionize to move into a place where now we can appreciate other things, then I think we will take time. But the conversation must continue. People need to continuously be reminded that someone said that we get the leaders we deserve. Maybe we don't have integrity as individuals. That's why we keep voting for people who probably do not have integrity. Yes, Martin.
Zemba, honestly, I was not a Jubilee person at that time, but let me give one kudos to one politician that actually did the right thing, and I was so proud, even though he was an opponent of me. One Johnson Sakaja, at the time of COVID, he was caught somewhere drinking. He quit his committee and went down. And you know what? That's what we're looking for. Ukipatikana, my friend, is not the end of you. Accept it, move on, because we need leaders who are really genuine in what they are doing. This drama and theatrics of comedy and hatukusema tuliiba, tulikuwa tunaimba, and these things, and we already know what we are. We are not kids anymore. We are grown-up people, and that's what we are looking for. I mean, for the people, I think for the most people in Mutembei TV, we are looking for that, because we are not, I mean, we are not stupid. We, some of us, all of us over here, are grown-ups that you cannot just come and lie to someone. I wanted to give that to Johnson Sakaja. That was one person that I saw what Raila did the day he quit his Langata seat. And that's when I started respecting. But what Johnson Sakaja did, he accepted his mistake and he moved on. Hakuenda kuficha kama hizi za Lunturi zinakuja kutokea leo, akisema hakufanya, and then zinatokea na tunamuona amevaa towel. You know, and that's what we are looking for, and that's what I really appreciate about this group, that we can actually talk and understand what we are saying, even though we are in different kind of ways of saying things. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. The other thing I needed to say, maybe before I give the closing part, is the issue of BBI. Personally, and this is my personal view, I don't think BBI is ruling will be of any political significance right now. It is more of a legal significance. It is going to prop up the image and the career of certain lawyers who probably argued for it or argued against it, because they are going to quote that as what they won, as a case that they went and argued and it went through. So it's more of a legal document. It's going to be more of an academic thing to be used in references later, maybe in legal scholars, rooms where they're saying that precedence was set in this particular thing. Because either way, whether it passes, there's no referendum that can take place. Anything that's going to come, it will still have to start from the whole process from down. So it's not going to peak from the top. It's going to start from down, So I want to believe that the implication is not very important. Yes.
Well, I just want your opinion. What if the Supreme Court actually says that lifts the ban or says that BBI was constitutional and it should continue? What kind of a political environment will it bring?
Okay, fine. What is likely to happen? In my view, maybe some people might find that a way. Probably, of course, it will bring some political excitement. Someone might want to suggest that, okay, since there was a suggestion that we separate the questions into multiple questions, someone would want to pick, because the only thing that was remaining was for the thing to go into a referendum. It could be the third question that would come in the election. That when you're voting in the next election, you'll also be doing a referendum on that particular document. Then someone might become creative and pursue that avenue, and especially on the part of the executive, where you are bringing in prime minister and stuff like that. So I'm imagining if it passes, someone would want to be creative to pursue that line. But according to the referendum setup, I mean the timeline for it was not supposed to happen 6 months to the general election. So it cannot happen before, 6 months after. So prior to a general election.
Just a legal question. Let's assume we have the referendum concurrently with the elections. The elections, the presidential elections, will be conducted according to the old constitution. Will it, in the scenario that the referendum passes, the BBI passes, and we have the new offices, will the people elected get into office using the new constitution, or they will have been elected in the previous referendum?
They'll have been elected in the constitution as it is right now. And of course, after the referendum passes, that is when the enactment can start after that. But I'm just giving my view. I might not necessarily be, I'm just thinking aloud. But my initial submission, in my view, remains that whether it passes or not, I think it's more of a legal thing, like maybe the lawyers, and then it will go to.
So, from your opinion, if it passes and then we have a new government, the new government implements it immediately, or it will have to wait for the 2027 elections, new government?
No, it might take. Of course, now once it has been passed, now there are the processes of enactment of it. You know, like once you have passed a constitution, then of course there's a parliamentary process of trying. It gives a timeline within which time you should have those kind of officers. So you should be able to do that. But let's wait and see. So I was just giving my general submission. Someone might be creative and say that probably we can take a look. You know, the law as it is, and lawyers, that's why they go to judges and to court, because there is always a way out. Someone can be creative and say that now that we are having it and it was legal, can we add another question? So a referendum question, probably for a particular thing, a yes or no. So it could be the 6th question. And then you say the 6th ballot, yes or no. So you say, do you want it to pass or no? I don't know. Martin, what is it?
I wanted to answer him. What if it passes? I don't think it will, though. But if it does pass, it might pass in a little bit of, here and there. But if it was to pass, it's too late now. What they will do, because it's a legal document that has been passed through the Supreme Court, what will happen is that you'll see the creativeness of the lawyers now. Some of them will run in there to go and add some things. I mean, kind of like update. And what will happen is that, like Lemba said, you might find yourself, which is normally what happens in the first world countries. You might find yourself not just voting for your MPs and your political people, but voting for what they asked for in court, the little places that they wanted to change at that time. And then the rest of it will happen once they come into power and it goes through the due process. But during that, they can actually go back to the Supreme Court, because it's now changed its Supreme case law. Now they can go back and start changing some things and making sure that they pass to where now, maybe, I'm just not saying the Prime Minister, I'm not saying anything, but where you go and at that time, when you go to vote your next, this coming election, as you're voting for your members of parliament and everybody in the elective seats, you find yourself also with an extra sheet that also says, do you want this to pass? What they already went to the Supreme Court and said, we want this to go with the election. Not necessarily for Prime Minister or for anything. So you might have an extra piece of paper.
My question is, there is that possibility that we might have a referendum as a 7th ballot on the election date.
I don't think you will. Time is left for that.
No, just in case, there can be a possibility. So if BBI passes, we have a new law. We have a new system of the executive, a new order of the executive. As it is, that constitution must be promulgated, and then it comes into law or into practice when the new government comes in.
Yeah, but the thing that you have to understand is that.
Now, my question is: will it be the same? Will it be the same issue here? Like, remember, Kibaki promulgated the 2010 constitution, but the executive and whatever remained the same until the new election came. That's when we had a new government with the new constitution. Now, if BBI was to pass today and we have a new president today, will he assume office with the new constitution, or will he have to promulgate it and it will have to wait for the next government?
Of course, you see when
today, as the constitution says, BBI is past its time. If the court tomorrow, which is today, I believe in Kenya, passes it and says it's okay with whatever they want to take out of the clauses and everything, either way, you're not going to have the BBI by the election day. What you're going to have is amendments. Huh?
Do we have that time limit in the constitution that you cannot have a referendum 6 months or 4 months to election?
Yeah, you cannot.
Yes.
You cannot. They say I think it's 1 year to an election. I mean, there's a period that
8 months.
Yeah,
8 months.
8 months to an election. So
yeah,
if
so that's done.
It is 8 months to an election. Ilipita na wakati. But
what will happen is some people will go because now it's a superior court. I mean, case study. What will happen? You'll have some very smart lawyers going in there and saying that, okay, since this is passed at that time, we can do this and this, but it will not be as a full thing enacted before. That one will never happen before the next elections. In election, what you might have is just some things to amend that have been passed by the same court that just passed the other. I mean, accepted on the other one, regardless of how they acted, how they passed it. That's the only way you can have it. And then after elections, then now at that point, it's past the elections. So now you have what? 5 years. At that point, now you can do your what do you call it? Your referendum and whatever, because now you've moved on to that next 5. You have another 5 or 8 months prior to elections. So that's what is going to happen. It's just amendments here, kidogo. But you're not gonna have the food.
I won't have time to watch it then. I thought it will have
it's only amendments but very smart amendments.
Yes, Richard.
Remember this thing, ikipita kesho italeta kazi mingi. That's what I want guys to understand, because we are looking at creating new constituencies. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo IEBC ita have kwenda ground, iangalie ni watu gani wataenda pande gani.
No. Listen.
That's what we are
after elections.
Let me finish. I'm not saying between now and the elections, okay? I'm just saying during ule mwenye atakuja kuwa president, what you'll be doing right now, you will take almost some, I don't know how many years kumaliza implement these nini zenye zitakuja kwa your amendment, whatever the referendum. You have offices zenye zitakuwa created. You need personnel. You need buying buildings. Nilikuwa nasikia hii ofisi yangu inataka ghorofa fulani pale. It is going to waste a lot of time. We need somebody ambaye atakuja kuwa president next nini. Asichukue another 5 years akianza kuimplement another some form of constitutional amendment kila mtu asikia included in government. What I always say here is this constitution yenye tuko nayo sasa is a very good constitution. This constitution ni constitution ambayo ikipata mtu ambaye ako willing to implement to the fullest, then it means we are going to have a country ambayo watu tutakuwa naangalia devolution as their source of maendeleo na si kuangalia ni nani yako at the top. So hii kitu mimi maombi yangu, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed, hii kitu ianguke asubuhi na mapema.
Okay, let's wait and see. I'll be like personally I'm indifferent. I should say I'm indifferent. I'm not too I don't really look so much to it in terms of whether it passes or not. I'm indifferent because there's nothing much from it, but it's a good document for people who are interested in understanding the processes. I mean, references for legal scholars, for lawyers who argued their cases out. They will use that as a case for them. They will get more clients because they were able to argue well. For law schools, that will be a document that can be used as case study for them to go look at. And of course, it will serve as reference for many people in years to come. Now,
Demba, wacha niambie Richard moja tu alafu ninyamaze kabisa.
Martin bana. Martin,
Nipotee. Wacha niambie tu Demba moja alafu wacha nimwambie Richard moja tu alafu nipotee. Hata sitaongea tena.
Sasa usipotee. Nataka ukae hapo tumalize. Huwezi potea utuache hapa.
Okay, sasa wacha. Basi wacha tu sitaongea tena, nitanyamaza. Wacha niambie Richard tu. Richard, this is the best time for it to pass. Unajua kwa nini? Zitakuja in bits. Ukingoja after election alafu ikuje yote mzima, sasa ndio utakuwa na hiyo noma yenye unasema. Ikikuja saizi in bits, kamoja kapitishwe saizi, ako kingine inaenda in bits, but this is a very good document for the country which is going to change the whole thing. This is the best time. Hata maybe ni Mungu ametuweka tukafika hapo.
Martin, we have not fully implemented the 2010 constitution. Hatuja implement, we have gender gaps. Hatujawahi fikisha ile inaitwa 2/3 majority, what do you call that? Ladies, what do you call that? Hatuya unaweza nisaidia hapo.
Yeah. But you see Richard, the constitution, Richard, you see the amendment that this BBI amendment was going to bridge that gap. So what you're talking about was good, because you remember they tried many times to bridge the gap in the previous parliament. It wasn't possible. So this amendment was going to bring that, bridging that. And another thing we don't understand is that a government that serves people is supposed to bring resources to the individuals. So the idea of even constituency, that's the work of IEBC that it should be doing, which does not necessarily need a referendum. So that is a process that still will continue even post the election. That one, there's no problem. So there are so many amendments that could be done without a referendum. But we're also saying that there are others that need a referendum. Probably, I don't know, that's why I'm saying maybe someone creative, if it passes, will pick those components that needed a referendum and they might sneak them in. And like Martin is saying, it becomes the seventh ballot. I don't know. But let's wait and see. But I'm indifferent. Personally, I'm indifferent. I don't know if it passes, fine. If it doesn't, fine. I'm more focused. And on IEBC, I think they are chasing the rat when the house is burning. They should be having better things to deal with right now. Bigger things. Election preparation. Not chasing someone who has alleged that elections were stolen. That is a mundane issue. You are trying to chase a rat and your house is burning. Can you get the water and put off the fire and get the house ready? So I agree with those who are saying that IEBC is just trying to move around to create some relevance and look like they are going to bite. Well, they are not even biting, because what happened to Sabina Chege? They called her after a few minutes, the courts went and they were stopped. So they are not doing anything about it. It was just attention. The same thing to Moses Kuria. He goes, he appears there. Then after that, he goes to court tomorrow to come and get stay for his whatever. It will be stayed. So what has happened? You have wasted people's money, because every sitting, every commission is being paid for that time. And of course, I think it's just not necessary. IEBC, in my view, should focus on what Kenyans want. Their preparedness for the election of 9th. They performed very poorly during the by-election in Kiambaa. You cannot take more than, I don't know how many hours, 24 hours, to release the election results of just a constituency. That shows some kind of, lapses that we don't need to see. The way they were, the other by-election in, I think, Western, when some of their men were being beaten badly, handled badly, manhandled by Akina Malala. You see, those are the things. How are they prepared to deal with such kind of hooliganism? They should be giving progress reports on election preparedness, not chasing rats, like someone talking in a rally and saying that to leave. What for me, I find that more of diversionary, and for Moses Kuria probably is just attention seeking, which I don't think is we should give it any attention. So the IEBC should do its job, prepare for they have an election that is going to happen, that is so momentous, that is coming on 9th of August. They shouldn't have any other thing to deal with. They should be preparing for an election, period. Hizo zingine zote, waache. Then The official campaign timetable starts in May. That is when now they have received everybody's who is vying, and those people now fall under their mandate. Right now, they don't know if Moses Kuria is vying or not. You see, because he has not yet been. They have not received the names of nominees. They have not even started making the ballot boxes. So once they have received the names of nominees by May, I think May 10th, after that is when now official campaign period starts. So when they start the official campaign period, now these people fall under their rules and laws. They can summon them, they can do anything for them. So this thing of IBC trying to divert by calling people, oh, come, well, we are investigating, they investigate, then they call him, then he comes, he sits, then he says, he goes to court, he takes an injunction. I think I don't support that. But anyway, it has happened, but we shouldn't even give it as much attention. I want to finish research.
Wacha niongee tu hii moja. You know, the IBC sits for 5 years ikingojea election, general election. Between election ya 2017 na 2022, the only thing they have done by elections peke yake. We need to have an IBC that continuously reviews boundaries. The same thing we have in the US, whereby there's something called gerrymandering. I think remember Nigeria. Gerrymandering inaangalia population ya district. District ikihamwa na watu, then hiyo district inaweza vunjwa ama igawanyishwe. Unaona? So that we don't have people migrating kutoka Kakamega wanakuja Kisumu. I mean, wanatoka Kakamega wanakuja Nairobi urban areas, but you are still giving the CDF ya ile district, ile constituency wametoka the same amount. Na unaona watu wamemove to a different area. So IBC, it needs to be reformed entirely. Number 2, they should be telling us kama zile ballots zenye tulikuwa tuna complain last time wali print 1.5 million extra ballots. Wanafaa tuambie this time hizi ballots zenye tuna print kama tuta print extra zitakuwa za kazi gani na zitaenda wapi. You know, they need to be accountable for everything yenye wanatumia pesa ya wananchi kufanya. They need to tell people wametumia hapa pesa fulani. That is what we want to hear. That is the communication we want to hear from IBC. Si maneno ya kwenda kuita politicians ukiwaambia kwani wanasema kura imeibiwa. I'm done. Thank you.
Atuya, umekumbuka kitu kingine?
Unajua, one thing with politics, it never ends. We can talk until it's morning and evening again. So I wanted to respond to something Richard has said. I think there is a constitutional time that is embedded in the constitution that IBC reviews constituency boundaries. I think it's 10 years or 15 years. I cannot remember the actual. So what BBI was trying to do was actually an illegality. So IBC has got the mandate to review boundaries. I think it's every 10 years. They can either amalgamate some constituencies or even create more out of them. And then I think we actually do blame IBC for the kind of shenanigans that we see. They are not prepared. They are bungling elections. I actually do believe the reason as to why we actually don't have free and fair elections, it is not IBC, it is not the commissioners, it is not the office at some tower here in Nairobi. It is state involvement in the IBC operations. If the state 100% withdraws from influencing wherever that IBC does, the kind of tension that is created by the political forces in this country, those guys will do their work very diligently. But in here, they actually do bungle elections because they know that they have guns at their head, and that they have to work in a certain way that the government, the state wants it to work. So we cannot blame the chair. I can't remember his name. We cannot blame him for some kind of the things that are happening at IBC. If he was free, if IBC was free and from state, 100% believe that we have constitutional bodies in this country that can work independently. Just like the Supreme Court of the previous years has been working. I'm not sure about this one. We know that our Kenyan constitutional offices can work if they are led to work without involvement from government. Serikali ndo inaharibu IEBC. There's nothing else. If we have a state-free involvement in elections, there's no day utaona Atuya nikiprotest. There's no day utaona anything it happen. I'll go into elections, win or lose, and I will accept. But because I have doubts that the state will involve itself in the IEBC operations and whatever, that's where we always blaming IEBC. We will change the commissioners, we will bring new ones, but if the state is not withdrawing, then we will continue blaming the IEBC for no good reason.
That's a good point, Atuya. However, I wish to say...
I knew there was a however.
Yeah, I wish to say that our democracies are developing. Yes, the challenge you have indicated is true. And when you remember when Sonko came out and gave an expose about how the judiciary interference with the justice system, the Justice Chitembwe case, you know, it tells you generally the kind of people we are having, because the people we are having in IEBC, the people we are having in the judiciary, and the politicians, they are members of the same society. So it is a societal issue. It is not generally a case of IEBC or we need this independence. It's a societal issue. And it boils down to what Richard says, integrity, you know. Because when Sonko was exposing that, I was also seeing what is his part in all that? Why would he feel okay to go and compromise the justice system? Because for him, he was acting like I was just exposing this particular Justice Chitembwe. But it also tells you that in a country where people are willing, if you get an opportunity to circumvent the process of justice, then it leaves a lot to be desired. So it boils down to what Richard says, that integrity. And I think at some point, Julia had said that we need to start teaching integrity in our schools, so that we are more likely to lie in the side of the legal provisions. What is the legal aspects? What does it say? Than the side that if I can get it faster, then and I have powers to do so, then I will do so. I want us to finish there, because here with these brains we can go on and educate each other and learn from each other, and it is always a very nice time. I like it when we remain with the people who are willing to explore and stretch the thinking abilities, and for the interest of Kenya. Let me appreciate. Yeah, before that, I think for the benefit of Alex doesn't say this, but I like Socrates. Now, the Oracle of Delphi, went out into the city of Athens, and they were trying to look for someone who is the wisest in Athens. So it's just a short story I'm telling in the Greek mythology. And then they asked everybody depending on what they knew. But when the Oracle of Delphi came and got to Socrates, this is what he said. That when he was asked the question, he said this: the only thing I truly know is that I know nothing. And the Oracle of Delphi from there considered Socrates the wisest in Athens, because he said, the only thing I know is I know nothing. And knowing and being aware that you know nothing is the beginning of philosophy, because you begin to question, you begin to expand. And when you begin to question, you begin to learn. You get out from your personal mental tower, thinking that I'm the master of everything, but appreciating that you can learn from anybody, and the willingness to learn. And that's what we are coming here. And that's what makes me always say that you need 4 things to come here. One is a gadget that is working, a connection, something to share, and a willingness to learn. Unless you're willing to learn, you cannot be taught, and you can never know everything. And as I keep saying, when you come here, you don't know everything, but the process of awareness. In fact, Socrates is the one that brought the concept of know thyself, so you should consistently try to create yourself awareness, questioning mind, ask questions, ask How is it? Do I need to know? And that is why we come here. We educate each other. And I really like this. Let me appreciate some of the guys who are in the comment section who have been here all through. Penyagaka, thank you. Stephen Mutumbu. Penyagaka doesn't think gerrymandering is what Richard said, but it's okay. We shall be back here to say what gerrymandering is. Don't worry. Filibustering, gerrymandering, and all those things. We'll come here and push them, push the talk. And I love political discourse.
Should have listened to my context.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. We will come back here. I love this discourse, and we should continue this amazing engagement. Penyagaka, Stephen Mutumbu, thank you so much. Gitash Day, really appreciate Megi Odengo. We really appreciate you. Sorry we could not allow you guys in. Sometimes I like it when we are left here a few people towards the end, because we are able to really push the discussion, so it doesn't just become finish yours and go. Yeah, personally I enjoy that part where now we are pushing the discourse. David Olo, thank you so much. Nathan Ndusi anasema, uliona hiyo kitu alisema hapo, where was it? At welcome to the Themba group of schools. If you know, you know. Yeah, yes, sir.
You have to big up. There's a very good support of mine in this, guys. David Olo. He always, he's always on my case on the comments, but I know he means well for me.
Yeah, David Olo means well. David Olo, big up. Gitaa says Themba alisema leo hataki wanawake kwa panel yake ya wasomi, anataka kina Socrates. You people are no, you know, the 7th hour ilifika na we didn't have the ladies, so I am not discriminating. All of you know me. I mean, you guys know me better than that. David Olo, thank you so much. On Friday, we are having a discourse, a panel of the Mount Kenya. We are going to have a Mount Kenya. The discussion is going to be more so in, hopefully, in the Mount Kenya language, so Kikuyu language, so that those who can hear can come and hear. Come be and hear. Julia, there's Julia, there's Shiko, there's Rose. I don't know who else is here. Yeah, if you come from Mount Kenya, welcome on Friday. You'll be having your discourse to be talked to, at least to appreciate the other side. And of course, who else? Evans Nyatuka and the rest. We really appreciate you all, and thank you so much for subscribing to Motembe, and thank you for always coming in, and let us keep talking. Let us keep talking. Let us keep engaging. Let us keep sharing. I'm blessed. Say hello to Lulu. Yes. Now that reminds me. Kindly, guys, if you haven't, Atuya, subscribe to channel yangu with my daughter. Atuya. Atuya, are you there? Atuya.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Have you subscribed to my channel with my daughter?
Yes, I have.
To the Themba and Lulu show.
I did subscribe, yes.
Yeah, kindly subscribe. Naendelea kupiga debe. My daughter keeps asking me, did you mention our channel? Did you mention our channel that Dinamwambia? Yes, I mentioned. She will be on my case. So kindly, even if when you are Kenya Kwanza, don't worry. Kuja tu huko, subscribe. Ile si political platform. It is just an African dad with his daughter trying to engage and sharing with the world their experience. So this week, on Friday, we are dropping a video. We are talking about mental health with my daughter. So come in and just listen. And there are many other shows that you can listen to. So thanks for the support for those who have subscribed. Now back to Political Forum. Every day, Mutembei TV from 9 p.m. Kenyan time. Tunaanza. Masaa ya first 6 hours, Bernard anakuwa hapa. Then later tunakuja. Hiyo first 6 hours inakuwa ni wengi wa Kenya ndio wanaingia pale, wale wako Kenya, I mean, kwa sababu after that wanaenda kulala. Sisi wengine ambao labda Mkenya aliamka kama Atuya aliamka baadaye na tujoin, na wengine ambao wako kando huko, kuna wengine wanaamka saizi wanataka kutujoin. Hizo sana ni forum ya wale ambao wako majuu, but we appreciate you all. So thank you so much, and as I said, if you find 10 people, ujue platform imejaa. Just wait. Atuya, haujawahi tumalizia show, so tafadhali leo tufungie show. And
leo ni yangu, nilikwambia nitaifanyia kazi, nimeifanyia mpaka leo, nimengoja tu, nangoja hivi ninue mkono. Last time ulinichapa kidogo.
Atuya huwa hajawahi kuwa hapa tukifunga show bwana.
Oh, nimwachie, nitachukua next time basi. Acha tuone kama tayari.
Nishaikuwa before.
Umewahi funga show? Tunafunga show aje?
There's a time you told me to sing the national anthem in Swahili.
Yes, that's what you say. Did you do it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, bye. Acha tuachie Martin basi. Martin, uko tayari?
Yeah, miangu nilisema nitafanya research bwana, imebidi.
Just a second. On the comment I saw they were asking Atuya tufungie show na wimbo ya Azimio. So sijui kuimba, ningefanya.
Yeah, kuna mtu anauliza hapo, Themba, you need to speak Korean to us soon. No, why should I speak Korean? I don't speak Korean. Why should I speak Korean? Ati Themba ni jina ya wapi? Hiyo ni jina ya Kenya. Okay, Martin.
Yeah, niko na deni ya watu wengi wanashindanga wakiniuliza, Martin, uli promise, wacha niwapatie deni leo.
Okay, twende kazi.
Haya. Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Boss. Your research kweli umeifanya. Yaani imechukua wiki mbili kucram.
Nilisema nitapiga, unajua watu wengine hapa hivi walinipiga vita kwa comments. Watu wengine walikuwa wanataka kunipatia namba, niende wanipatie.
I think ni Ambless ndiye amekwanga akikusaidia.
Na kuna kadem fulani kanaitwa nani huyu? Kuna kadem fulani pia kananisumbuaga huko. Watu wengi wamenisumbua kabisa. Martin,
I think Ambless amekwanga akikupostia hapa hata uende 2 weeks bro, 2 weeks, lakini the good, it has happened. So what we try to make sure that everybody gets it ni kwamba that is what unites us. Tunataka huo Kenya. Yani the national anthem, it's a symbol of national unity. We need to find something that unites us, not concentrate too much on things that divide us, like politics, like the side that you're in. I mean, the choices that you're making that are political in nature. We need to look at things that unite us more, because we have more things that unite us than things that divide us. So sometimes the concentration on the dividing factors might make us lose sight of the things that unite us. So let us keep doing that. And nilikuwa surprised hata Duke ajui wimbo wa taifa, and when he comes, he articulates how they're interested in Kenya and how Kenya should be. This is the perfect person for Kenya, and you can't sing the national anthem. Very disappointing. Anyway, guys, I hope to see you again tomorrow. It was nice doing business with you. Enjoy your evening.